All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm Councillor Gord Perks, and I am the chair of the Planning and Housing Committee. We have quorum. I am calling meeting 20 to order. Welcome, everybody. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. Although we may be in different locations today, the Planning and Housing Committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. If you are registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Planning and Housing Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, the City Clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca and on CMP, the Clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need help with your devices. I also want to remind you to please submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at phc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, may I have a motion to confirm the minutes from our meeting March 18th, 2025? Councillor Crescent, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay, so let's do the agenda rundown. Item number 1, which is the Wardlaw Crescent zoning amendment, has deputations. We'll hold it for speakers. Item 2, the implementation guidelines for rental replacement, has speakers. We'll hold it. Item 3, various addresses on Yonge Street, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Does anyone wish to move that? Councillor Crescent, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Item 4, 1 Dundas Street East, amendments to the sign bylaw. Does anyone wish to move that? I'll move it. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item 5, development review timeline metrics for the first quarter of 2025. Does anyone wish to move that? No, I'll move it. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item 20.6, authority to enter into municipal housing project facility agreements. We have deputants, so I'll hold that for deputants. Item 7, the academic housing strategy. We have a deputant, so I'll hold that. Item 8, it looks as if we have deputants on that as well. Yes, so I'll hold that. Item 9, response to Audit Committee's request on whether the audit of short-term rental program and municipal accommodation tax outlined in the Auditor General's 2024 annual report includes 181 and 219 Dundas Street East. Councillor Nunziata moves that. All those in favor?
There's nothing to
this says, motion to receive. Yeah, motion to receive. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay, that takes us back to our main agenda. Okay, folks, there's a complicated thing going on with the item about the city-initiated zoning bylaw on Wardlaw Crescent. So unlike most items that we deal with, this is what we call a statutory item. That means we're doing something we're required to do by law under the Planning Act. And I've also been informed that a member of the committee is considering a motion to defer the item. Because it's what's called a statutory hearing, if it gets deferred, what happens is the part of the debate that happens today and the part that happens at some future time are all one item, right? Because it's basically like a hearing that gets temporarily adjourned. That means that people can only speak once, either this time or next time. And that's kind of complicated and unfair for people. So we've had a bit of a conversation among the committee members, and we felt that the cleanest and easiest way to make sure that everyone has the right to speak is that we consider the deferral item before the deputation, so you know if we're going to be dealing with it today or next time. Okay? So with that, is there a motion to defer this item?
Yes, Chair, there is. If I could, I have a motion, Chair, to defer the item, and clerks has it, and there it is. So that the Planning and Housing Committee adjourn the public meeting of PH2O until May 8th of 2025 meeting, the Planning and Housing Committee, and that no further notice of statutory public meeting be given, and that the Planning and Housing Committee direct the Executive Director, Housing Secretariat, in coordination with the Executive Director, Development Review, and the local councillor to carry out additional consultation. Chair, if I may, just want to add, this was a very rushed process right from the get-go, and while I recognize the critical need for housing, supportive housing, this has a significant impact in that local community. This is a community of single-family residential properties, and currently on that site there exists I believe it's a 93-bed seniors shelter right at the corner of Wardlaw and Islington. So any development of this scale would, of course, impacts the community, and residents really deserve the time to understand precisely what's coming into their neighborhood. And as their local councillor, then, of course, it's my job to be their voice and ensure that they get that opportunity in the best way that we could deliver that information. There were even flyers that were sent out with inconsistent information in terms of the meeting dates, and which created some confusion as to when the meetings actually were and were held. And this confusion surrounding the terminology as well, in terms of the specific project. And of course, what happens anytime you have any things that aren't absolutely clear in a community, there's going to be misconception that's generated. There's going to be pushback because there's a lot of unknown surrounding the particular development. So like I say to any developer that knocks on my door, and of course this is different, this is generated from the City of Toronto, but any developer that comes to my office, first thing I always say to them, focus on being a good neighbor. We'll start from that foundation. If we start from the foundation of being a good neighbor, I truly really believe that it's all going to roll out and we're going to end up having the right type of development, and everyone will be happy, including the residents living in this new development. And I'll reiterate, while I understand the need for affordable housing, I feel the community really deserves the time to have clarity without feeling insignificant in this process. So colleagues, councillors, and committee members, I urge you to support this motion. It's just one cycle. We will survive and we'll come out of this even better at the other end. So we're not asking for anything other than a deferral, one cycle, for all the reasons that I stated. I could go on, but I think it's very clear. And I've spoken with I believe all of you, all our committee members, including the chair, staff, as to all the reasons. So with that, and well, just quickly, I can just show you, I have a map here in terms of, there's, in this map I could distribute it, they've only consulted with about 5 or 6 streets in the immediate area. The consultation process was very limited. As much as it did meet the statutory requirement and maybe even exceeded it a bit, it did not go far enough. So on behalf of my residents, and I think it's the right thing to do, to give it the time. Let's have the consultations that we need to provide the clarity and provide the best possible situation beyond that after the May 8th meeting. Chair, those are my comments.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak to the deferral motion? I might just quickly say a few things. In broad terms, I agree that what Councillor Crescent said, that it's an important thing to include the community in decision-making. And one of the things that all of us on City Council have complained about is that the province has changed the rules so that the time between when an application starts and when we have to make a decision is now very, very short. So the City of Toronto has been doing everything we can to make those consultations robust. The legal standard is that we hold this meeting. That's actually all we're legally required to do, is to have this statutory meeting at this committee. But city staff, even within those short timelines, make an extra effort to try to make themselves available to the community for a consultation meeting, which they did. The second thing that I think is important is that this is what is before us is a planning matter. It's about how tall a building is. It's about how far it's set back from the sidewalk. It's about whether the windows of an adjacent property are blocked, how cars get in and out, things like that. It is not about who lives at the property. And we'll be discussing that more when we get to the deputations. I'm going to have some rulings on what's legitimate to discuss in this hearing. I've received correspondence on this. I have not received correspondence that the building is too tall. I've received correspondence about who will live there. That is not something we consider in a statutory planning matter. The information about how tall the building is has been made available to the public, and as I said, we exceeded our consultation requirements there. The third point I want to make is that this is a unique circumstance in that the particular way it's being constructed, a modular construction, relies on vendors who can sell us that stuff. And it also relies on certain funding relationships. If we defer the item, we could potentially miss the ability to get the materials on site and constructed within a potential funding window, and it would put the whole process at risk. I can't go into more detail, but that is a possibility that we need to be concerned with. So by deferring it, we might inadvertently kill the project. So I think there's an urgent public need to hear it right away, and I'm going to be voting against the motion to defer. Does anyone else wish to address the item? No? Okay, I'm going to call a vote on it then. All those in favor of the motion? Recorded vote. Recorded vote, absolutely. All those in favor of the deferral motion? Councillor Crescent, Councillor Nunziata. All those opposed? Councillor Matlow, Councillor Myers, Councillor Perks. That is defeated. So we will proceed with the statutory hearing on the item and hear deputations. Before we hear deputations, I want to make you aware of another issue. So, as I mentioned on the last item, or the last discussion, this is a planning report. This is not an affordable housing report. The discussion we're having now is whether or not this is the right building for that site. Some of the correspondence I have received on this issue talks about who will live in the building. That is not a planning matter. In fact, a very similar project on Cummer Avenue for a modular housing, for supportive housing, was considered by City Council and then appealed to the local planning appeal tribunal quite recently. And at that hearing, the local planning tribunal very clearly stated that provincial law, the Federal Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the Ontario Human Rights Code, and the City of Toronto official plan all make it very plain that we do not use zoning rules to determine whether or not people who are in marginalized groups can live in a particular neighborhood. In fact, our official plan says that a healthy neighborhood provides housing for people of all walks of life and all needs. And the citizens group that was opposing it lost that hearing on that basis. That's the first thing to bear in mind. The second thing to bear in mind is that our procedural bylaw sets out rules for public deputations. And it says that public deputations cannot basically say disrespectful things or hateful things about any person in Toronto. So it also says that if those rules of our procedure bylaw are violated, that the chair can end that person's deputation and ask them to leave. So I need everyone who's making a deputation to be very clear in their minds. We will not hear deputations that say that this type of person or that type of person should not live at this site or in our neighborhood. That's not going to be permissible at this statutory hearing. I thought I should give that warning very clearly at the beginning so that folks can consider their deputations carefully before they give them. Okay? So with that, we do have a number of deputants listed here. The first is Faduma Abdullah. Faduma, are you here? Hi, Faduma, welcome.
Hi.
So you've got 5 minutes to address the committee.
Okay. I'm also here with Amina Noor.
I've got Amina next. Do you two want to depute together?
Together, yeah. So
You want to take 10 minutes together or just the 5?
the 5.
Okay.
All right.
The floor is yours.
Thank
You got 5 minutes.
Okay. Good morning, Chair and members of Council. My name is Faduma Abdul, and I have Amina Noor, our Program Manager and EPIC Supervisor, here with me today. And we're here today on behalf of Designate Community Services, a B3 organization that has provided culturally appropriate services to vulnerable residents across Toronto, including in North Etobicoke, for over 30 years. We're here to express our strong support for the rezoning application at Wardlaw Crescent. This project represents a vital opportunity to address urgent housing needs in a community that continues to experience high levels of core housing need, displacement, and housing insecurity, particularly among seniors, newcomers, and low-income individuals. North Etobicoke has one of the highest rates of core housing need in the city. According to recent data from CMHC, over 40% of renters in the area spend more than 30% of their income on housing, with many experiencing overcrowding and unstable living conditions. Black, racialized, and newcomer populations are disproportionately affected, reflecting systemic inequities in housing and access. As a direct service provider, we work closely with individuals who are facing significant barriers to securing stable housing. We know that affordability alone is not enough, and what's needed and what this project provides is supportive housing, housing that includes integrated services such as mental health supports, settlement programs, employment pathways, and senior wellness initiatives. These wraparound supports are essential to ensuring long-term stability and social inclusion. What makes this project especially unique is its foundation in local engagement. For over a year, Roundtable members have collaborated to shape a community-made solution that reflects the lived realities of this community. This approach aligns with the City of Toronto's commitment in Housing TO 2020 and 2030 Action Plan, which prioritizes community-driven, equity-informed housing responses and targets the creation of 18,000 new supportive housing units. Medenta is committed to continuing this engagement through the life of this project. We see this not as an isolated development, but as part of a broader neighborhood strategy to promote housing stability and reduce risk of homelessness. We know from Toronto-based research that stable, supportive housing reduces crime, not increases it. By creating affordable, service-connected homes, we know not only addressing a human right, but we're also investing in safer, stronger communities. We want to be clear, this project will enhance and not burden the Wardlaw Crescent Avenue neighborhood. It will bring vital infrastructure, provide urgently needed homes, and strengthen the social fabric of the area. all while advancing key priorities outlined in Toronto's housing and equity framework. In closing, we respectfully request Council to approve this rezoning, and this is not only a sound investment, but it's a necessary step towards building a more equitable, resilient, and inclusive North Etobicoke. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputants? Councillor Myers.
Through you, Chair, just a quick question. So I heard that you said that the plan envisions wraparound supports. What provisions are going to be available for people when they are outside the property?
Outside the property?
Outside the building, so in the surrounding community?
Well, many of the organizations that have come together are already located within the neighborhood, so the rest of the community always has access to our services at our on-site locations.
Okay, so there's going to be support workers that are, so for example, if there are, let's say there are issues.
Yeah.
It's not just, it's not our problem, it's outside the building. You have a plan to actually address these issues if they occur in a proactive manner.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Matlow.
Councillor Myers' question inspired another one for me. From your experience and from what you've seen through your work, there are many who have suggested that a better model of supportive housing and care in our city, and a more effective one, frankly, is rather than having just very large buildings, rented hotels, et cetera, where we are, where it's more challenging to provide the wraparound services and supports to individuals, that having smaller buildings like this, in fact, makes it far more able to do this well, to do it safely, and to provide the support that they need and the neighborhood needs to be successful.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you.
Absolutely. No, because you're also
Question mark.
question mark. Yeah, no, you're also developing close relationships when you're in a smaller proximity, whereas people always have to travel to seek services from our agencies. But when the wraparound services are available to you right outside your home, you build a relationship where you feel more comfortable approaching that person with your concerns and getting access to those services or receiving it.
Well, then I'll add another rhetorical question, admittedly. Are you aware of scenarios where there have been supportive housing that, again, small scale, great services, great supports, where after an uproar, perhaps, and a controversy ensues, weeks, if not, even later, people even start not only forgetting about it, but not even knowing where it was, after they go for a walk in their own neighborhood again. It just sort of seamlessly kind of, becomes part of the community.
Yes, I'm aware.
Yeah, thank you. I've heard many stories like that too. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions? No? Thank you so much for your deputations.
Thank you.
Adi Yamani? Hi, Adi, welcome. So you'll have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, perfect. Good morning, everyone. My name is Adi Amane. I work in the North York and Rexdale. As a community organizer and a frontline worker, I see the pressure of need for supporting housing in our community. Today, I stand here not for myself, but also a voice for families I serve, many of whom are refugees, newcomers, low-income residents facing substantial barriers and instability. Among them are seniors, young aging out of care, LGBTQ+, and individuals starving to regain their footing. The 51-unit supporting housing project is not just a desire, it's an urgent need where people have a safe and stable home, they can breathe easier, work harder, parent more effectively, and contribute meaningful to our community. Without a stable living environment, everything else falls apart. Right now, countless individuals are waiting for the critical opportunity to rest, regroup, and receive the support they desperately need. In my role, I coordinate meal program, facilitate workshop, help newcomers integrate into our own community. I see firsthand how essential it is to serve housing, to be closer together. The purpose of the site, Wardlaw Crescent, is an ideal, situated in the heart of our community, surrounded by virtual services that can help the resident thrive. Like just provide housing, we are creating an environment where people can flourish, eventually give back. The project represents more than just a home. It's embodying hope, resilience, and a chance for a bright future for everyone in the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No? Thank you so much for being here today and sharing that. Oh, Councillor Myers.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Just if you could give a bit of background, are the people that are envisioned to be housed in the project currently in the community? Are they people who are already part of the existing community?
I'm not really sure who's going to be housed in the community, but we are in the North Etobicoke Rexdale catchment area, and we are looking forward to supporting the residents who are going to be moving into that building, just because we do have a lot of members or community members that come to our services. I'm from Delta family, and they do live further away, and I think being around the community and helping them out will be closer to them to service them.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Adi, and Delta family does just, amazing work, and I thank you for the work that you do. But first of all, do you agree that, Etobicoke North is already a very generous community, embracing not only social housing, supportive housing, rent geared to income, that we have shelters likely in many corners of Etobicoke North. Do you agree that it's a very generous community?
You mean generous community in terms
And
of...
embracing and supporting housing.
Yeah, I do believe it's a generous community. I think every part of Toronto is a generous community as we speak. I mean, our shelters are full with a lot of communities looking for housing. So having this type of project will just help our community even better.
Yeah, and there's no doubt we need more housing. I completely agree, and I don't want to. I'm not here to put you on the spot at all. Don't worry,
it's okay.
We're good. So we already have an existing shelter there at the corner. You're aware of that? 93 beds.
Is there a question?
But this is
I
not a
just asked her
shelter.
if she's aware of it. That's all.
But this is not a shelter. It's a housing.
No, I understand.
It's a house project.
Yeah, I understand.
So I believe that with this economy, I think we're understanding the rent increase and people not able to afford housing. I think it's important. This housing, it's not for people coming outside of the community. It also can serve the people within the community. So I think it's a good initiative to start helping those who are in need.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions? No? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Rita Asare? Rita? Oh, hi, Rita. Hello. Did I get your last name right?
Yes, sorry. Right. Okay,
Whenever you're ready.
all right. So good morning, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the committee. I am Rita Asari, the Executive Director at Black Action Defense Committee. Black Action Defense Committee is a permanent advocacy and community services agency supporting the advancement and betterment of Black communities in Canada. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee today about Medenta's proposed supportive housing project, which will address various housing issues that are of critical importance to Black youth, adults, seniors, newcomers, and the Black community overall. The City of Toronto is a strong partner in this work, and we applaud you for your many forms of support, from increasing housing opportunities and investing in the Housing TO Action Plan. We also believe that stable housing offers a pathway out of poverty. Housing with supports helps to address the current homelessness crisis. Housing that enables Black youth, adults, and newcomers to seek and gain meaningful employment, to earn high incomes so they can save money and plan for the future, allows them not to become dependent on government assistance programs such as Ontario Works and rent subsidy. Medenta, in collaboration with their housing partners, will be providing wraparound support that will positively increase the transition and integration of those who are experiencing poverty. Black youth, as you know, Black youth and seniors are our most vulnerable group who experiences many inequalities and abuse. And this risk is increased when facing homelessness and living in unstable environments. This proposed housing will address a public health and human rights issue, which is the right to housing, and improve the social determinants of health for this community. In addressing housing, we must not forget the impact on individuals' mental health and identity. The Housing First model has shown proven results of the effects stable housing can have on individuals' mental well-being. This model has been utilized for those who have experienced homelessness or unstable housing, and through wraparound support, individuals have been able to regain their lives and be productive community members and citizens. We therefore urge the proposed community and committee to seriously consider the housing challenges facing Black youth, adults, seniors, and newcomers, and the unique position that we're in, the unique position you are in to help create change and improve the lives of this equity-deserving group. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No, Rita, thank you so much for sharing that with us today. The next deputant I have is Kabu Asante. Kabu, I understand you're online. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Welcome.
Yes.
You've got 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready. Good morning, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the council. My name is Kabu Ashanti, and I am the president of the African Canadian Social Development Council. This is an umbrella organization of about 150 different African community groups here in the province of Ontario, both Anglophone and Francophone. I'm here today, online, to express on behalf of the African community our strong support for the Walden Crescent rezoning application, and to speak directly to the urgent need for supporting housing in North Etobicoke, especially for our new immigrants who are coming into the community. Well, as most of you are aware, a little over a year ago, we witnessed the influx of new immigrants and refugees into the community. And it was unfortunate that a lot of them ended up by sleeping on the streets in downtown Toronto for months. And African Council was one of the leading agencies that organized the African community to open their homes and to receive these refugees, because the city and the province couldn't take care of them, and it was very shameful. And personally, as the president of the council, I've had the opportunity to visit quite a number of African families or new families in North Etobicoke here, and it will surprise you to know that a particular family that I visited living in a 2-bedroom house, and there were 8 people. How can 8 people live in a 2-bedroom apartment? Well, it's because they had no any other place. So what we are saying is that we as a community, we are doing our best, but the goodwill of the community should not be replaced with policy for action. So projects like the Warden Crescent are essential because they will begin to answer the call by creating a affordable and more supportive housing options that meet people where they are. Housing that includes on-site services, cultural appropriate supports, and opportunities will also be built there. Many of the people who we serve, they are not just refugees. They are not just immigrants. I mean, some of them have been here for so many years, and some of them have found themselves in these circumstances because, when COVID came, a lot of them lost their sources of employment, and now they have either become unemployed or underemployed. Some are students, parents, caregivers, people with potential to contribute meaningfully to the fabric of this our great society, if only the foundation is there to do. Walden Crescent represents that foundation, and North Etobicoke has already shown tremendous generosity and compassion and is ready for that investment. This is more than a rezoning issue. It is a chance to affirm that Toronto is a city that sees value and supports those on the margins. A city that not only welcomes but also houses, cares, and uplifts its people in the minority community. Thank you very much, Council, and I urge you to please approve this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Kabu. Are there any questions? No, seeing none. Thank you so much for sharing that with us today. The next deputy I have listed is Kemi Jacobs. Kemi? Is Kemi online? No? Hi, Kemi, welcome.
I digress. Thank you.
You have 5 minutes.
Thanks. My name is Kemi Jacobs, and I'm the Executive Director of Delta Family, a trusted and vital community anchor agency which has served Rexdale and Northwest Toronto for 42 years. Let me repeat, we've been here for 42 years. We are not a bird of passage in Rexdale, and we are not going anywhere. Like our 5 community partners, we know this community intimately. We live here, we work here, and we are deeply committed to the well-being of its residents, over 700 of whom have signed our petition supporting this initiative. We know that stable housing and community-based support, with this, people not only survive, but they thrive. And when they thrive, they give back to the community that supports them. Delta Family and our 5 partners will provide 24/7 wraparound supports to the community and to the residents that sustain long-term housing solutions for residents of Wardlaw. This is not a shelter. These are rental units which signify a significant step forward towards long-term stabilization for residents of Wardlaw. Councillors, Toronto is in crisis. Housing has become increasingly inaccessible to too many Torontonians, and we witness this reality daily in our organization. Action is needed now, not next week, not 2 weeks from now, not 2 years from now. At the end of 2024, the number of active applications for subsidized housing was 100,361. The average wait time for a senior studio is 8 years. For a 1-bedroom apartment is 14 years. Affordability is key. When immigrants came 50 years ago, they could easily find jobs and accommodation, and they were slowly able to rent rooms, apartments, and then buy homes and build families. Today, working families are doubled up in unsafe conditions. Salaried people are forced to share limited space. Newcomers are underhoused, young people are couch surfing, and employed residents face the stark reality of the constant threat of eviction with no place to turn because renting a one-bedroom apartment in the city of Toronto costs more than $2,400 monthly. Affordable housing is more than just four walls. It is a step towards rebuilding a life. Located in the 51-unit rental building close to our offices, and we're just down the road at 2291 Piplin, will allow Delta family and our 5 partners to continue to do that at which we excel, providing holistic, wraparound supports for residents, whether it be trauma-informed counseling, food security, or employment services. Our ability to connect residents to these services quickly and effectively will be a game changer in their journey to stability. We urge you to support the proposed bylaw amendment today. The time is now, and it is the right thing to do, to advance the city's plan to address the dire need for affordable housing for residents of Toronto. In closing, I ask you to look at the deputants. Most of the deputants that I have seen come from racialized or Black communities, and many of them come from communities, as you will see, who serve marginalized communities. This is an equity issue. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Thank you so much for that. The next deputant I have listed is Nadine Miller. Hi, Nadine. You've got 5 minutes. You can start as soon as you're settled in.
Thank you. Good morning, councillors, and thank you for having us here to speak on this issue. As Kemi just said, we were recipients of this aid in 2023, going into 2024. I'm from Pilgrim Feast Tabernacles, by the way, and what we found was not having services to help the newcomers was devastating as we were pulling them off the streets. Having Delta services coming in and educating, telling them what to do on a daily basis, and even educating us. We were able to create wraparound services with organizations like Wood Green, Delta Services, and the different churches, and also the community members. It's highly important that we build, because what is happening is that our refugees, they're in Etobicoke. They're not outside of Etobicoke. They're actually living in Etobicoke, but they're living on top of each other, which is what we were doing when we did the rescue as well. Even though it is housing, it is not proper housing, and it's not even peaceful. So we have to go in sometimes and do disputes, delivering arguments and making sure that they are functioning well. So in the middle of the night, we do the crisis. We are the ones that's doing all the work. If they can be in their own homes, turning their own keys, what we will find is that they're going to be a valuable part of the community. Every day, they're volunteering. They're out there providing services. They're even shoveling snows for some of the seniors that cannot. So to sit and say that we should not build at this time, it would be a great disservice to the community. We need to build now, because if we build now, what's going to happen is that it's going to make other communities see that building and creating an environment for our newcomers and even our Canadians, because we were helping Canadians as well. There were Canadians coming into us and saying what their needs are and why can't we help them as well. We did stop and we did help them. So their services are out there. But if we don't get to a point where we're serving the community and bringing them together and letting the community see that you don't have to be afraid of who is coming in, they're already there. You're already working with them on a daily basis. You're already seeing them inside of your food bank. They're helping you to carry your groceries. They're doing all these different things. So I think what is happening is that we're not understanding this is not transitional housing. This is not a shelter. This is affordable housing, giving people the right to have dignity and giving people the right to have strength. We are seeing success rates in the refugees that we served. Our refugees are making $25, $26. Some of them are making $80 because of their skill sets. These were lawyers, doctors, teachers, nurses. They're now working in pharmacies and doing amazing things in the community. So I think when we build, we're going to see that our community is going to thrive by having these newcomers. They come with great skill sets, and we need not to be afraid. So I think as a city, what we need to do is get on a campaign where we're going to show the people who's coming into their neighborhoods, who is already in their neighborhoods and is already doing great service to them by helping the community out on a daily basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Nadine, I have a question for you. You said something kind of interesting, and I just want to make sure I understood. So you provide crisis support work already in the community.
Yes.
And your contention is that if we improve the quality of housing by giving people their own homes, that by itself increases community safety and reduces harm. Is
Yes.
that what you meant?
100%, because when that happens, what you're finding is that within the community, you have what we call now, I'm a mom of almost 400 people. Some of them are older than me, but as soon as there's a crisis, I'm the one that they're calling. When they call me, I'm calling Delta. I'm calling Wood Green. I'm calling Ontario Works. So with the crisis, it's actually built a capacity that we did not have before. We are now a well-knitted community. I call on Rexdale Alliance Church. So you're having different arms coming allied and creating a wraparound around this new community members, and they are thriving for it. So I believe that, yes, if we build now and we continue to build, but if we stop this building, it's gonna stop all the other buildings, and we must move everything forward.
Thank you so much. Are there any, Councillor Myers?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. So just to clarify, Pilgrim Feast Tabernacles was part of the Black-led churches that helped the refugees from Africa
Yes,
back in
it was.
2023.
Yes,
Yes, so first, thank you for stepping up and for helping those in need. If you could just give a bit more background on what having structure did to just improve the environment that people were living in. Because we hear a lot about wraparound services, but I don't think there's a real understanding what that actually means for someone who's not involved in that type of work.
So the wraparound services starts first with who are you, where you're from, and how can we help you? They usually tell you, so we look at the medical, then we look at the emotional. So the medical is not the mental health. The medical is actually the medical needs of the person to start off with. And that we've worked with Global Medics and also some of the other community agencies, like Delta with the mental health piece. Then we move into clothing. We also move into food. So we work with the African Food Basket to provide food that is for the community, as well as we work with other food banks. We've also worked with Rexdale Alliance Church. So what they do is everybody's coming in with different types of counseling, because there's faith-based counseling, and then there is the regular counseling, depends on how dire the need is. Our LGBT community as well is finding it hard because what you're being told on the other side of the world and when you come here is two different things. So now we have to move into a place where the wraparound is moving into housing. So what we do, we sit down and we case plan with them. We case plan how you're going to move in with this person. Can you move in with this person? And we start putting them together, because $750 is not money. You can't do anything with $750. So when you break everything down, that $750 has to now, you have to put 4 or 5 or 6 people together so they can make rent, so that they can also eat food, so they can also move into a place where they can go into work and school. So Wood Green and Delta also, along with West, and Ontario Works, all these agencies come together within the crisis, and basically we were looking at how we can get them into jobs that were higher salaries, and what we're finding, the success rate is amazing, as they are moving into a place where they are moving into their own place, and they're also helping other refugees or newcomers as well.
Thank you.
Councillor Crescent?
Thank you, Chair, and Nadine, thank you. We do know each
Good to see you.
other.
We know each other well.
Well, and to make that connection, during the refugee crisis back a couple of years ago, your organization did a phenomenal job. We worked together closely to relocate people, and it's all been done. So just to fast forward now, when I came back in 2022 as city councillor, I saw things that I never experienced before. And after COVID, there was a lot more homeless, there was more people in crisis. Do people in Etobicoke North, do they still come to you? Do they know who you are? Are you still dealing with a lot of homeless issues up in Etobicoke North? We don't want people roaming the streets. We don't want people living in encampments. What's the situation in your view currently?
What I have is with some of the local businesses that are in that neighborhood, as well as some of the people that live in that neighborhood, with myself, my phone gets dialed even at 2 a.m. in the morning. We do emergency rescues all the time, especially when the weather gets really cold. We get called, and then I call somebody from maybe the ACC, which is our organizations that we formed during the crisis. What we look at is how can we get them off the street as fast as possible? And how do we, even if they don't have the funds, how do we rent? And we rent Airbnbs, we do whatever it takes within that neighborhood to get them solidified. Why is it good for them to be there? The African store is right there, which is your food. The healthcare is right there in that 988 Plaza, so they just walk right there. The doctor there is amazing. And there's a gym there for their mental health, get their stress out. Delta Service is just down the street. Wood Green is just down the street. All the different churches are there as well. So then everybody's there. That full wraparound is still there.
Okay, is the situation getting a little better in your view in terms of homelessness on streets, or
It is
still
getting
a big challenge?
It is getting better, but not because they have a place to go call their home. It's a shared accommodation, which again, as good as it is to have people, lots of people around you, there's times when you yourself need to go into your own room and turn your own key and close your door and be in a quiet place, and that's what they don't have.
All right, thank you, Nadine, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next deputy I have listed is Eddie Jumba. Eddie? Oh, hello. Welcome.
Thank you, sir.
So you've got 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start when you're ready.
Good morning, Chair, Council members, and all listening. I want to thank our friends who are here today, and they have decided to use their voice to speak up. I say that it wasn't on my notes, but as I observed what was going on here, I noticed that we already have friends who are deciding to speak up. They were not even willing to defer this conversation. So I want to start by thanking you. In the words of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, he says, "In the end, we will remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends." So today, in this Lent season of prayer and fasting, and in light of the reason as to why I am standing here or sitting before this esteemed committee of decision makers, and everyone in the confines of my voice, I feel strongly moved to start by drawing your attention to this food for thought on moral courage from one of Africa's wise leaders, Bishop Desmond Tutu. This is what he says: "If you are neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor. If an elephant has its foot on the tail of a mouse and you choose to stay neutral, the mouse will not appreciate your neutrality." I deliver that with a lot of respect to all of you, especially those of you who have power to make decisions, but also our friends in the community that we are talking about, as you would have seen in the news, who stepped out to oppose what we are trying to advocate for. I want to deposit that from my heart to yours as a food for thought. My name is Eddie, And it's an honor for me to be here before you once again. And I will come back again if I must. I commend the City of Toronto for every effort to demonstrate that Toronto is indeed a sanctuary city. In particular, I commend every effort to make affordable housing accessible for all. And in particular also, I commend this committee for all the city in general for initiating this bylaw amendment, which we are here today in the company of so many of my friends to advocate for. For those who need clarity, and I get the sense that some need a little bit of clarity, the housing project we are advocating for today reflects the rich diversity of Toronto and addresses the realities of its housing crisis by serving, and it is intending to continue serving the following esteemed Torontonians: older youth, older adults, seniors, single individuals experiencing housing instability, low-income individuals, and I need to make a comment here that low-income individuals are not necessarily a threat to our community. My experience has been actually very different. As a pastor who, by the grace of God, is very involved in the lives of people on a daily basis. That's what I do for a living, showing up in the lives of people. And also having been at some point in my life, not so far long ago, having been one of the people you could categorize as low income and newcomer and refugee, we are not a threat to our communities. Indeed, we can actually add value to the communities where you place us. So I just want to make a comment there. The other group that this project intends to serve is the newcomers, refugees, immigrants, members of the 2S LGBTQ+ communities, single individuals, and other equity-serving groups. And now to all of you decision makers, those that are here and wherever the process will lead after this conversation. Throughout history, we have always known the immeasurable force in a simple stroke of a pen, especially when the holder of that pen has power and authority. I think today's times tell us a lot about that with what we know about an individual who has used his pen to literally shake the entire world. But today that pen is in your hand. All of you, council members, and the members that will be participating in making the decision. So I invite you, and I even maybe challenge you, to use that pen in a way that is going to put you on the right side of history. You might wonder, which side is that? And I would say, that is the side where, when you have stood for the needs of the less privileged in society, history is always going to put you on the right side of history.
Eddie, I'm going to have to stop you there. You're at your 5 minutes.
And I am done at that point. Thank you very much.
Oh, wonderful. It all worked out.
Thank you very much for listening to me. Our
You went
pastor
out
always
on a
needs that
high note.
encouragement.
Okay.
Give time.
Are there
Thank
any
you.
questions for Eddie? No? Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Tamara Schlosser?
Good job. I have a presentation as well. I hope that's
Okay. Let's just make sure it. Can we just get some IT support? Thank you.
Am I up? Okay, excellent. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. This morning, we all heard speeches from very noble and honorable organizations who are supporting less fortunate. And for that, I personally want to thank them for all of their hard work. However, I have also noticed that none of the arguments we heard so far are based in zoning, and none of them have provided any arguments that this development would actually be a good thing in our community. My name is Tamara Schlosser, and I've been a resident of Thistledown since 2019. Over the last 6 years, I've witnessed a dramatic and troubling decline in the state of our neighborhood. We hear sirens so often that we barely notice them anymore. Our streets are littered with garbage, and our infrastructure, particularly our roads, are quite frankly falling apart. Our children's playgrounds are littered and flooded and have shards of broken beer bottles in areas where our kids run around. Speeding on Thistledown Boulevard has become such a persistent issue that the city has actually made an attempt to address it, but ultimately failed and seemed to have given up at this time. Just yesterday, someone almost ran over my son and myself while speeding and not stopping at a stop sign. Our families no longer feel safe letting our children play outside, and the overall sense of community is slipping away. Simply put, our neighborhood is struggling. It is actually an undeniable truth that we're struggling because the City of Toronto themselves have published their very own data supporting this statement as far back as 2014. For those who may not be familiar with it, let me provide some background. In 2014, the City of Toronto developed and launched Toronto Strong Neighborhood Strategy 2020 with the goal of ensuring that every neighborhood in the city has the resources and support it needs to succeed and thrive. This strategy was created specifically to identify and address long-standing underinvestment in certain areas of Toronto, especially those facing the greatest challenges in social infrastructure, economic opportunity, and health outcomes. To figure out which areas needed the most help, the city used something called Urban Heart Toronto, a tool based on a World Health Organization model. It measured 15 different indicators across 5 key areas like health, employment, education, environment, and civic participation. The data helped shape what later became a neighborhood equity index, which gave each neighborhood in the city a score based on how much support it needs. The lower the score, the greater the need for targeted investment and support. The result? Thistledown Beaumont Heights scored 39.78 out of a total of 100 points, placing us among the most underserved community in the entire city. As a matter of fact, in the city-owned documentation, it is stated, and I pointed over there, neighborhoods with scores lower than the neighborhood equity benchmark of 42.89 face, and I quote the city, face serious inequities that require immediate attention. Based on this, the city have officially designated our neighborhood as neighborhood improvement area. The supposed silver lining of this awful designation was that it meant it would bring us more help, more investment, and more services. Unfortunately, instead of real improvement, what we're getting is more struggling population. And with that comes more pressure on infrastructure, more strain on the community, and more people who also need help, making help even harder to get, and we continue to spiral down from there. The City of Toronto has itself acknowledged that our neighborhood is struggling, and yet instead of fulfilling its promise from 11 years ago to invest and uplift this community, it is now proposing to concentrate even more vulnerable population here. Of particular concern is the speed decisions are being made without giving the community a moment to catch up and engage in meaningful conversations. The possibility of missing funding is not a reasonable reason to run over a community's needs and community's voices. In closing, I respectfully urge the committee to consider not pursuing this proposal, or at the very minimum amend it, and come back to the table, work with our community to come up with a fair and balanced solution that would benefit everyone and not just 51 residents of this city. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tamara. Are there any questions? Councillor Nunziata?
Question, so if the committee and if the councillor supports, moves a motion where, hello?
I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I apologize.
It's okay. I thought I was speaking
I'm so sorry.
back. You had your back against me. So if the council moves a motion, which I think would benefit the community, in forming a committee, a working group with residents, agencies in the area, the city, and the applicant to talk about some of the issues that you have, and then, you know, this way you can, at the end of the day, you can come up with a compromise and
Absolutely.
work. So would you support that? Because I know I've done that in my ward and it's always very successful. So you would support that if your local councillor moves that motion?
I speak on my own behalf. I would absolutely support that. I feel that our community is still very much learning about this situation. Like Mr. Crescent mentioned earlier, very small number of population has actually been informed about this, while you will hear from others speaking today, our entire pocket is affected by this. And we can discuss all of these concepts today. And as a matter of fact, I'm getting phone calls even last night of people just finding out about this. So we are asking absolutely for an extension to notify everybody and work with the city rather than being imposed on.
Yeah, but my question is not to ask for an extension. My question is that once this application gets approved, then you form a committee. I'm not talking about an extension or anything on what we have before us, is that would you be willing to be part of a group to work after this development gets approved, to work with the community?
Unfortunately, I'm not authorized to speak on behalf of the whole community.
Okay.
So I don't wish to answer that question.
Well, you can, your local council will work with that and get groups, but, you know, very clear, there's no extension on this application. I just want you to understand that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Crescent?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I had Councillor Matlow next.
Sure, go ahead.
However you guys want to do it. Who's going to go?
Thank you. I'll go. Yeah. So Tamara, thank you for your presentation. I just want to address a couple of quick things. Are you aware that, you know, I'm quite familiar with the issues of speeding on Thistledown Boulevard and so on. You are aware that there are a couple of things. We already got a school guard authorized for St. John Vianney School, is number one. You aware of that? And also, we started the process for speed humps, which is coming to the April 30th Community Council meeting, which I intend to, you know, to hopefully get approved for speed humps. I just want to make sure you're aware of those two initiatives.
Yeah, and I appreciate all of that you're doing for our community. I think where I'm coming from is the situation of our community today.
You know, I understand. I just wanted to make sure you're aware of those.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Matlow.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that I heard you clearly as well, that if I hear you correctly, it's not even so much about this kind of one building versus the many hundreds of other buildings in the Thistletown community. What you're saying is that you want, whether it be for the existing community or anyone else who moves into the community, you want to make sure that you have a safe community, one that is supported, one that has the social services, the parks, the infrastructure, so that everybody has a great quality of life.
Absolutely.
So you just don't want to see, you want to make sure that as things move forward, including if this development moves forward, that everyone, including I would imagine the people who live in that building, have a great community. And I think that's where Councillor Nunziata was going, that if there's a process that we can support to fulfill a promise that, you know, you've been waiting for, which is a genuine effort to provide you with the community that everyone there deserves. That's something that's what I think Councillor Nunziata was asking. I imagine you'd want to be part of that.
Personally, myself,
Yeah.
yes. Again, I can't speak on what the community would like to say about this. So I'm only speaking on my behalf today.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
I appreciate
thank you
that.
so much.
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
Thank you. Are there any other questions? No? Tamara, thank you so much.
thank you so much.
Samruta Jadhav?
All yours.
Whenever you're ready.
Oh, perfect. I'm just waiting for the eight.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
No, don't apologize at all. We're doing great. I think we're doing great.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, there we go. All right. As soon as you're ready.
Good morning, everybody, and good morning to the committee. My name is Dr. Samrita Jadhav. I'm actually a resident in Thistletown community since 2005. I went to the neighborhood school. I'm here as a concerned resident because I'm deeply invested in the well-being of our community. This isn't just about the topic I'm about to speak about is not just about statistics and numbers, but it's concerns that we deeply feel strongly about. So, should we pause? No. Thank you.
Doesn't like your computer. It's the same computer.
It's the same one. Do you want to just unplug and?
Sorry, let's see.
Do you want to use the micro?
Sorry, one second.
No, he's just restarting. Do you want to unhook and try again?
Yeah. I'm not sure why it's not going up. Did anything happen after the first presentation? Oh.
Do you have a power outlet?
Yep.
Do you have a micro?
Oh, what?
Micro.
Micro.
Yeah, like this. Can I use this port?
Yep.
Mouse? Yeah. Or I can need the adapter. You can keep the mouse. The micro slots on this side. Good. Perfect. Okay, no, I'm good. Okay. Please work. Okay, perfect whenever you are. Thank you, and apologize for the delay.
It's actually our job to accommodate your needs. So, if we could just settle down, we're ready to go again?
No, it's fine.
Okay, Samrita, whenever you're ready.
Okay, perfect. So again, my name is Dr. Samrita Jadhav. I'm a resident of Thistletown community. Been here since 2005. I'm here to talk about the topic of crime in our area, and I understand that it may not be directly related to the zoning bylaw issue that we're discussing here with the committee. However, I just want to preface with the impact that this particular zoning amendment can have on this particular subject matter. That is hopefully my goal. So as a point I want to bring up, there has been a significant rise in crime in our area, and I share with you the data that spans over the last decade. For example, since 2016 till now, We have seen a significant rise in theft over 5,000 and break-in enters very frequently in our community. Assaults have increased by a staggering 64% and auto thefts by 226%. The emphasis of critical need of immediate action to address crime and protect our community is necessary. And this graph that you guys see is an indication that shows trends that makes data impossible to ignore. Home invasions and robberies are happening while families are inside their homes. Shootings are escalating. Residents have repeatedly witnessed inappropriate, promiscuous activities within the corners of our yards and vehicles. Residents are being harassed while simply waiting at the gas station, some even enduring these situations while children are in their car with them. Personal items are being stolen from private properties in broad daylight, and trespassers are unfortunately roaming on our private properties as well. We have also witnessed individuals voiding on the side of the buildings and in parks. This development proposes a 4-story building in an area that is dominated by single-story homes. This is actually right outside of my bedroom. This is the green yard, the shelter in the background, and the new proposed lot that will be on the right-hand side. I live adjacent to this property. This dramatic increase in height would result in complete loss of privacy, making it impossible for us to enjoy our backyards without being constantly overlooked by residents. Meanwhile, businesses are being ransacked in plain sight, and criminals are showing no hesitation to commit crimes openly. This is unfortunately just across the street from our house. We have approximately 12 jewelry stores in a 200-meter radius in that intersection, making it a large concentration of high-value stores. 2 of them were actually robbed days apart in December 2024. This is just, again, no longer a concern. It's become a significant challenge that's impacting the core of our community, and it calls for urgent and thoughtful action to restore safety and stability. The community is primarily composed of 66% working adults between the ages of 15 and 64. Most of them are family, comprised of 51%. 17% of them are seniors over the age of 65. Thistletown, Etobicoke North is a vibrant, diverse community of many individuals. It's a mixed risk of cultures and languages and tradition, and I think that's what actually makes our neighborhood so unique. However, we must recognize that these communities face specific challenges. For example, our unemployment rate is 17%. Level of education, per Statistics Canada, is very low. To ensure a thriving and equitable community, it's vital that we continue to advocate for inclusion, equity, and targeted support. As a physician who works closely with vulnerable people and underserved population, I firsthand witness the challenges and stigma that they endure. I recognize the vital importance of initiatives like Housing Toronto 2030 in addressing these challenges. Our community is already struggling, and the reality is our neighborhood, as it stands, is not equipped to handle further increase in density. We simply don't have the infrastructure or the resources to sustain such more pressure, and we must acknowledge that the limitations of our current capacity to care for those who are in need. I understand that there has been other successful affordable housing projects across the city. However, each neighborhood is unique and has distinctive demographic and infrastructure support for such initiatives. Unfortunately, I personally do not believe our community is one of them. We're thoughtful, supportive individuals who are requesting that this proposal be considered. Due to the lack of the improper public consultation, in which we were notified approximately just a month ago from when this project is now being presented to the committee today, in which there has been a lack of transparency in terms of which agency is going to be running it, which individuals will be living, how will these individuals be chosen, how many percent will be seniors, how many will be refugees.
I have to remind you,
Yep.
we don't consider what individual lives where
Fair.
as part of a zoning application. Okay, thank you.
The wraparound services are still very unclear, and doctors' offices are limited. That being said, I want to just make sure that we as community are supportive of in supporting vulnerable population. Thank you.
You're at time. Thank you very much. Councillor Nunziata had a question for you.
So the previous deputants mentioned the number of support services they have in that community. Now, you did a chart about all the crime in the area, which, as you know, crime is citywide.
Correct.
We have a lot of crime, and that you should deal with the local police or with your counselor. But are you trying to say, from what I gather, what you're saying is that because this building will be built, because of what we have before us, that these people will cause more crime in the area? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not
Well,
alluding to
that's
that.
what it sounds like. You can't say people that are going to move in here, you're going to have more crime. So I really resent that comment.
Okay, just a question.
And
Do you
so
have a
my question is,
Yeah.
is that what you're saying? Because it sounds like that's what you were saying.
I apologize if I've offended anyone by saying that, but that was far from my intention. I'm just highlighting that the community has its issues. We support these agencies, and I actually want to say thankful to all the deputants here for all the work that they're doing, because they deal with a lot of the things that, to be honest with you, it is very, very challenging. So I commend the respectable work they're doing. By no means am I alluding that the population that they're entailing to put in these buildings are going to result in increasing crime. That is far from what I am saying. However, I worry that the concentration of individuals, there are 51 people, I have not identified who these people are. There are 51 people and their bodies that increase the population density in a very tight neighborhood that already is struggling with high density population.
That. So that's why I recommended earlier when I asked the deputant, is that if your local councillor moves a motion, that you have a working group, this way you have a better idea, you can work with the applicant, you can work with the city, and this way you can get all the information you need through this working group. So those questions will be answered when you have that
And
working
I think
group.
that would be super helpful for our committee to have a liaison committee to work with. I think at that point, it may help bridge the gap of a conversation between the agencies, the community, and the city. And I know you directed this question to another speaker here. That being said, I think that will help lessen the barriers that we're dealing and addressing here in different fashion. So.
Any other questions? Councillor Crescent.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you for your presentation. So just to clarify what Councillor Nunziata asked, and you live right there. And so if there is a community, what's called a community liaison committee, which encompasses community members, particularly community members that live like immediately around the area of this proposed development, then you would be interested in being part of that. And I think you should. I just hope that you would be, because it's going to be really important in terms of deciding and being part of the actual process, and to lessen absolutely the impact that it could have for you, particularly, and your neighbors.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Councillor. That being said, and I think, again, I say the same point again, the committee will help. I do want to bring forward that a committee was established for the shelter that is around the corner. Unfortunately, there was, I would say, loss of communication, and though I actually don't know where the committee is now, the one that was supposed to close the gap and bridge the communication between the shelter and the residents, I don't think it exists. And so I worry that if a community even is formed for this particular project moving forward, what if there's degradation in that communication in the future? How will we then put forth concerns and encourage open dialogue on a continuous basis?
Okay, that'll be our job to make sure it doesn't happen. Okay, so, but you would be happy to be part of that.
Thank
All right,
you.
Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions? No? Thank you very much. Kulwinder Samra? Kulwinder Samra. Kulwinder, I understand you're online. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, welcome. You've
Thank
got
you.
5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready. Good morning, councillors and city staff, everyone present now and watching YouTube later. My name is Kulwinder Samra. I'm a proud Toronto resident, a mother, grandmother, and a community advocate. I'm also here today representing Delta Family Resource Center, where we work closely with the families facing the day-to-day realities in household housing insecurity. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today on an issue that's deeply impacting the lives of so many our community affordable housing. Rexdale is a home hardworking families, seniors on fixed incomes, newcomers trying to build a better life, and a youth and big dreams. But many of us are struggling just to keep a roof over our heads. Rent prices are rising every day. Wait lists are for years long, and too many people are forced to live in unsafe, overcrowded conditions in a house and apartments. We are not asking for a special treatment. We are asking the fairness for the same access of safe, affordable houses and other parts of city receive already. We need an investment in a deeply affordable housing. We need a protection for renters. Rexdale deserve better. We deserve to live with the dignity, stability, and a hope for the future. Thank you for listening, and I urge you take a real action to support affordable housing in Rexdale. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No? Thank you so much for making the time to speak to us today.
You're welcome.
Next, I have Sandra Parisi. Sandra? Hi, Sandra. Welcome. Sandra, you got 5 minutes, and you can start as soon as you're ready.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I really do appreciate you allowing me to have this time with you. My name is Sandra Parisi, and I do live in Thistledown. And I'm here to discuss the proposed development at 79 Wardlaw. I'm not here just as a resident of Thistledown, but as someone who has grown up in Jane and Finch. I grew up in that environment. I lived there for many years until 1997, and I saw what these types of homes have done to a community of that nature. I've lived it, I've been through it, I know what it's like. That's why I'm speaking up now, because I see firsthand how Thistledown is moving in the exact same direction. This is about the zoning at 79 Wardlaw Crescent. And I want to understand how this zoning came to be. So I want you to understand how I see it through my eyes as the city had put it on their websites. 2018, the Consoletta Missionary property was purchased with the 2 homes behind it for over $5 million. Later that year, when the shelter opened, we were told very clearly that these homes at 7 and 9 Wardlaw would be zoned for green space to support community integration. That promise was made publicly. I was in the room. I was at the town hall with the Salvation Army, and I was with the city officials when it was said. We saw the zoning plans. I saw the billboards. I saw the landscapes. I saw what the community liaison meeting notes had stated on Tuesday, March 5th, 2019. In the attendance was Maureen Hollian from the Housing Committee, who agreed that Phase 3 of Thistledown Shelter, which was 7 to 9 Wardlaw Crescent, zoned for created to be green space. And yet nothing happened. City plans pivoted and the community was left in the dark. In 2020, a 10-year housing plan was created, but again, there was no real output, and the communities were left out of the dark. October 2023, when Plan Sunny resurfaced, everything moved at lightning speed. March 2025 brings us to today. A zoning sign appeared on the lawn at 7 and 9 Wardlaw Crescent for the zoning amendment, where we were anxiously waiting to see what our green space was going to be looked at. And we were shocked to see a building that was going to be plopped into this tiny little neighborhood on these 2 little plots. We were not really notified. Some flyer was delivered to a few nearby homes just 4 days before the virtual meeting, leaving the community with little chance to respond. By the time the second in-person meeting had begun, many of us had learned about the development just the day before. So today we're here for the zoning amendment discussion. But let's be honest, we found documentations that already have been discussed that this is going to be a building. We found the name of the construction company that was awarded the contract. We found the construction timelines that are start dates and end dates. We know who the service providers who will be running the affordable homes building, and yet nothing was ever discussed with the residents who live here, who contribute to the community every single day, who drive those streets, who see the children in the streets, who walk their dogs along those streets. To me, this is not democracy. This is a meaningful consultation and engaging with the residents who are left in the shadows. So let me be clear, I'm not against affordable housing. I know there is a housing crisis. I know people are struggling. Trust me, I'm struggling too. But what I really would like to understand in the process that has not been ignored by those people is that who really funded this? It is the taxpayers who's funded this. So the money that's being spent here, and I should mention our taxpayer money, $27 million for the construction and over $72 million in the tax exemptions that will be given to Wardlaw Crescent, which is based on the progress of building home supported house released January the 9th, 2025 on page 9, specifically says that they will be tax exempt. So I would like to use that money to invest in our schools, our programs, our safer streets, our mental health, our families, and build a home. Build homes for families. I'm not asking for a 51 unit of single unit dwellings. Build them family homes, families that can be
Hey,
here.
I have to remind you that the
It's a 50
category of people who live
I
here,
didn't say-
families, whatever, that is not what we decide here.
Okay.
Okay? And it's
It's a
also
zoning.
very clear in law that in a zoning discussion, you can't say it can't be single people, it can't be refugees,
I didn't say that.
or that it has to be families.
Okay.
Can't do that, all right?
So I'm asking today to stop the development,
And,
come
and
back to the
and
table.
at that, you're at time, okay?
That was my last sentence.
All right. Are there any questions? Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. So I read about the promise of the park. And in the original discussions, when the first affordable housing project was built, was it part of the deal that the property adjacent to that would be turned into some sort of community park? Because from what I read in the report, staff explored it and they decided not to go ahead with the park because there was not a need for park in that community, if I recall. So can you just explain what happened?
So from my personal experience, like I said, when the Consolata Mission was purchased, the two homes were owned by the Consolata. So they were purchased together as one unit together.
Yep.
When they did do the deal, they were saying that the shelter that was built for the Consolata that turned into the Salvation Army shelter, the two homes behind it would be turned into green space to integrate the shelter and the community together to be as one. That was explained to us at the town home when we went to see it. There was visible billboards all over the place. My other friend here, she can contest that the same thing was seen, and we were expecting that to happen.
And when the city decided not to go ahead with the park, was there any consultations on that?
No.
No.
I did not see any consultation about not going ahead.
So would it be fair to say that there was a certain trust that was violated in that you trusted the process? This was the deal, whether you wanted the housing or not, I'm not commenting on that, but a promise was made, but it was not kept, and when it was not kept, there was no explanation given, which makes you very hesitant to believe the promises that are being made today.
Correct.
Thank you.
Hi, I have a couple questions to follow up on that. So I understand there have been various iterations of this project. There was the 2018 iteration, which was for a shelter for families, and there was going to be a park as part of that. And then
No.
So I actually have the records for this?
The 2018 was the Consolata shelter being set up for the Salvation Army for seniors' homes.
So that's the 2019.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure we all understand each other. In 2018, there was an original proposal to consider putting a shelter for families in. And as part of that, there was a consideration of whether there would be play space for children moving in there. Then it was decided not to put families in. I don't know why, it was all a long time ago. And then in 2019, there was a decision to put seniors in. In the 2019 decision, did any member of Toronto City Council put in a document anywhere that that adjacent property would be green space?
So I know in the Tuesday, March 5th, 2019,
Yep.
it was in the document that said Phase 3 of the Sisseltown Shelter, which is the one you're speaking of,
Yep.
where 7 to 9 Wardlaw Crescent was zoned to be created green space.
Okay. Now, is that a City of Toronto document or is that from the
They're the meeting
Salvation
notes.
Army?
It's the meeting notes of the
It's the
community.
meeting notes.
Community
Okay.
liaison meeting
Right.
notes.
So.
But there was
I-
a
it just-
representative
yeah.
there.
And in meeting notes, and we've been going through because we're very concerned we didn't, we don't want to have made a promise we're not keeping. Meeting notes record so-and-so suggested this, so-and-so suggested that. My understanding is the meeting notes, which were not published by the city, but rather a third-party facilitator, said there were requests for a green space adjacent. Is that correct?
I don't know if it says requests, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Reading what I saw on the Tuesday, March 5th meeting notes.
In the meeting notes. So,
And then there is a declaration form if that is on Toronto documentation that mentions green space for this.
yeah, I know that in our staff reports, we will often list, people ask for this, people ask for that, people ask for another thing. What I've been unable to find, and I'm asking if you have it, because it would be of real value to me, is any document from the City of Toronto after 2018 that says there will be green space on this property and that it will be a park. Do you have any document that from the City of Toronto that says that?
Such at
Okay.
this time.
Thank you.
But
I
doesn't mean
appreciate
they're
it.
not
I
gonna keep
really need
looking.
to know this, and I've heard differing claims. I've been unable to find anything from the City of Toronto that says that that will be a park, and I'm just asking if anyone has it, I'd love to see it. Okay? Thank you. Are there any other questions? Councillor Crescent? Oh, sorry, I had Councillor Matlow next. Councillor Matlow.
Yeah, just in fairness, I know that you were asked a number of questions about documentation, but am I hearing you correctly that even apart from the zoning discussion that we're having today, that you were left with, and you believe that many of your neighbors were left with the impression that a new park was promised to you? And regardless of what happens today, do you think it's fair to say that if there is a committee being formed to discuss priorities to your neighborhood, which should happen regardless, when it comes to safety, quality of life, social services, infrastructure, and parks, that green space should be on the table?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Crescent. Sorry, I keep getting it mixed up. I'm trying to do too many things at once.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Sandra, for your presentation, for being here today. And just a question, were you part of the CLC for the Consulado Missionaries as that evolved in 2019? I wasn't here then, so I wanted to know, were you actually one of the members of the CLC at that time?
I wasn't a member, but I knew of the committee.
Okay. So I'm just wondering, and I heard about this park just recently, obviously, because I guess that's when it evolved. You answered Councillor Perk's questions about there's no documentation that you're aware of. However, was there a any further discussion about that? Anybody with with the local councillor's office or anybody at the city with respect to moving forward with that green space?
Well, I think if we think of history and looking back of the timeline of this, COVID plays such a big part in all of this decision.
That's right, shut everything down.
Everything got shut down, and I think a lot got missed, and a lot was put aside. So now we're forwarding to 2025, almost 5 years after COVID, and now we have a housing crisis. I'm not saying there is not a housing crisis. I agree there's a housing crisis. I'm just saying that the zoning of this property per se for a building of the stature that's being put on it, I would like the zoning to be relooked at.
No. Okay, thank you, Sandra. Good, Chair, thank you.
Very much. Is that all the questions? Thank you so much for coming and making your deputation today. It's very much appreciated. Paulo Calea? Hi, Paulo. Welcome. You got 5 minutes. You can start when you're ready.
I start now, thank you. So good morning, everyone, council members. My name is Paolo, and I'm here to express my immense support for the zoning amendment of 7 to 9 Wardlaw Crescent and for the supportive housing development that is planned for the site. Can everyone hear me okay? Yeah? Okay, perfect. So I live in Thistledown, the neighborhood where this housing development is located. I've lived in this neighborhood my entire life with my family, and I could not be more supportive of this development. We all know that we're in a housing crisis. We need lots of homes to be built across this city, and we need them built fast. I've heard concerns that our ward of Etobicoke North is being unfairly burdened with supportive housing developments compared to other wards, but I don't really believe that to be true. I'm sure you know, as you guys are part of it, part of the planning, that through the Housing TO plan, the city has been involved in the creation of 25 affordable housing developments in 13 wards across the city since 2020, and I'm very impressed with that. I hope that is increasing. And I'm very happy that my ward, and more specifically my community, my neighborhood, is playing a part in combating the housing crisis and working to support the many Torontonians that are struggling to afford a place to live in this increasingly unaffordable city. I have also heard some concerns about crime in relation to the neighborhood. However, never have I or anyone in my family ever felt unsafe in the neighborhood, and even just looking at the publicly available data from the Toronto Police Services, I haven't seen any significant increase in crime in the neighborhood over the last 10 years. But more importantly, we know that providing housing reduces crime, not increases it. So I'm very supportive, again, of this housing development here. So I believe that this new development has the potential to be a net positive for the community. The area is an excellent choice for many reasons. There is a similar size building, it was just discussed, will be right next door to this. I don't feel like this building would be out of place. I think it's not going to be towering over any other houses. It's just about the same size as the buildings that are already there on the main street of Islington. The building will be located steps away from a main intersection served by multiple bus routes, and it's only a short walk from the hopefully soon to open Finch LRT. There are many local businesses in the area for residents to shop at, and its close proximity to a library, multiple community centers, other vital social services. So I think this location is a fantastic place. I commend the city for the work it's done to consult with the community. I believe that there's been full transparency from the start. Notices were sent to homes, including my own. Multiple meetings were available online and in person. All plans, reports, drawings, and considerations are publicly available on the city's website, and the city has even offered home visit services where a staff member will come to your house and explain to you personally everything that's being planned here, answer any questions that you have. And I didn't even know that that was something that we did here in the city until I was reading on the website. I was very impressed. I was very impressed by that. So, our current housing crisis requires quick and decisive actions, so I'm both proud and impressed with the city staff who have worked so diligently to put the plans into action while maintaining such a high level of community education, consultation, and transparency. I think gently increasing the density is essential to solving our housing crisis and addressing many other issues the City of Toronto has to deal with as our city grows. So this proposed rezoning is a fantastic step in the right direction for our city. While I have you, I'd like to say, I would really like to urge you to take the opportunity to work towards improving the rezoning process citywide so that building essential housing such as this one on Wardlaw is easier and faster all across the city moving forward. So members of the Housing Committee, I urge you in the strongest terms to approve this zoning bylaw amendment. This housing development is a much needed investment in the future of our city, the future of our neighborhood, and in all the people who call this place home, both old and new. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you so much for your presentation today. Next, I have Sujiva Mahendran. Hi, Hi, Sujiva. Welcome.
So just bear with us, we just have a slide as well. Hey, good morning. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. So my name is Handren. I've been in the Barcon Drive for 15 years. And I wanted to, when I moved into the neighborhood, it was very quiet and calm. But I wanted to bring and share with you all some of the realities of, again, why we are here about zoning infrastructure, reasonings that I'll want to bring it to your attention today. So to start off, I would like to let you know, you'll see shortly on a slide of why we're bringing this to your attention, to bring reality of what we face in the neighborhood. So first off, I'd like to bring out the Thistledown Street Plan. So the City of Toronto has acknowledged that these issues have included in our neighborhood, and not as a gesture of token, but the recognition that urgent problems we face: inadequate infrastructure, growing populations, demands, limited accessibility, and the socioeconomic challenges. So this is a clear that some system is not working in that neighborhood. The next slides you will see the aerial view of the neighborhood. This shows the residential areas are closely packed around the major streets, making it even more critical for us to address the traffic safety issues. The next image you'll see with the entrance to Islington to Wardlaw. So we'll be bringing in a lot of live images to you, not live, but done images that our neighborhood is facing now immediately. And we're just saying adding 51 units and more pedestrians to that neighborhood, it just may not be safe. So this slide will show you clearly of 3 different years: 2018 with cars on the park towards rarely, 2021 and 2025 where congestion starts to build up. Next, you'll see an actual congestion on Wardlaw coming onto Islington. As you can see, 2 vehicles that are going opposite of each other trying to get past through. And as the 51 unit of a new building coming up that's assuring cyclists, I just can't imagine how a cyclist would be able to get to their destination safely with already that being a narrow street. Next, we'll go into viewing the entrance of Islington and Barquin. So the entrance area, this is one of the other entrances through that small pocket of our neighborhood. And as you can see, more vehicles try to navigate through this. And there's limited space left for pedestrians and cyclists. This results in a dangerous environment for anyone trying to move around safely. Next image you'll see in the same pocket, trucks and cars that are parking along the sides, which makes it difficult for vehicles turning left onto Barquin from the main street. The trucks obstructs the view of the oncoming car that's turning from Barquin, as you can see in the image there. Continuing on to Barquin and Islington view, this kind of also wraps up a very clear image of how highlights the unsafe of the intersection and adding 51 cyclists and 51 individuals around that neighborhood, again, to say there's traffic. The black vehicle, as you can see, is trying to come onto Islington Drive and constant flow of traffic coming from south of Islington. As the additional oncoming traffic from Albion. It also becomes a high-risk situation. The driver may struggle and safely navigate the turn, but increasing the chance of either being struck or unintentionally hitting a cyclist. The question is, where should the driver's attention go to? The ongoing traffic or the increased number of cyclists that we'll have with this 51 individuals are added on? The next slide, you can see also, again, the question is how it would be in such a busy intersection and a pocket where we can add more cyclists. The next slide shows about accidents at Islington and Albion. These highlight the 3 reported incidences, one showing 4 serious injuries, the next with a motorcyclist, a life-threatening condition, and the other one that captures or talks about the SUV that flipped on site. Again, just leading it to another reason why that intersection is already bottled and congested. Taking to the next traffic and accident stats, according to the recent data, the number of hit and run accidents have increased to 20%. The injuries, secondaries, and to accidents have gone up 38%. The stats show the safety issues are rising and not just as concerns, but these are becoming more dangerous and affecting the well-being of our community. Next, you'll see the traffic congestion during rush hours. As you can see, the red and light also just highlight that intersection pocket is very busy. Continuing on the volume of the business areas in that neighborhood, right again, just a few meters away,
While it's great that we have a vibrant local economy, it also contributes to the traffic congestion, especially during peak hours. The rise of the traffic volume intensified the safety concerns that we are already dealing with. Next, you'll see images of our community infrastructure issues. Finally, the slide highlights some of the infrastructure issues we're dealing with: poor lighting, inadequate crosswalks, and the lack of bike lanes. These are just few things that need attention in our community to be safer and more accessible. To conclude, the evidence presented through these slides speak for itself. Thistledown-Beaumont is facing a critical need of immediate infrastructure upgrades. So we're not, as some of the other deputants have mentioned, we're not against the affordable housings. We understand the need of the housing crisis in the neighborhood, or in Toronto, but we're just saying within this neighborhood, we're already crowded.
Okay,
So with
I'm
that,
gonna have to
thank
stop you there.
everyone.
You're over your time. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Nunziata.
Just one question. So would you be willing to work with your city councilor to talk about traffic and do a traffic study in the area? Because I don't think traffic has anything to do with this development.
So the reason why we're addressing the traffic issues is, as we are talking about zoning, we need to be considerate if we're bringing 51 individuals into the neighborhood. We're already facing, this is just to highlight in that small intersection pocket, that we're already facing the congestion. So yes, we'll be willing to make that changes and make that neighborhood safe, but we're just, again, highlighting the fact that bringing in more individuals to that neighborhood isn't really helping with the traffic and the situation that we're currently experiencing.
Well, there are some areas that we have towers going up 40 or 50 stories, and...
But I'm referring back to the Wardlaw and Islington as we requested.
Thank you.
Good, thank you. Councillor Myers.
Thank you. I had a similar question to my colleague. I'm not seeing the connection between 51 pedestrians and traffic, because from my understanding, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, the proposal has no parking, which means the residents will likely be taking bikes, walking, using public transit, so they won't be adding to the area congestion problems.
Sorry, so just to, thank you, you're correct. We did ask that question about cars, and we are aware they're not going to be driving. But also keep in mind, if these are 51 individuals, again, we're not going to go into who are moving in, but people are going to find ways to commute. And commuting ways is not just TTC, not just walking, but there will be pickups. There will be Uber, they might call someone for Uber driving. There might be friends and families that might visit them. There will be construction sites that are companies that will be making deliveries, they'll park on that side. And again, main thing I wanted to highlight is a cyclist. We're saying 51, there's gonna be parking lots for cyclists that's specified in that 51 unit building. I'm highlighting the traffic issues because we're saying it's not an already safe neighborhood for our pedestrians to walk. I live right in that pocket, and it's unsafe for us to even get out to that plaza. If you live in that neighborhood, and this is why we wanted to bring the attention of what we're referring to as a street itself, again, not against the affordable housing that you're bringing, it's a great platform, but that pocket is already struggling. We're already feeling like, as again, one of the other deputants have mentioned, almost being hit. Does this have to come into the news? Do we have to have where one of our family members are injured for us to make this action, or ask the city to look into really what the infrastructure issue is in that neighborhood? It's a small pocket. Islington and Wardlaw and Islington and Albion are the two only exits for that area, right? So in that, I'm just asking everyone to really reconsider the neighborhood and look at what's been provided of what we're facing on a day-to-day in a reality.
So,
okay.
Thank you. In the slide that you put up, the Thistletown Complete Streets Plan, that plan includes bike safety, does it not, and pedestrian improvements?
Well, we're just addressing that. It's already been, and I don't see it. And as I said, with all that vehicles already, it's a two-way street with parking vehicles. I don't imagine that. Again, even having a cyclist, we hear about all the cyclist injuries already with having a separate bicycle lanes, do we not? Down the downtown core area where it's so busy. So all we're saying is reconsider. Really look at the neighborhoods, look at the streets, how narrow they are, and you really think that it's gonna be safe to add more 51 cyclists in that neighborhood where already cars are hitting? Again, as the report says, some accidents that in the neighborhood are not even being reported.
And given the population, the number of people, 51, that could occur naturally. Even if you don't build this, 51 people could just naturally move into that neighborhood.
Absolutely. Well, it will be people moving out, people moving in, right? We're just saying if you bring more individuals of 51, you're adding more congestion to the neighborhood.
We're not.
It can be regardless.
These are not drivers. The congestion is because of the existing population, people driving into the area.
It can, that's what I'm saying, we're already having, the like, not to say, I'm just proving, the slides were to prove that we're already facing with what the population we have in that neighborhood. By adding additional 51, we're just saying reconsider the locations of where you guys are putting this, because it's a small pocket, it's already crowded, we're already dealing with congestion. Living in that pocket, as I said, walking as a pedestrian or driving in and out of that neighborhood, it's already a nightmare, and it's already unsafe. Like, as some of the deputies said, it's unsafe for us pedestrians to even just walk to that plaza. If you do go there around peak hours, you'll see how many cars are trying to get out and into that same pocket.
One final question. If you have 51 pedestrians, are they not more likely to patronize the local businesses, thereby helping those businesses, rather than going to businesses that are not in the community because they have cars? So wouldn't that be a net positive for the businesses that are currently there?
So there may be, you may be right, they may come into, but again, I'm just questioning about it. What if they're not? What if they're doing Uber Eats? Wouldn't that bring more traffic in? If 50 out of 30% or high increase, as you can know now in the city, how many people do Uber Eats? I wouldn't. If I'm home lazy, I'm calling an Uber Eats. I'm not gonna be saying, hey, let me go out if I don't feel like that. So again, I just think for argument points, we can go back and forth to say if the 51, again, we're not opposing the fact that the city is thinking about affordable housing. We're just saying, look at the reality. We're bringing you real images of what we as pedestrians deal with on a day-to-day, and really just reconsider that the fact that we're saying adding 51 is not just those 51 individuals, but any other sources that they may use, whether it's taxis, whether it's Uber Eats, whether it's cyclists, whether any other vehicles that we'll be bringing in. We're just congesting a neighborhood that's already congested.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? No, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next deputy is Noreen Chaudhry from Wood Green Community Services. Noreen?
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chair, Councillor Gordon Perks, and the committee members. My name is Noreen Chaudhry, and I'm the Director of Community Engagement at Wood Green Community Services. Wood Green is one of Toronto's largest social services agency, providing a range of supports and programs to the city's vulnerable populations for 85 plus years. Wood Green is also the largest non-municipal provider of affordable housing with 55 plus years of experience, currently with 1,700 units across 35 sites. When working in the housing sector, it would be remiss of me not to mention the role of engaging the community and becoming a good neighbor, especially when a new project comes to an established neighborhood and where there may be a lot of questions. In that vein, I would like to use the example of a recent project to showcase how a successful and well-planned community engagement strategy can help build positive relationships with neighboring communities and shift skeptical perception through continuous awareness raising and providing consistent messaging. In 2022, Wood Green was selected as an operator of a new modular housing project at 540 Cedarvale Avenue in East York. Wood Green's community engagement team, where we would try to bring the community along the journey with us, designed a comprehensive multi-pronged engagement strategy to galvanize support for incoming residents with an aim to foster a sense of belonging for all. This building was going to provide permanent affordable housing to 59 precariously housed seniors. There was much support in the community. For example, local faith groups along with service providers assembled welcome baskets for all the tenants. We met with various stakeholders, including schools and community groups, to provide them with information and proactively address any concerns. We established communication channels, including launching a dedicated webpage and a regularly monitored email inbox. Although there was support in the community, we also knew that there were some voices that did not want the development coming to their neighborhood. Their sentiments were based on fear and anxiety about the potential negative impact of the tenant demographic on the neighborhood. Our team's approach to counter this sentiment was to fill the community with information about the need for affordable housing, Wood Green's experience in providing tailored wraparound supports for the incoming residents, and debunking myths around homelessness. We distributed flyers and went on multiple door-knocking expeditions in an effort to speak directly with individuals and introduce Wood Green's 55 years of housing experience and establishing a gold standard model at the new site. We distributed key contact pathways in case they had concerns to share. Our engagement efforts culminated in holding an open house for all community members and neighbors a week before the site became operational. The objective of this event was to demystify modular housing, raise awareness about the need to address Toronto's housing crisis by building rapid affordable housing units, such as the Cedar Vale House, and the positive impact it has on the lives of our tenants. Visitors had the opportunity to learn more about the Wood Green supportive housing model with a range of resources tailored to the needs of the residents. Visitors also had the opportunity to ask questions to Wood Green leadership directly and reported on how their perception changed after visiting the site. Many made welcome cards for the new residents, and some signed up to be part of an access and inclusion advisory committee that operated for a year after Cedar Vale House became operational, culminating in a community barbecue where neighbors and Cedar Vale residents enjoyed a meal side by side and danced together. Community members also heard directly from residents about the positive impact of living in stable housing in their lives. There have been other opportunities for community to engage with the residents, whether it is through an activity in the community garden established at Cedar Vale or through other volunteering opportunities. 2 years on, and we have not heard of an increase in any major concerns. This case study shows that a well-designed community engagement plan can lead to establishing a positive and trusting relationship in the neighboring community for what may initially be perceived as an unpopular project. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No, thank you so much for your deputation today.
Thank you.
Okay. Steve Doherty is next. Steve? Hi, Steve. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Steve Doherty. I'm the Executive Director at Youth Without Shelter. For almost 40 years, we have served the Rexdale community. During that time, we've enjoyed support from the city. Not only do we operate our facility at John Garland and Kipling, but we also, through the generosity of the city, were able to purchase and operate a 24-bed rooming house, offering affordable and deeply affordable rents for people at Bathurst and Ulster. We've also been very fortunate to have the strong support of Councillor Crescent over the years, multiple visits, and always supportive to everything that we have done. Each year, we serve hundreds of people by providing a safe place to live at our shelter facility. Full wraparound case management, which we've discussed before, is always the buzzword, but ours is truly wraparound. We offer in-house employment and housing services, follow-up and aftercare, mental health services, medical services, all in-house and more. Each year, we graduate young people from high school, college, and university. We have had graduates go on to become police officers, paramedics, nurses, PSWs, electricians, welders, other tradespeople, all while living under our roof. The biggest challenge we face is actually finding affordable places for our graduates to move into. Over our 4 decades of service, we have seen housing affordability worsen, and the current state, as all of you know, is at a crisis point for many Torontonians. Now, I haven't heard anything different in this room today, but I believe that we can all certainly agree. There's dire need for affordable housing, and we all recognize the need for supports for so many people who face challenges as they move forward in their lives. The Wardlaw project offers both. A safe, affordable place to live, in-house education and skills training, in-house health services, in-house counseling, in-house life skills training, as just a few services. The chance to achieve real and meaningful success. It is also staffed 24 hours a day, every day. We want to be good neighbors, and as part of this, we would like to be members of the Community Liaison Committee. We believe it's important. It is a place to discuss issues, and not prior to the opening of the building, but throughout the life of the building, so that small issues are dealt with effectively, and we recognize the needs of our neighbors, and we can build a healthy relationship. A true partnership with the community. Now, I've heard about concerns with the program. I welcome an open and honest dialogue. But the dialogue must be honest. Flyers and petitions claiming the project is a shelter are simply not true. I know, because I operate a shelter. And this is not a shelter. I have heard claims which play upon the fears of people. Fear for their own safety and the safety of their families, I understand. But once fear sets in, it can be difficult to have a rational and sensible discussion. By being open and honest, we can go back to a healthy and productive relationship, which is what we are hoping for, and I know that all of our neighbors would hope for the same. This project offers many benefits to so many individuals to make a better life. Simply put, it is the right thing to do, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputy? No, and thank you for the service. Oh, Councillor Crescent.
Steve, thank you for coming down and thank you for your presentation. I've been to your shelter there for the youth many, many times. You got a great facility. You do great work. So I remember after COVID that there were limitations on the bed. COVID, I think, did not allow you to open all those beds. And I believe we worked together to unlock the remainder of those beds. Was that accomplished?
That was accomplished, thank you. With your support, we were able to make sure that we were fully back to capacity.
Yeah, because the need was great and it likely still is.
Yes.
Okay. Has there ever been an incident, and I've lived in the community for more than 40 years, so I'm very familiar with that location, and I've never had any negative experience at all with respect to Youth Without Shelter that you're operating. Can you confirm that there's never been a serious incident or any incident to speak of within that shelter?
No, that's correct. In fact, many of our neighbors don't even know that we're a shelter until they start asking why the kids are out every Friday doing a community cleanup. They were asking when someone said we're a shelter, no one had any idea.
No.
In my 8 years, there has never been a serious incident.
No. All right, I just want to confirm that. Thanks so much, Steve. Appreciate you coming out.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Nunziata?
Did you mention that you have 24/7 services in your shelter?
Yes, we do.
You do, eh? So do you find that when, how long ago did you open the shelter?
We opened the shelter in 1986.
1986. So do you find that since you opened the shelter, that working with the community and being part of the community makes a big difference when, you know, the people that are in the shelter, that they're being welcomed into the community? Like, do you see a big difference when that happens and the community engages?
It really does. It makes a significant difference,
Yeah.
actually, Councillor. That's why we want to teach people about being good neighbors. Mm-hmm. And also the responsibility that goes along with maintaining those relationships.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Steve, and thank you for the work you do.
Appreciate that.
Next, I have Ayan Alishar. Ayan, welcome.
Hi, good morning, Chairman, members of the council, and the listeners.
Ayan, I'm going to ask you to move a little closer to the microphone.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman, members of council, and the listeners. My name is Ayan Alishar. I live in North Etobicoke. I'm a newcomer and I'm a student too. I work a part-time job. I came to Canada as a newcomer just over a year ago to find safety, education, and a better life. Today, I want to share my strong support for the rezoning of Wardlaw Crescent. When I arrived in Canada, I was excited to go to school, build future, but I quickly saw how hard it is to find a good and affordable place to live, especially for the newcomer and students like me. I live currently in a basement with other newcomer and students. We share a washroom and kitchen, which is crowded, stressful, and not good space to study or rest. That's why this project is so important. This development will give people like me to live in a safe, clean, and affordable place. It will also provide access to helpful service like job support, community program, and health care. This kind of supportive housing makes a big difference for students and newcomer and low-income residents. I also want to make something clear that this is not a shelter. This is a permanent, stable housing, whereby we as students or a newcomer also will be paying rent just like any other tenant. I'm not asking for a handout. I'm asking for a fair chance to live with dignity and opportunity. I lived, North Etobicoke is where I found my first home in Canada. It's a diverse, hardworking community, but we need more housing that fits our needs. This project will help us students and newcomers, and also it will support seniors to feel safe and supported and welcomed. I'm humbly asking Council to look into approving the rezoning, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No? Thank you so much for taking the time and coming and sharing that with us.
Thank you.
Deputant is Angela Jonas. Angela? Welcome, Angela.
Okay. So, good morning.
Good morning.
Loud enough. Councilors, staff, and community members, my name is Angela, and I'm here today not just as a resident of North Etobicoke, but as someone who has personally experienced the hardship of unstable housing, and who has dedicated this time to ensure that my voice is heard so that people in our community don't face the same struggle alone. There was a time in my life when I didn't know where I'd be sleeping next. I experienced what it feels like to live with uncertainty, to couch surf, to try to maintain dignity without a place to truly call home. That experience shaped my understanding of how critical, stable, affordable housing is, and not just for surviving, but for truly living. I sit on the Casino Woodbine Community Benefits Committee, where I advocate for equitable development and ensure that local residents benefit from the economic opportunities in the area. I believe that investing in our community, especially young people, is the key to a stronger future. And with that being said, we know that we're currently experiencing a housing crisis, as everyone has mentioned before me. Seniors are being displaced, and many young individuals face unsafe living conditions. So this proposed 51-unit supportive housing development at Wardlaw Crescent reflects exactly the kind of investment our community needs. It's not just a building, it's a foundation for healing, growth, and long-term success. This initiative is led by trusted community organizations, Youth Without Shelter, Medanta, Delta Family Resource Center, Albion Neighborhood Services, and Rexdale Women's Center. And these agencies are not just outside agencies. They're already agencies that are currently in our community, and they're working with youth and families and seniors that will benefit from this housing. So they are already doing this work, and this project will give them more space to do it with stability. So with bachelor units geared to income, 24/7 staff and on-site and wraparound support, and environmentally responsible construction to highlight, this development is exactly what our city needs more of. It will support individuals who are trying to rebuild their lives, people like I once was, and provide real pathways to stability. And I've heard concerns raised by some in the neighborhood, and I understand the fear of change. But I also know that supportive housing leads to safer, more connected communities, and it lowers the strain on emergency services. It reduces crime and gives people the tools to thrive. So this project isn't a risk, it's a solution. Toronto's housing crisis isn't going to solve itself. We need bold, compassionate action, and we need to say yes to projects that reflect diversity, strength, and resilience of our community. We need to remember that this crisis is personal. It affects our neighbors, our youth, and our elders, and sometimes ourselves. So I strongly urge City Council to approve the zoning amendment for this development and move this project forward. Let's lead with empathy, with evidence, with the vision of a more inclusive city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Myers.
No question, just a quick comment. Thank you for coming out and sharing your personal story. It means a lot to the committee. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, I'll pretend that was a question. Thank you very much. Oh, looks like a question to me. Sabrina Didamio. Hi, Sabrina. Hi.
Good morning or good afternoon. My name is Sabrina, and I'm not just a resident of Thistletown. I'm a lifelong educator, advocate, and community servant who's dedicated over 30 years to supporting marginalized youth, families, newcomers, and seniors in this very community. I chose to live here because I believe in the strength of diversity and the power of grassroots resilience. I didn't run from the challenges. I raised my family here, I volunteered here, and I fought for equity from within this very system. But I'm here to say that enough is enough. Our community cannot carry the weight of yet another high-density supported housing project on Wardlaw Crescent, north of Etobicoke. Let me tell you who I am and why I speak with urgency. I began my teaching career in the 90s, teaching French immersion and geography. But it was in the halls and back corners of the classroom where I saw youth struggling, not just with academics and graduation rates, but with absenteeism, trauma, poverty, anxiety, and a general sense of hopelessness. I transitioned into becoming a guidance counselor over 20 years ago because students were showing up at my classroom door looking for a caring adult to give value to their lived experiences, someone who could believe in them as they navigated the impossible. My approach has always been solutions-focused, with special attention on the intersectionality of issues, be it discrimination, systemic racism, economic disparity, food insecurity, or community violence. For over a decade, I've served young adults in alternative ed and had very few credits and even fewer opportunities. These were the students so many had given up on, but I never did. I held leadership roles in guidance, special education, student success, ESL, and co-op. I've also had the privilege of working with such strong community partners, including the ones here today. After years of working in some of our highest needs schools, I now find myself back in the Thistletown community as an educator, the community that first shaped my passion and my purpose. The proposed Wardlaw project is not what our community needs. We are saturated with such subsidized housing, shelters, and high needs facilities. You cannot keep concentrating.
Rena, I'm going to pause your time. I want to remind you, any argument that appeals to the type of person moving in will not be permitted here, okay? Will not be.
Noted, thank you.
Okay.
Into one neighborhood and expect different outcomes. As an educator, I've worked to foster connections between my students and city-run programs and agencies, including shelters and refugee hotels. But red tape in the form of policies, regulations, and institutional barriers has often shut us out. I've seen how these missed opportunities have led to deeper isolations within the community, both for the people inside and those who care to help. The Wardlaw proposal is not as compassionate as you might portray. This is Rexdale. This is North Etobicoke. We already have great needs that require immediate attention, as has been said. You need to dig deeper into the root causes instead of hastily securing cheaper land in already struggling neighborhoods and overlooking same vulnerable communities you're trying to serve. Please don't dismiss my concerns and label me a NIMBY person, as this couldn't be further from the truth. I fully supported the Islington Seniors Shelter, knowing full well that many people are just paychecks away from poverty and homelessness too. I also support the wraparound services that have great accessibility. I'm asking that you stop proposing unsustainable solutions on the same few fragile postal codes year after year. And in this case, it's the M9V postal code. Please don't focus solely on external goals or targets. I'm tired of checkboxes and percentages that try to tell a human story, but really support outcomes that look good on paper, while lived realities seem to remain unchanged or worse. We need a reprieve. We need to step back and reevaluate. I speak not only for myself, but the newcomers, refugees, seniors, students, blue-collar workers, essential workers, and all who have the time, who may not have the time, the platform, or the privilege to be here today. Their voices matter too. And today I hope mine can carry their truth. In closing, I urge this committee to consider not pursuing this proposal, and it is at its very minimum to amend it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Myers.
Thank you. So you obviously have a long history in the community of supporting vulnerable individuals. Is there anything in your mind that would be helpful to make this project a success if it were to go ahead that's missing?
I really value the work that our community organizations do, and I know exactly what YWS does. I really believe in them and a lot of these other organizations. So I would like to see some more supports for those seniors who seem to just be, they have to be outside the shelter during the day, and now they're just sort of walking around and sitting in the very small benches there. I feel terribly bad for them because they're just sitting there and with not much to do. And as you said, there's not much employment and so on, and it's really difficult, right? So why not give them something to support them? Be that a mix of green space, a mix of, libraries or whatever else. I'm very happy to help and volunteer anytime I could. I already do as best as I can. But that would be nice to support those we have already. I'm not saying no to resolving the housing crisis. I always try to take the bird's eye view. It's not in my backyard. I could be living somewhere else. I could be somewhere else. It doesn't necessarily have to be Thistletown. I would say the same thing in any ward, in any outside of Toronto. We don't really own anything, right? We're here, and one day we're here and one day we're not. So we need to realize the fragility of our humanity, but looking at it from a bigger picture, a bird's eye view, with real solutions, and not make such quick decisions where, as you see, as you've heard, there's great frustration and sort of, I hate to use the term bulldozing, but sort of going ahead like this. Well, we got the materials, and that doesn't appeal to a lot of people when we think of securing materials, and we may not get it because of that, right?
Thank you. So you heard the discussion on potentially creating some sort of community liaison group. Perhaps that group could be looking at, as you suggested, sort of the big picture. So not just integrating the residents that are coming, but integrating those residents that are already here.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Sandra, thank you so much for your presentation today. Next is Bill Sinclair. Hi, Bill.
Hello. Hi, and I have with me my colleague, Lisa Cameron.
Hi, Lisa.
Hi.
Hello, my name is Bill Sinclair, and I'm the CEO of the Neighborhood Group Community Services, or TNG for short. I live in Etobicoke, near the Ontario Food Terminal. TNG is a Toronto charity that runs a number of different services. Two of our biggest services are childcare and elder care. We run 11 licensed childcare centers with over 1,000 children every day. And we also do home care across the city, which is personal support workers, PSWs, who go to seniors' homes to help them to get dressed, to bathe, to take their medication, and so forth. And we go to hundreds of homes every day. And 1 in 20 PSW visits in the city of Toronto are our PSWs. We also support people who are homeless, living in shelters, attending drop-ins, and we provide affordable housing. We have 9 affordable housing buildings with 428 units. And it's because of this work, we know that the need for affordable housing is desperate, and we strongly encourage the city to approve all permissions to build this new rental housing as quickly as possible. Shelters are full, people are waiting for years for the opportunity to get housing, and frankly, people are dying waiting for a home. But also because of our work, we know that city housing like this can be successful. And I'll give you an example. One of our 9 housing buildings is just like this proposed one on Wardlaw. It's on Dovercourt Avenue, Dovercourt and Dundas. It's 49 units. It's about the same size and shape as the building we're talking about. It's built on city land, it's built by the city, and they asked us to operate it as housing with 24-hour staffing and supports. This part of Dovercourt, the other thing that's similar is that this part of Dovercourt is mainly residential. Other than a school and a police station, it's all houses. And so in fact, we're the only low-rise multi-unit rental building on that stretch of the street. It's surrounded by 2- and 3-story semi-detached houses. So when we opened this, the neighbors were also concerned about our building. And what is it going to do to the character of the street? And I have to say that the city did a beautiful job. The building is beautiful, it's well maintained, it fits the scale and style of the street, and we have great safety measures. There are staff 24/7, the entrance is controlled like most rental buildings. Visitors need to buzz in. We have green space, and the green space is surrounded by a privacy and safety fence. We have video cameras around the property, and of course there is a police station nearby. So we have a great relationship with our local police, and so my main reason for coming today was to let you know that this can be successful and can be well integrated into a neighborhood. And we invite the city councillor and any of the neighbors who have concerns, because it's hard when it's just a drawing on paper. Come and visit our Dovercourt site. We can arrange a tour and you could see how the building fits into the neighborhood, and maybe we can answer some of your questions. The tenants of the building mainly came from shelters like the Salvation Army shelter near this project. The average age is a little bit older than the population average, and about a quarter of the units are wheelchair accessible. So there are more people in wheelchairs than you would expect. The city had no trouble finding 49 tenants who didn't have cars, and in fact, most of them don't even have driver's licenses. They use public transit or wheel-trans, because again, a high proportion are in wheelchairs. Most of the tenants do have chronic health conditions, and we make sure they have a family doctor and that they're under doctor's care. But once they live there, they take great pride in their homes, in our building, and in the local street. They are good neighbors. The city picks operators that want to work in neighborhoods. As I say, we run childcare centers and other things. We're not afraid to talk to our neighbors. And I know that we had many neighbors who were unhappy when the Dovercourt site was announced. They had questions or concerns. We met with them to discuss their concerns. We toured the site before construction, after construction, and before move-in, after move-in. We had a great big open house, and many of the neighbors who were concerned became fans. They became friends, and they became volunteers. And in fact, they were so taken by the project. Again, most of the tenants came to us from shelters with just a tiny suitcase. And even though the units were furnished, they're kind of bare. So the tenants, the neighbors helped us to organize a food drive and a housewares drive, dishes and clothing and welcome packages, and it filled up our small tenant lounge. So several of them also garden and help us with our vegetable garden and our flower garden. There's lots of opportunity to be involved.
I'm going to stop you there, Bill.
And we have an
And
annual
stopping on
barbecue.
gardening, I think, is a good thing.
Yeah.
Are there any questions for the deputant? Seeing none. Bill, I walk by your spot twice a day. My streetcar stop is right there, and it's a beautiful and well-run operation. Thank you.
Thanks.
There you go.
There you go.
The speaker's in the room, right? Okay.
Thanks.
Thando Kufi.
Thank you. The name is Thando Kupe. This is the first time I'm doing this, so if I am out of line in my speech, please feel free to tell me. Okay, my name is Thando, and I'm a recent immigrant to Canada, having been here less than a year. I am part of the community of people who would love to benefit from the approval of the proposed housing for low-income individuals. Despite my vast experience working overseas as a new immigrant in Canada, I find myself starting off at an entry-level job just to keep my head above water. Does that mean I do not deserve to have a place to call home after a day of hard work? Shelters are temporary safety nets to accommodate fellow human beings who find themselves on the verge of homelessness. What we are proposing is not a shelter. it is not a temporal, but rather an affordable, sustainable option that gives a person a chance to have a home. In their Instagram post, the ACNIC Association said they are not anti-housing, but they are anti-overburdened and under-resourced. I think we are actually on the same page. The proposed housing initiative is not about burdening the community. Instead, the approval will address the housing crisis. Sorry, I'm just losing my train of thought here. Because I had a whole thing written down, but I ended up getting some thoughts with some of the things which came up. There was a question which you said we're not here about the issue of the 51. Perhaps it will give people some more understanding if they understood that I'm most likely to benefit from being part of those 51 as a new immigrant in the country. Affordable housing, rent geared to income are not just rhetoric, but a possibility at a real chance to better ourselves and our communities in our lifetime. We have had some of the speakers here feeling that affordable housing is increasing crime. This is not a fact. As studies show, there is no link between affordable housing and crime. In fact, well-planned housing can stabilize communities. Canada's food price report in 2025 forecasts a food price increase of 3% to 5% this year. At the same time, the average household income in the city of Toronto is $84,000, while the income needed to afford the average rent for a one-bedroom unit is nearly $99,200. This isn't just a low-income issue. This isn't about shelters. This is about the growing gap between the cost of living and what everyday people earn. Seniors, young adults, essential workers, single parents, and us newcomers. Stable, affordable housing is not a luxury, it's a necessity. Approval of rezoning so that this project can be built is one of the only steps we are taking to close the gap before it gets even wider. So I implore those with the power to approve this project to do so that they can give a chance to people like me who are low-income earners and cannot afford the current rent prices we are experiencing. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay. Seeing none, thank you so much. Folks, I just want to make you aware that we break at 12:30 for an hour for lunch, and we've got another 7 or 8 deputants, so it's likely that we're not going to get this done until after our lunch break, okay? The next deputant I have is Sergio Guerra. Hi, Sergio.
How you guys doing?
Very well. How are you today?
Good, thank you. I'll just start by saying, I volunteer with some seniors in a seniors group. And from my experience, all they want to do is sit around, do nothing, and talk. And they seem very happy with that. So my name is Sergio. It's the dream. My name is Sergio. I've worked as a coordinator for the largest partnership in settlement agencies in Rexdale and North Etobicoke area out of the Delta Family Resource Center for the past 4 years. I'm here in support of this rezoning in order to support long-term solutions for housing that are co-designed, co-managed, and reflect the diversity of the community. As a worker in settlement, we've seen the lack of affordable housing and how it has aggravated the settlement sector's goals of creating a welcoming community, a problem that disproportionately affects racialized and Black newcomers looking to build a dignified life. We've dealt with cases of newcomers staying in hotels where no supports are available, being taken advantage of, men being extorted for their earnings, women being asked in favors in exchange for a few more days in a situation with no clear exit. Things like this has led to undue pressures on our services, leaving frontline workers and community members working in a state of perpetual crisis. If Rexdale displays radical generosity, it is because there is no lack of opportunities to fill the gaps where the system has failed. In 2021, a Scotiabank report on housing stated the critical need for affordable and diverse housing options. It stated this crisis has a direct impact on essential workers like myself, who increasingly cannot afford to live in the neighborhoods which we serve. Again, stable and affordable housing is not a luxury, but a necessity. The study recommended collaborative solutions like the coalition of organizations you see here today. This coalition is an example of the ingenuity of collaborative solutions that reflect the diversity of the community. It is the definition of what a strong neighborhood, what a Toronto strong neighborhood is. I know there's often concerns that bringing affordable or geared to income housing into neighborhoods like Rexdale might lower property values or change the character of the community. But these concerns are not backed by evidence and they don't reflect the real story of Rexdale. Supporting housing doesn't cause garbage, crime, or speeding. These are pre-existing issues. Research shows that when neighborhoods are invested in through safe housing, social support, and stability, we see improvements in the community, in the community's well-being and not the decline. Dirty parks and traffic are a result of chronic underinvestment, not supportive housing. Blaming unhoused and low-income residents for these issues is inaccurate and unfair. The Wellesley Institute's 2020 report on precarious housing in Canada shows that opposition to affordable housing is often driven by misinformation of fear and not facts. In reality, well-designed and well-managed affordable housing like the Wardlaw proposal has been proven time and time again to blend into neighborhoods without harming property values or safety. Rexdale already reflects some of the best that Toronto has to offer. It's hardworking, multicultural, and rooted in community resilience. But it also is the front lines of a housing crisis. Families are being priced out of their own neighborhoods. Young people raised here are being forced out. And if we don't act with urgency and flexibility by approving this rezoning, we will contribute to the erosion of the very fabric of Rexdale, its diversity, workforce, and community values of generosity. This project isn't about bringing something new and disruptive. It's about keeping what's already there. It's about setting the example for other neighborhoods of how projects like this are viable solutions to a multitude of issues affecting our communities and creating action that matches our principles as a city. The fact that there's a coalition of organizations providing wraparound services not only enhances accountability of the project, but also its ability to respond to some of the community's concerns that we've heard here today, not to dismiss them. Let's be clear, there's no evidence that building more inclusive housing harms the neighborhood. It is one of the best ways to strengthen and stabilize it for this generation and the generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputy? Seeing none, thank you so much for sharing that with us today. The next deputy I have listed is Viola Rowana. Hi, Viola.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Viola Rowana. One second here. I am a resident of North Etobicoke who once was a newcomer. I am a single mother of two who lived in a low-income housing for 3 years and have been living in North Etobicoke for over 50 years. I own a condominium and I am a volunteer in the community. I have talked to many people who want opportunity to be better their lives. I understand both sides of the coin. I am here to advocate for low-income housing in North Etobicoke. I remember it so well. I tell my story to my grandchildren, having little money, no job, no place to live, and raising 2 children on my own. I attempted suicide twice. Low-income housing gave me an opportunity to fulfill my dream. I got an education, put food on my table, and was able to buy my own house. The systemic issues that people face is increasing, forcing people to seek temporary solutions like shelters, affordable housing, changes this equation. Who can afford a rent at $2,400 for a 1-bedroom apartment when you're earning minimum wage? Giving an opportunity to low individuals' income will give them a fighting chance to have a place to call home. Both my children went to university, raising a family. I am one of those many people given the opportunity living in affordable housing. I was able to educate myself and find a job after retirement, living in my home. Everyone, let's wrap our arms for low-income housing for newcomers and longtime residents of Toronto. Living in encampment shelters, please give them a chance to change their circumstances, a home to cook a hot meal. Rent is so high, food prices are going up. I am a living example. Thanks for listening to my story. Affordable housing is needed to make dreams happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. I think we have time for one more before lunch. Kizito Masu Bimana?
Thank you so much.
Hi, Kizito, welcome.
I appreciate it, and thank you to the chair and the Housing and Planning Committee. I really wanted to be here. So my name is Kizito Msaiman. I'm the founder and executive director of the Rwandan Canadian Healing Center. And I'm also the acting chair of the African Canadian Collective. And I'm here because obviously we all know that we need housing. I know that the city's bold plan is to have 65,000 units in the next, 6 years? So we have 6 years left. Which, for those of you who know, that will require us to have at least, 300 units in general in order to get affordable housing, 65,000 units. And in order to do that, we need land. Unless we can build in sky, we need to build where the land is. And so I want to kind of go back a little bit because for me, as a Rwandan Canadian, many of you might know this is a week of commemoration where many of us who lived through the genocide against the Tutsis in 1994 get to commemorate those we lost. We lost about 1 million people. I personally was 11 years old. And some of the things that I hear, not the same, but kind of similar, in terms of adulting people on when we talk about what the people could be, might be, that we don't even know, scares me. When I was 11 years old, we thought of, or the media called one group of people cockroaches, enemies of the country, people who were from the same country, who got kicked out of the country. And we assumed they were not humans. And many people believe that. The genocide happened, it was the neighbors killing neighbors because they were told that somebody was an enemy and not human. I'm not saying this is what I'm hearing here.
Can I ask you to speak to the housing proposal in front of us, please?
So the reason why I'm going back to that is because I just want us to remember to be neighborly. I think if we are going to get those 65,000 units and we really want to do it together as a community, then we need to look at every opportunity to build and take that opportunity. This is about affordable housing. I've been doing work around affordable housing since 2021. My organization is actually implementing an affordable housing called the African Canadian Affordable Housing Village model, which is now an initiative that we're looking to implement, likely in the GTA. And what I've learned about this is that every inch in the city matters. And if we're going to talk about affordable housing, let's not confuse it with shelter. Let's not confuse it with these other things that I'm seeing where people are talking about traffic lights and all that stuff. I know that there is definitely a need for the government, for the city and other levels of government to step in and address these other issues in these communities. But affordable housing is not gonna cause more of that. If it's already there, there is a different reason why it's there. And we need to think about that. But in terms of this particular motion, I support it. I thank the city for having moved this, and I thank the city for the bold action around affordable housing. And so when we talk about providing affordable units, I think this is what I wanted to end on. If I can pay less for my rent, that means I get enough money to buy coffee. That means I get enough money to buy a pizza. That means whenever I'm walking home, I actually get to contribute to the neighborhood. So I don't know why this is even a question. Obviously, I know that I do believe that you're gonna pass this motion, you're gonna approve this planning item in front of us. But beyond that, I think what I wanna speak to, which is why I went back to where I went, is as Torontonians, to really remember to be neighborly. And being neighborly is to remember that not all of us are privileged, which means even if I don't like something that's coming to me, let's find a way to bring everybody together, to uplift everybody, not just thinking about ourselves, but think about everybody. Because we don't move forward as a city if we only think about my family and who I take care of in my own rooftop. So that's what I wanted to share, and I want to thank you, and I really am in support of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we'll recess until 1:30. the room settle down a little bit. Councillor Crescent, we're about to start again. Okay, so I'm calling the meeting back to order, and I have to do a sad thing. This is the last meeting of the Planning and Housing Committee that Abby Bond will be attending as a member of the Toronto Public Service. And I had a few things I wanted to say, but before I do, Mr. Deputy City Manager, if you please.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. And Abby, I just wanted to start off by saying that you're measured in so many different ways for what you've contributed to the city. 5 years in accomplishing so much. And certainly, you know, the numbers are incredible as far as not only what you've led as far as what we've done from an affordable housing perspective, the size of the team, the importance of the work that's being done. But the piece that I'd like to really kind of focus on is who you've developed around you as a team and how they're going to continue the great work that you've started. And I just want to say thank you sincerely for all your hard work. And I wish you the absolute best out in BC. They're very lucky to have you.
I get to say some stuff too. So the first time Abby Bond and I met, we had a disagreement. I still think I'm right, but that would be probably the only time that I've ever had a disagreement with Abby Bond and been right. She always is right. It's been wonderful working with you, Abby. The thing that's remarkable, and it's remarkable across many people in the Toronto Public Service, is how you work both to change the big picture, but also to touch lives. We've done work in my community with people whose names we know, who 5 years ago were living in very vulnerable circumstances on the street and are now securely housed and well supported. And these are people we know, and some of them now are friends. And it's just an amazing thing that you and the team you put together have done, that you can see big pictures, but also individuals. And speaking of the big picture, I have to be careful because there's an election on. 5 years ago, no one would have believed that the conversation in Toronto and right across the country would be that governments need to get back into the business of housing people directly. And now it is. And that's a conversation that would not have happened without your contribution. So not just changing the lives of people whose names we know, but changing every community in the country. And it's just remarkable. The other thing that I wanted to say is I can never figure out whether you have a giant heart or a giant brain. You seem to just have both. The level of detailed knowledge you have around housing, around supporting individuals in need, it's astonishing to me. And the ability to think through complicated public policy issues 5 or 10 times faster than City Council can is remarkable. Well, maybe not. But also to just approach it with human lives at the center of all of that work. I've learned a lot from you about both having a good heart and a good mind, and whoever gets you is very, very lucky, and I'm going to find them and I'm going to punish them for taking you away. Did anyone else want to say anything? Josh.
I want to repeat something that I said directly to Abby just moments ago, but I want her colleagues to hear this too, and her many friends here. I am so grateful for your professionalism, your dignity, your empathy, and your strength and ability to persevere some of the worst and difficult conversations we have in our city. You've managed each and every one of them with grace, maybe a drink at the end of the day, but you've done it very well. And I concur with what the chair said, that, our conversation, not about whether or not we should be ensure that people are housed, no matter who they are, but how we're going to, and how quickly can we do it to make sure that nobody is left behind, is a tribute to your legacy here and to your acumen and just the wonderful way that you've done it. We're very grateful to you. And therefore, I have a motion that I've been working on with my committee member colleagues that actually restricts you from leaving Toronto. All of your best set plans now have to be rearranged. And I appreciate and congratulate you for renewing your contract for the next 20 years with the City of Toronto. Thank you, Abby, for your service.
Well, thank you, Chair, and thank you, members of the committee, friends and colleagues who are here today. I have to say the last 24 hours has been somewhat overwhelming for me, but I am really grateful for all of the kind words that everyone has shared about the time that I've spent at the City of Toronto and how apparently I will be missed. So I do really appreciate that. I would like to say I've been listening this morning actually to the deliberations and the deputations from members of the public. And I'm reminded of many conversations that we've had with community about the need for affordable housing, where it goes in our city and how we do it. And I'm just really proud to have been able to be part of that over the last 5 years and to see the journey that this community, this city, and this council have been on. And you are now really poised to actually be successful and meet the goals that you set back in 2019 around housing. And that is truly remarkable because there have been many times along that road when I wasn't sure that we would do it. There were so many obstacles around funding and challenges with building. And despite the environment we find ourselves in to build and the economics of that, I really truly believe that you will get to that 65,000 target within that time frame. You just need to keep going. You're doing all the right things and you just need to keep going and have faith that you're doing the right things in the right way. And I will be cheering you on for sure. So thank you.
Okay. We left during the consideration of PH 20.1, which is the 7 to 9 Wardlaw Crescent item. We have a number of deputants left. Natalie Alire du Tosignat. I must have got that wrong, right? I'm sorry. Natalie, please share your thoughts with us. You got 5 minutes.
I'll be the first person here to say that I am not a resident of the discussed area, but I am here to speak in support of social housing as an advocate, as someone who has witnessed it firsthand and how it has improved her community, but also as someone who actually grew up in it, and it was a way for my family to get out of poverty. So I live in Ward 13 on Isabella Street, and my direct neighbors are Casey House, which has a safety consumption site, Fife House, which helps to find temporary housing for marginalized, vulnerable people, and also a homeless shelter, a hotel turned homeless shelter during the COVID pandemic. I have lived in my area for over a decade. I lived before some of these services came, and I saw them arrive, and I continue to be there while they operate. Before some of these services opened, people trespassed regularly into my apartment building seeking warmth during winter or a safe place indoors for drug use. And as a result, there was a lot of broken glass doors. It was kind of normal in my building. People were sleeping, urinating, defecating at our stairwells at least twice a week. Drug paraphernalia just littered the property. And someone even died in my building from an overdose, and somebody else almost died from hypothermia. Residents in my building were obviously very concerned for safety and health reasons. What I want to say, though, is that once social services and more affordable housing became available in the area, I think you can kind of guess what happened. There were less break-ins, there was less vandalism, there was less drug use in the building, litter that's related to it, and most importantly, nobody died in my building, okay? So what I'm trying to get at here is that introducing these types of services, including social housing, it improves the community, and it even improved the safety of my building. And I just don't understand the rationale how social housing and affordable housing, that with wraparound services especially, that they would increase crime or drug use or antisocial behavior, because I'm a witness to how it has actually benefited my community. And I'm not even somebody who needs those services today, but I have benefited in some way from the introduction of them. I'm also going to say that as someone who is going to be evicted from my building due to a dem eviction that is approaching to build unaffordable condos, we need social affordable housing. We need it now more than ever. More and more people will be losing their homes, including to bad faith landlords and developers. And affordable social housing is a huge part of the answer to this problem, so that people in Toronto can stay housed, and not just people of a certain socioeconomic class, but everyone. I've heard ideas today of yes, we need more affordable social housing, but not here. And really, it's kind of just a way to erase the most vulnerable and marginalized people in our communities. It's a way of saying, you don't belong here, you shouldn't exist here, go do that somewhere else. And I'm really hoping that as a society that this is something that we can move past, because if people don't want members of their community sleeping in the streets, you need to give them housing. If you don't want drug use in the streets, you also just need to give them a safe place to do it and related health services. But also because we don't really seem to have an issue when people do this in the privacy of their own homes. Yeah, I think that social housing, it's a way to invest in the community. It is a way to uplift the community. You don't need to be a vulnerable, poor, or marginalized person to be a problem. I have met plenty of people who are problems, who are middle and high income earners. It has nothing to do with that. My life has been in danger more from reckless drivers in my neighborhood than from anybody who was just seeking social services in my area. Yeah, and if people are afraid of crime and violence, I would ask them to instead advocate for more social services to help people out of these situations that sometimes they find themselves in through no fault of their own. And once again, I actually come from a family that started poor. We went into low-income rent-geared housing, and it's a massive piece how my family was able to get out of poverty, and we're able to become middle-income earners and just be completely independent of the system. So it does work, but we have to let the system have a place to do that. So please vote in favor of this motion and of any other motions that include affordable social housing, because our city needs it desperately.
Thank you, Natalie. Are there any questions? Nope. Thank you so much. Mark Richardson. I saw Mark. There he is. Welcome, Mark.
Oh, thank you. There we go. Okay, councillors, thank you. My name is Mark Richardson. As you know, I am the volunteer technical lead with HousingNowTO.com, and I'm here to speak to you today in support of the 7 to 9 Wardlaw Crescent site in Etobicoke North, and on the topic of moving beyond NIMBYism. We sent a letter of support in on this item, and our letter essentially echoes many of the comments that you have heard this morning from groups like More Neighbors Toronto, the Salvation Army Islington Seniors Shelter, the Maytree Foundation with Diana McNally, Sisters in Sound, the Rexdale Community Legal Clinic, Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness, and others. You have passed the Toronto housing targets a few years ago. Including in that target is 65,000 new affordable homes of different types. Within there, you have asked for 18,000 new supportive homes for vulnerable residents, including people who are at homelessness, who are homeless or at risk of homelessness. Today, we have spent over half a day of your time talking about 51 units out of a target of 18,000 units. That's 353 of these projects. That's one project of this size every week for the next 7 years. We have to do these faster. We have to be willing to upset the neighbors. We have to do these projects slightly larger than 51 units when we have the opportunity. This is a very small, very simple building. I mean, you know, look what's there, look what's next door to it now. And this is from the public meeting that was held online. Anybody could go to it. If I could find out about it, the neighbors could find out about it, and there's a recording online that anybody could watch at any time. You're only creating a 4-story building. It only has 51 dwelling units. What it does offer people is privacy, their own bedroom, their own bathroom, and it offers them supports. Next door, the Salvation Army Shelter is a converted office building. The seniors who live in that building, because it's converted office space, live 3 to a room. They don't have private space. They are 3 to a room next door. If you're in your 70s or you're in your 80s, do you want to be 3 to a room, or would you like to have your own bathroom? Would you like to have your own bedroom? Would you like to have your own door to close? As always in the City of Toronto, the default reaction in the neighborhood, as happened on almost every one of these rapid housing sites for the last 5 years, is a NIMBY overreaction as a public default. Stop the affordable housing project. I mean, at least they're upfront and honest about it. Another homeless shelter in our neighborhood, not on our watch. Whose watch and who are you to judge?
Mark, can I ask you if you have thoughts about the specific zoning application?
I have a request here to we've heard a lot of people from the faith community this morning who spoke in favor of this project. It is Easter and Holy Week starting next week. And as I was going to a meeting last night in Scarborough, the virtue of the month is courage for Toronto Catholic School Board. And I would encourage you all to be courageous in the face of the opposition that you've heard from some people today and vote to move this ahead. And when you vote on this, ask yourself, what would Jesus do? How would Jesus vote on this item? Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No, seeing none. Thank you very much, Mark.
Thank you.
Khadija Sheikh. Khadija? Online? Hi, Khadija, can you hear me? Hello.
Hi there, good afternoon, everyone. Can anyone?
Yes, hi, we can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead, you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Khadija Sheikh, and I'm the Executive Director of Albion Neighborhood Services here in North Etobicoke. I'm here to express my full support of the proposed supportive housing project at 79 Wardlaw Crescent. Albion Neighborhood Services has been serving in the community since 1971. Our organization has been providing housing services in the community of North Etobicoke for about 30 plus years. Our organization serves individuals in housing crisis day in and day out in the community of North Etobicoke. We have programs such as housing help, street outreach program, eviction prevention, follow-up programs here in the community of North Etobicoke at 21 Panorama Court, not too far from this proposed project. I just want to highlight that how important it is for all these services for the residents of North Etobicoke. Last year, and my colleagues have talked about follow-up supports, wraparound supports. With all these supports last year, we have had 250 eviction prevented, 150 follow-up housing, supports provided, and 250 street outreach support provided with the basic needs for the client. We all know that too many individuals and families in North Etobicoke area are without safe and dignity of a stable home. Supportive housing is response to this. This project is response to that need, and I'm going to emphasize that it is not a shelter, it is a supportive housing, a stable housing for individual. It is a proactive investment in not just the people in the community of Rexdale, in the community of North Etobicoke, and in our city. This project will not only provide roof over someone's head, but wraparound services. We all talked about, all my colleagues in the organization, different organizations spoke about that, and will also help people to thrive. I believe that this project is essential for addressing the critical needs of North Etobicoke area, and I look forward to your support for this initiative. I want to share a small video towards the end, but I'll end by just saying that we cannot delay or defer solutions any longer. Every day without action is a day someone remains unhoused, vulnerable, and at risk. Thank you so much for your time. Now I'd like to just share a quick testimonial of our services and wraparound, just to give you the idea of this project is going to be very much similar, providing those services in the community. Can I please share? Yep, I have that.
You've been given permission here. Oh,
Thank you. Are you able to see the screen?
there we go. Yeah, you can see that just fine.
I'm from Grenada. I grew up in Marlborough. 5 years. I was at Martin Rexdale area. I was bouncing from side to side, couch to couch, people to people, whatever, and it just came down to the last part where I was sharing with this man. That I was homeless.
Well,
Problems.
the words are.
I felt worthless. I didn't think I had a hope in the world to become a productive person again. I had a roof over my head. Oh, she spent about an hour with me and heard my story. I practically cried in the parking lot. She swears. As long as I keep in touch with her, finding a place to live. And about a month later, within a month, she called me and came and got me where I was, because they come out and where you are. And then she got me to a place to see if I would in my residence. And I've been living there now for almost 3 years. And I'm happy. Very grateful. She just supports me in everything that I have to do as long as I call her. And I let her know what I need to be done, and if she can squeeze me in, she does. And usually there's always a yes. Never a no. Always a yes. Oh my goodness. They're there for your need. They're there to help you.
Thank you very much for that, Khadija. Are there any questions for Khadija? No? Thank you for taking the time and for sharing that story with us.
Thank you so much.
The next person I have is Yasmin Yusuf. Yasmin? Oh, withdrew? Okay. Waleed Kogali Ali. I think I saw Waleed. There he is.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Good afternoon, members of the Planning and Housing Committee. My name is Waleed Kogali Ali, and I'm speaking today on behalf of Neighborhood Pods TO, a citywide network of grassroots organizations community workers and advocates committed to housing justice and equitable development across the City of Toronto. Just before I get started, I just want to share my thanks to Abigail Bond. I know she's leaving the city, but she's done phenomenal work, and I want to thank staff at the Housing Secretariat, especially when it comes to the new program, the Build Toronto program. So I'm here to strongly support the proposed amendment to zoning bylaw 569/2013 to permit the development of a 4-story, 51-unit affordable rental apartment building with wraparound supports at 7 to 9 Wardlaw Crescent in the heart of the Rexdale community. And thank you, Councillor Crescent, for meeting with the residents who are not just concerned about the development, but those who are coming with solutions. Many deputants did share some of those solutions. I just want to remind everyone that we're in the midst of a historic housing crisis, a crisis that disproportionately affects Black, Indigenous, newcomer, refugees, and low-income residents of our amazing city, Toronto. These communities continue to experience the brunt of systemic barriers to housing access, compounded by affordability pressures, discrimination, and inadequate shelter options. Just 2 weeks ago, City Council unanimously passed item 2025 CC 28.2, acknowledging the pressures in Toronto's refugee and emergency shelter system. That item reaffirmed the urgency of increased access to dignified, affordable housing options across our city. And today's decision on this item is an opportunity to act on that urgency. This proposal represents precisely the kind of development our city needs more of. It provides deeply affordable, purpose-built rental units for people who need them most. It includes wraparound supports that are critical to tenant stability, health, and success, especially for individuals exiting homelessness or at risk of housing insecurity. It is aligned with the city's Housing TO 2020 to 2030 action plan and supports the implementation of the human rights-based approach to housing adopted by Council. Importantly, the proposed development will also revitalize underutilized lands while maintaining a modest built form, a 4-story building that complements the surrounding neighborhood without displacing existing residents. It reflects thoughtful planning and a strong commitment to equity. NPTO urges this committee to approve the proposed amendment without delay. Every week we hear from residents, single parents, seniors, youth, and newcomers who are navigating impossible choices between unaffordable rent, overcrowded shelters, or unsafe housing. Approving this rezoning application will send a clear message that Toronto is serious about tackling the housing crisis through bold, compassionate, and evidence-based action. In closing, I ask this committee, stand with the residents of Rexdale, many of them who were here earlier before our lunch break, and the thousands of people across Toronto in urgent need of affordable housing. Let this be a step forward in building a city where no one is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Waleed? Nope. Thank you very much for your deputation today. I have now Yolanta Dominiak. Yolanta? I understand Yolanta's online. Yolanta, can you hear me? Hello? Yolanta?
Yes.
Hi. Welcome
Hi,
to...
happy Thursday.
Happy Thursday. So Yolanta, you've got 5 minutes. You can start whenever you're ready.
Hi, I'm 70 years old. I'm a resident here at the Salvation Army Senior Shelter. I've been here for 7 months now. I really don't know what to say, but what I've been hearing from the people that I've been listening to is that people seem to have a lot of preconceived notions as to who the homeless population is. And anyone can become homeless, basically.
Yolanta, we can't hear you right now. Is that all you wanted to say?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, you had us all on the edge of our seats. We were... Very good. Thank you so much. I think that might be my favorite deputation of the day.
Oh, thank you.
Are there any questions for Yolanta? Just thank you. Councillor Nunziata, or Speaker Nunziata wanted to thank you for taking the time. Okay, that concludes the list of people I have registered. As this is a statutory hearing, I will call to see if there are any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation? Seeing none, we'll take it into committee. Councillor Matlow, you have questions of staff?
I do. Much has been said about the community consultation that occurred. Could somebody from staff outline what meetings, how many meetings, and any information about those meetings that you think would be helpful for the committee to understand?
Thanks for the question, and through the chair. City staff engaged a third-party facilitator and have launched a multi-channel community engagement process to inform residents and stakeholders of the proposal and answer any questions or concerns they may have. This included the distribution of over 200 flyers to properties within 220 meters of the subject site, door-to-door visits, 2 large development signs that were posted on the property. A phone contact was established 5 days a week. A virtual community meeting was held on Tuesday, March 11th, and an in-person session was held on Monday, March 17th. I attended both. A separate third online meeting was held on April 1st to provide the members of the Albion Gardens Neighborhood Community Association to answer additional questions and take their feedback. As many of the residents you heard today had additional questions to follow up. So we more than met the statutory obligation for notice. We had an online community consultation followed by an in-person and have granted a follow-up to concerned residents. I will also say in the course of this work with our liaison committee that we're committed to further dialogue and engagement as this process moves along, and in consultation with the local councillor and our members of our third-party team, want to continue that dialogue and conversation so that this site, when built, will integrate as best that it can in the community, and we provide a safe environment for the residents and allay some of the fears you heard today from members of the community.
There were some members of the community today who, in many ways, weren't so much speaking about what's before us, but about existing conditions that they have concerns about, whether it be safety issues in the neighborhood, whether it be speeding, which obviously is also associated with safety concerns, auto break-ins, which, I think all of us representing different neighborhoods are experiencing those, along with a yearning for attention to services and infrastructure and a park that they believe was promised to them. Through the liaison committee that the local councillor will be moving forward with today, along with liaising about this in particular, could there also be a wider conversation that's not actually a causal relationship with this at all, but more about what should be done anyway in any neighborhood, which is a focused conversation about how to improve the community, both for those who live there today, but also those who will move into this building?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. And obviously those concerns are legitimate and heartfelt by the community. The community liaison committee that we would create would be focused on the Wardlaw development. We would engage with our partners from Toronto Shelter Support Services, given some of the feedback we have today, and Gordon and I have connected, and we can broaden the table to include that. But it is specific to the development. That said, I think there will be, through that engagement, we will bring in relevant divisions of the city as best we can. We will also liaise, obviously, very closely with the local councillor. And should those issues come to light through that process, I think there's some infrastructure in place to make sure the right people are brought in to discuss those with the community more broadly. But I do want to be specific. The Community Liaison Committee would be focused on the Wardlaw development in particular.
Question about the built form in particular. Why is it staff's opinion that this is appropriate for this specific site?
Thanks for the question, Councillor, and through the chair, I'll refer this one to my colleague, Valessa Farrier.
Through the chair. Oh, thank you for the question. I've laid out why specifically in the report, but I'm going to reiterate a few things here. One is that we are supportive of 4-story apartment buildings of this scale in neighborhoods. This is sensitive to the existing context of the neighborhood as well. So the rear setbacks, the front yard setbacks, they sort of match what's happening to the southern side of the site, although there isn't really a consistent lot pattern in the area. So there is some sensitivity to that here too. It steps down off the corridor from Islington, and it fits in quite well with the neighborhood.
Next, I had Jamal, sorry, Councillor Myers.
Jamal works. Through you, Chair, is anyone from Dillon Consulting here? No? Okay. So I just had a question of about page 12 of the report under site selection and engagement process. And it says, when the city undertook community engagement in 2018 for the shelter located at 2669 Islington Avenue, community members expressed interest in more green space at the site. City staff explored and considered the option of creating open green space on part of the land at 7 to 9 Wardlaw Crescent. However, a decision was not made to create a green space at the location. So my first question is, who made that decision?
Sorry, Councillor, and again, through the chair, can you just verify what decision you're referring to, Councillor?
The decision not to create the open green space.
Let me try to answer the question as best I can. For my understanding, during the consultation, the original concept was a family shelter. And during the course of those conversations, it was thought if it was going to be a family shelter, there should be some amenity green space to support children and the families. The proposal of the client group for the shelter shifted and moved to seniors. Concurrently with that, the city became very targeted and focused on maximizing its available land for the development of affordable and supportive housing. The consideration of the green space was brought forward through those reports, and I think the decision was deemed that the local area had more than sufficient park allocation, and the site would be best utilized for the development of a modular supportive housing site.
Was that rationale ever communicated to the residents?
I think what you heard today, Councillor, that there was an expectation and a failure to deliver on that expectation. And while the deliberations from different areas of the city may have been sound, I think one of the lessons learned here and one of the gaps was the ability to effectively and properly communicate back to the community on that issue.
And do you see the connection between, I guess, that failure and maybe the inability of some residents to trust the process this time around when they participated in good faith in the first time?
Yeah, I think that's fair, and I think that is heightened also by some of the anxiety about the project itself, which you heard today. So I certainly don't think that helped.
So what are city staff proposing to make sure that something similar, because we've heard a lot of promises in terms of what types of support will be available, maybe what types of investments can be made into the community. what mechanisms is the city putting in place to make sure that those promises and expectations are met, and if they can't be met, there is a way to communicate that back to the community?
Thank you for the question, Councillor, and it's a good one. I think, notwithstanding the comments made, I think there is a commitment from the staff team that you have before you now, and through the councillor, to establish a community liaison committee to make sure it's fulsome. As indicated, I think we will re-engage with our Toronto Shelter Support Services to make sure it's holistic and can speak to the different issues related to the development recently on the site by the city. And that we can work more closely with the councillors team as well, so that when those issues get brought forward and they don't sit with us, there's a local accountability to our actions as well. So the best I can say at this point, Councillor, is that we're going to be directed to this by committee and presumably by council as this proceeds, and that you have our commitment as a collective team to do a better job in this regard.
Thank you.
Councillor Nunziata.
You could add me as well.
Yeah, actually some of the questions, but just as far as the local councillors going to be moving a motion as far as the community liaison committee, so would that be structured, and that would be in consultation with local councillor on who would be on this committee and
Yeah, great question, Councillor, and again, through the chair. It's really important for the integration of the site as it develops and tenanted and becomes homes for new residents, that there is an ability for the site to hear and be informed by feedback from the community. So we'll undertake a process guided in consultation with the local councillor to ensure that we establish a CLC, likely between 12 and 15 people, that have a broad breadth of influence and understanding of different components of the community. I think you've seen today very vocal proponents and others who are not supportive, but what I heard as a consistent theme was a respectful dialogue from everyone concerned. An acknowledgement that this type of housing is necessary, and I believe through the process that we will be able to bridge that understanding and bring forward a project that can be successful, not only for the individuals who will live there, but can be an asset to the community writ large.
Okay, now also to what we heard from the deputants, there were questions, I think, by one deputant not knowing who was, who was going to be housed. So that working group will also be able to be part of that process and talk to the city and the councillor and all the agencies that are involved in providing those services?
Again, through the chair, I think that's, yeah, correct.
Yeah. Now, this whole traffic issue that they were talking about. So, I mean, like you said, they won't be part of the committee because the committee would be focusing on the application. But as far as the traffic issue and that, recommend that maybe we can have transportation do a traffic study in the area in consultation with the local council to try to address those issues?
I see we have transportation staff online.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Tabassum Rafiq. I'm Supervisor Transportation Review. Transportation studies are normally done by our traffic operations group, so I'll convey this information to them if they can look into it.
Okay, and then you didn't put my timer on.
I'm afraid of you.
But you also know that I never go over 5 minutes. But just one question about this park, okay, which so it's my understanding that there were meetings held and that part of the minutes, in the minutes, it mentioned this park. But just to clarify, there was nothing ever official that went through the report at council that indicated that that would be a park. Am I correct?
Through the chair, you're correct.
So, because these were just minutes, when community came to the meeting, suggested what they wanted to see in the area, they put these suggestions forward, that's part of the minutes, but that's never been ratified or approved by city council.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, so I think that message has to go back to the community because there seems to be a disconnect there from some of the deputants that we heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I am going to time Councillor Crescent.
Thank you, Chair. So I just want to revisit a couple of points that, we heard from some deputants. But before I do that, I also want to just ask about the statutory obligation for, the consultation process. What is the current statutory obligation? Like, how does it read currently?
Through the chair, it's this meeting.
Sorry?
This is the statutory.
No, for the consultation process.
And again, through the chair, the consultation
That's it.
process is outlined in the official plan. So it's not a statutory requirement, but the official plan requires us to hold one additional community meeting.
So what about the 120-meter notification?
There is no notice requirement for community meetings. For the statutory meeting, this meeting, there are requirements which maybe the clerk can confirm were met.
Okay, wow. Okay, I think that should change moving forward. Okay, then, all right, thank you. Sorry?
So notice is given to
Yes.
120 meters or an ad in the newspaper
I can't hear you.
or in a newspaper of general circulation, or 120 meter radius.
Okay, all right. All right, thank you. Now, just the point that's been raised about this green space a number of times, and that happened during the period of time that I wasn't here representing the community. But I've got it, I think, pretty good information that at the time that there was discussion about when the city purchased the Consulata Missionaries, that it was going to be converted to a family shelter. Then from there, it transitioned from family to a seniors shelter. But the commitment for the green space was always a commitment, from what I understand from our constituents, my constituents, is that commitment was always there from the get-go. Mind you, it was there in conversation, it was there in notes that were taken, and it doesn't seem that it went beyond that. Do you have any more information about that? What happened in the original agreement when, in discussions with CLC members at that time?
Thanks for the question, Councillor, and through the chair. I'll try to add a bit more to the answer previously, but my understanding was the CLC meeting was chaired by the Salvation Army and their consultant, not the city. The individuals attending the CLC on the city's behalf had discussions about a number of issues. Green space and a park was one of those. It was referred to staff who considered and explored the idea, but there was no commitment ever made to move forward on the park. This is, of course, dated information and not firsthand from my perspective, but I'm not sure I have much more to add than what's been shared.
Okay. Well, if that's all you have, but that's something I think that I would like to get a little more information on, if it's at all possible to go back in the past and see what we have on the city side that speaks to the green space during the time that there were this property was purchased, and during the time that there were initial discussions with the community.
Thank you, Councillor, and some of that analysis and work has been undertaken, and I can certainly commit to briefing you up on that.
Okay, so over to the built form. So we heard a lot of questions and concerns this morning, and the community, of course, the community members that came to speak, these are people that have lived in the community for a very, very long time. They live in a single-family residential community. I think I heard a response from one of our staff that, you know, a four-story building would be allowed in a single-family residential community. I thought the only thing that council approved were fourplexes. This is a four-story building with 51 units. It's a little bit different. And this is one reason we need a zoning amendment today, correct?
Through the chair, just to clarify, the official plan, there's been no change recently. The official plan for several years now has supported four-story developments in neighborhoods. So this fits that box. And then otherwise, we're looking to sensitivities, as I was saying, in terms of it matching front yard setbacks, rear yard setbacks, some of those characteristics. So there's been no change to policy here. Four-story developments are permitted in neighborhoods.
So when you say four-story developments, is there a size to that four-story development, or is it just a four-story development regardless of the size?
We look to the context of each site, and in this case, you know, when I was writing this report and looking at this proposal, did an analysis of what was appropriate looking at the lot fabric. If I were to highlight a couple of things, I would say that this street doesn't have a consistent lot fabric. So if you look to the east, you see incredibly deep lots that are backing onto the ravine. If you look to the west, you've got a commercial corridor, and that has sort of naturally created a distinct feel here that isn't just one consistent pattern. I think that the architect has designed a building here that fits in well with the immediate adjacent properties to the south. As I said, it steps down off the corridor, so the heights come down. It's only slightly taller than the pitches of the roofs to the south. It matches the rear yard setback of adjacent properties, the front yard properties, and I think it's appropriate.
Okay, last question. So if it was a private developer then, and then this too would be considered appropriate?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
If this was a private developer coming in with a four-story development concept, that would be appropriate to come to this committee?
Through the chair, absolutely. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? No? Does anyone wish to speak? Yes. Yeah? Councillor Crescent. And then Councillor Matlow. And then Councillor Myers. Yeah. Does the clerk have your motion? Yeah? We'll put it up for you.
Yeah, so, okay, so first then I'll move the motion. So, Mr. Chair, my colleagues, and first of all, I want to thank, well, let me read the motion first before I get into anything else. So, City Council direct the Executive Director, Housing Secretariat, in collaboration with the local councillor, to support the integration of the new homes, 7 to 9 Wardlaw Crescent, and promote community cohesion and safety by taking the following actions. Work with the housing provider and nearby shelter operator Salvation Army and the Toronto Shelter and Support Services Division to establish a joint community liaison committee. Work with the Community Liaison Committee and community stakeholders to conduct a community safety assessment and bring forward recommendations to relevant city divisions. The housing provider of 7 to 9 Wardlaw Crescent, and consider recommendations in determining final building design, green space, and landscaping. City Council direct the General Manager of Transportation Services to consider feedback received through the community engagement process and explore opportunities to improve parking access and road safety in the vicinity of 79 Wardlaw Crescent, and progress necessary improvements in consultation with the ward councillor. So those, excuse me, that's the motion I'm bringing forward. And it's been a long process since 9:30 this morning. We've heard from many deputants. I first want to thank all the deputants that came out, and particularly the ones that live in close proximity to where this development is going to take place. And I also just want to say that, you know, please understand the frustration of some people in the community. I believe, and I've spoken to many people up in the Thistletown area, it's coming from a place of essentially frustration, not because of what's moving in, but because of the process. The process is such that moved at the speed of light, and it moved very quickly, and it continues to move at that quick pace right now as we sit around this committee table. And if this were a private developer, in fact, it would be great if every application that comes to the city could move at this speed. We would have more housing than we would know what to do with, and a whole lot affordable than it currently is today, because it costs money to sit on land, and it costs money to carry the charges from these developers. So I hope we take this as an example moving forward when it comes to looking at applications across the city. And however, we should not neglect the community. Anytime you want to become a neighbor in a community, anytime we want to develop, anytime we want to build, like we're doing today, we need to step back, take our time, consult with the community. There are a number of times during this process that I said to the city staff, and they've always been great with our team, no issues at all, but I said many times, take your foot off the pedal, slow down. We need to consult with the community. And we also need to do a better outreach than what we did versus, you know, the 200-meter radius that I believe we did when it came to notifications. This community is close-knit, and we could have done a much better job with respect to that. So the concerns that we heard are coming from that place of frustration, people hearing about these things at the very last minute, and hearing about it from a neighbor, hearing about it from someone else, versus hearing about it from the City of Toronto, from us, to let them know that here is, you know, what we're doing in the community, and give them the time and space to be able to ask their questions, to make their comments. That was taken away from them. So please understand that is where the frustration is. We all know there's a need for housing. Everyone does. But we all know too, we need to take a very balanced approach. And when I made comments earlier, when I said Etobicoke North is a very generous community. We have quite a few shelters up in Etobicoke North. I believe we have about 7 of them across the whole ward. And then we have over 4,500 rent geared to income properties. So we have a lot of communities that we host, and we're happy. They're great people. We work with them. We're very well integrated. So that essentially is the issue there. Now we're at a point where we need to pivot, and this is the reason why I moved this motion, and I want to thank staff for helping me put it together in a way that, you know, it makes sense, in a way that it becomes all-inclusive, and in a way that it begins to address the concerns of the community. So the CLC part of it is critical, and I would encourage all of us to make sure that we put together a community liaison committee that is going to be very much involved in the process of the design and build of this property. Not only to make sure that, you know, it gets built in the best way, particularly for the people that are going to be living in it, but in the best way that it fits in the neighborhood.
Councillor, you're going to get me in trouble with Speaker Nunziata. You're over time.
I'm over time.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just going to conclude. You see my motion. I hope that my colleagues will support this motion, and I thank again everyone for your patience and time. Thank you.
Are there any questions of the mover? Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Just a quick question. So your motion, we heard from some of the speakers that there are problems that are pre-existing this development. Do you view your potential community liaison committee as maybe an avenue to deal with some of those problems that are pre-existing to this development, and to bring the new residents that are currently in the current site to further integrate them into the community? Is this sort of the vehicle that you envision it to be?
So if you're referring to some of the issues with traffic and so
traffic, green space, litter.
Yeah. So again, that's one reason, and thank you, Councillor, you know, for your support in this as well. There's one reason why this speaks to green space. There is green space in close proximity to this community as well. The community in the Albion-Islington area and the Thistletown area, there's a number of issues there that right now my office is currently addressing. I alluded to them earlier when it comes to one of our longest streets in that community called Thistledown Boulevard on the speeding side. That has been addressed and will be addressed and approved by the end of this month. And they look for crossing guards. They got crossing guards at the school. The intersection of Albion and Islington is a problematic intersection. There's too many accidents there. So I did nominate the Thistledown community for the neighborhood streets plan study, and it got accepted. So that's something that is in progress right now that we're already doing proactively. And of course, through the CLC committee, I'm sure there'll be more initiatives that'll come out from that we will definitely action as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions of the mover? No, seeing none. Councillor Matlow.
I'm going to support the recommendation along with Councillor Crescent's amendment for CLC, which I appreciate. This neighborhood is a wonderful neighborhood. It's it is a diverse neighborhood, including many waves of immigration from South Asia. In Thistletown, it's on the banks of the Humber, and then in the wider community in Rexdale, we have a large and remarkable Somali community, some of whom came here today to speak in support of the project. And some of the speakers alluded to our recent conversation about refugees and how important it is to recognize that no matter if you've lived in Toronto your whole life or you've arrived here only last week, no matter your circumstances, no matter your faith, and no matter what you look like, you're one of us now. And we have a responsibility to take care of each other, and not a single person should be left on the streets or in our parks or on our subway. Every person should have a path toward housing and to have the life that we would all want our children to have. And that's why this project is important. That's why we're doing these things. Equally, what I heard from some of the residents who live in Thistletown today is that there are existing conditions that they have genuine concerns about. One of the deputants talked about how she and her child almost got run over. That's a real concern that has to be addressed. Auto theft, home invasions, that's a real issue in many neighborhoods throughout our city. That was spoken about as well. Quality of life, parks, infrastructure, services, that's critically important. We have an affordable housing building going in Davisville Village, where I represent. It's not 4 stories, it's 40 stories. And with almost 500 units. And the community did express concerns about how quickly the process was going. They did express concerns about that. But ultimately, we had an honest conversation. And the conversation turned from, should the community support it, to how do we support it and do it well? And how do we make sure that we address those concerns? And that's the conversation. We're actually having even a little fun with the design now. We're actually getting right into it, along with some of the things that were in Councillor Crescent's motion about looking at how it's, even the site plan issues. Like, those things are important because that's how it works. I hope that we get to a day where, when we talk about housing, we don't focus so much on the fears of who might live there, but actually really recognize the fear of having too many people in our city who don't live anywhere. And, somebody spoke earlier about how it doesn't matter how much money you've got in your pocket when it comes to your behavior as well. I think all of us who are counselors get emails every day from neighbors who are complaining about other neighbors, wealthy neighbors, neighbors of every income bracket, about different issues. That's got nothing to do with so much as how much money you've got. It's about how we treat each other. So I say this all to say that this has been a controversial, difficult conversation in the Thistletown community. What I believe will happen is that in the coming weeks or months and years, this building will become one of many buildings, existing buildings in the community where no one's actually going to think about it as much as they are today. But the conversation will continue about how do we create a wonderful quality of life for everyone in this neighborhood, whether they live here today or they're going to move here tomorrow. And that's why I'm delighted to see that as an outcome of this conversation, this awful, difficult, controversial conversation, there might actually be a table created where the conversation, again, new and existing, can be social services, infrastructure, parks, affordability, quality of life. What kind of neighborhood do we want to design for everyone, no matter how many people are here? And I'm really happy to see that that's where this might go. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Meyer?
Thank you, through you, Chair. So first, I just want to give a special shout out to Sergio, Viola, and Angela. I thought your deputations were very well said and very much from the heart. And I'd also like to really give my thanks to everyone who deputed today. I thought whatever side you were on, for the most part, the conversation was very respectful. Everyone was talking about real issues that were people are dealing with in the community. And overall, I thought it was a good representation of your community, that despite your differences, you all want what's best for your neighbors, your own families, and your friends. So I thought it was a very good discussion, and I want to, again, thank the local councillor for his leadership on this and for putting that motion together. I think it will help address a lot of the concerns that were raised today. I'll just keep my comments brief. I thought it was very striking just to see how many people from the community came together to stand with your neighbors who are in vulnerable positions to say this project is needed. We want this project. We want to see our kids succeed. We want to see our neighbors succeed. We want to see people who might just be joining the community next week, as my colleague said. We want to see them succeed. Everyone has a place in this community, and I think it really speaks to who you are as a community, because not all communities would have that same reaction to this type of housing. And I'd also, like to add to Councillor Crescent, it would be great if we could see many of the affordable housing projects move at this speed, because they are so badly and desperately needed if we are going to get to that target of 18,000 affordable housing units. So thank you very much for everyone who came out today.
Thank you. Councillor Nunziata?
Thank you, and I will be supporting the motion and the report. Just on the point that Councillor Myers just mentioned about getting some of these development applications moving faster, right? My issue I have in my ward that there's a number of affordable housing units and co-op housing that I want to get shovel in the ground. I've been trying to speak to staff and say, let's get moving, let's start building, right? That's the issue I'm having, and so we've been meeting with staff on that. But, it's really important that, the councillor is looking at forming this committee. It's really important that they're part of it and the community is part of it. But some of the deputants that made deputations this morning, when they were talking about, there probably is existing issues where there's traffic and there's crime in there, but that has nothing to do with the application. We have to separate that. And I think that if that's a real issue in the community, then get the community together with city staff and try to work out those issues, because that's completely separate from the application. So I do support forming the committee. And I'll just go back, and Bruce, you will remember this. In my ward, when there was a shelter being proposed in my ward, and I had 200 people that came and started screaming, and they didn't want the shelter. And at the end of the day, we formed a committee. We formed a committee with residents on both sides of the ward, in Councillor Perks's ward and my ward, because it was a boundary issue. And we had residents sit at the table with the architect. We actually designed on what we wanted and how the rooms be built. And a kitchen for the community and community space. We did reduce it by, I think, about 25. But then at the end of the day, everybody was supportive. They were using the facility, and the whole community was happy about the applicant. But it took, let's get the community together, let's work together. And we were able to do that. And now, you know, I haven't heard one complaint, and that's been a few years. Yeah, I know. That was a long process, but they were part of the whole planning process. They sat with the architect, and the architect designed the rooms, designed the building and how it should be, a nice community room for the community if they want to come in and have a meeting, little kitchenette. So it worked out. That's why I really believe that if you're able to do this, you'll get everybody working together. And as far as the litter and the traffic and what's happening in the area, I suggest that you work with city staff, your community, and come up with some solutions, to address those issues. So I want to thank all the debutants that were here, and that's it for me. I'm only 2.5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Speaker Nunziata. So I'm going to make a couple of comments. First, I want to agree with something Councillor Nunziata said, which is just, it's been interesting, the evolution of this conversation. 20 years ago, this would have come back to council 4 and 5 times. It would have just been awful. Everybody would have left angry at everybody else, and maybe we would have got it and maybe we wouldn't. But now we are getting it done, and that's fantastic. And one of the things that was most refreshing, I was keeping a list of people making deputations and noting who was from the community and what they said. 4-1 members of the community came out today and said they support this. And that is a remarkable accomplishment, and it speaks really well of how the conversation's evolved, but also about this neighborhood and the people in it. And I want to thank all the people from Ward 1 who came and did that and put some of my faith back in the City of Toronto and who we are. That's great to see. There are a couple things, though, that I might differ with some of the things that are said, and I think it's important to get on record. The first is about the speed of this and the consultation. I want to be absolutely clear with everyone who's listening, and I think this is part of the duty of being a Toronto City Councillor, is to let people know the true facts about how things move, why they move quickly, and what kind of consultation happened. Consultation happens quickly now, not because the City of Toronto chose to make it that way, but because the province of Ontario changed the law to shorten the timetables. If you are concerned that this went very quickly, you should probably talk to the member of provincial parliament for Etobicoke North, a fellow named Doug Ford, who made it impossible for us to take months and months and 6 months or a year to have a full public consultation on the kind of design stuff that Councillor Matlow was talking about. We all used to do that, whether it was public or private. We'd have working groups. It was part of the process. Doug Ford took that away from you, not the City of Toronto. Additionally, there's been a suggestion that this went faster than and got less consultation than a private development would have got. That is hogwash. That is absolute nonsense. I have been a member of Toronto City Council for 18 years. During that time, Toronto City Council has approved more development than any city in North America. I have watched how consultation goes. Never once have I heard of anybody setting up a system where people knock on your door and say, there's a development going in here, what do you think? The standard for including the community in this conversation was higher and better than any development I have seen in the busiest center for development in North America. And to claim otherwise is false. And I think we need to have that in our minds. Congratulations to Toronto City staff on not just an excellent job, but the best job I have ever seen. The next thing I want to say is I'm going to support Councillor Crescenti's motion on the Community Liaison Committee, but I have a slightly different view of how that goes. We had a modular housing project in South Parkdale, which, you know, by the way, if you want to talk about a neighborhood that already has a lot of supportive housing, it's South Parkdale. We did not set up a community liaison committee. We set up a welcoming committee. And in that welcoming committee, we organized a place to do a shared community garden between residents in the neighborhood and the new people moving in. We organized a series of potluck dinners as people were moving in so they could get to know their neighbors. And we designed the whole thing to support new neighbors, many of whom had not lived in a neighborhood in quite some time, to feel welcome and supported and included. That's what a community liaison committee should be. The suggestion that because someone is poor, we need to set up more ways of watching them when they move into a neighborhood is repugnant to me. It reminds me of Michel Foucault's notion of the panopticon, which is a prison, a society which is a prison where others, poor people, racialized people, are watched 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, wherever they go. That style of community liaison committee has no business in the City of Toronto. So I hope that city staff and the councillor, while they're working this through, go towards the welcoming committee model and not the panopticon model. And I'll be watching that too. So those are my comments. If there are, I think everyone's spoken. We have a motion from Councillor Crescenti. We all know what it is. This is for the liaison. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Can we record the final? Yeah? Okay, so that carries. Now, item as amended, I would like a recorded vote. All those in favor, Councillor Crescenti, Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Perks, Councillor Myers, Councillor Matlow. That is unanimous. Congratulations. I have been waiting 18 years to slip Michel Foucault into a city council debate. Okay. The next item we have is PH 20.2, implementation guidelines for rental replacement. We have a number of deputies. Why don't we take 5 minutes so that the folks from the first item can clear out and we'll reconvene at 3:05.
Is it time for me to have a cigarette?
Okay. Are we ready for the next one? I'm going to use my gavel. Okay, you asked for it. If members of the committee could please take their seats. If members of committee could please take their seats. We've got 5, 4. We've got 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Councillor Matlow, Councillor Crescent, are we ready to resume the meeting? Yeah? Okay. Okay, there we go. Call the meeting back to order. The next item we're considering is PH 20.2, Implementation Guidelines for Rental Replacement. We have a number of deputants. The first deputant is Lindsay Blackwell. Thought I saw Lindsay. Oh, there you are. Hi, Lindsay. Pardon me? I could have found a direct quote if I wanted. Lindsay, you're no stranger here. You got 5 minutes. Start as soon as you're ready.
Okay. Thank you so much, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Lindsay Blackwell, and I'm an organizer with No Dem Evictions. Me and my family were displaced from our home and our community last year due to dem eviction. The proposed rental replacement policies outlined in the staff report are better than what we currently have, but they don't go far enough. Not when tenants across Toronto are being displaced in the name of development, losing their homes, their communities, and stability. That's why I encourage councillors to support the motions put forward by Councillor Matlow today. You've heard the words housing crisis about 1 million times today, but we need to be honest about what's driving the crisis. Development is not neutral. Developers are legally bound to one thing, and that's profit. Their business model depends on policies that shortchange the very people that they displace and erode our supply of affordable rental housing. As outlined in the stakeholder engagement summary and staff report, tenants and developers live in fundamentally different realities. That's why, for example, Build's letter to this committee suggests that tenants should pay more for slightly larger units, but says nothing about rent reductions if units are smaller. That's not equity, that's exploitation. Meanwhile, tenants are just trying to stay housed. The recommendations that we've put forward in our submission aim to prevent people from ending up in shelters, in inadequate housing, or being pushed out of the city entirely. While Build had the resources to form a rental replacement working group on this matter with paid staffing, volunteer-led organizations like No Dem Evictions have to participate on our own time. We take time off work, we use whatever time we can scrape together to advocate for change. I mean, Megan's here and she's literally having a baby tomorrow. That's how important it is to us. Tenants experience a massive disadvantage in these stakeholder engagement processes because there are power asymmetries. Let's be clear, tenants are not just stakeholders, we're rights holders. If this committee wants to protect tenants and their rights, we need stronger policies and a stronger process to build them. You'll recall that we worked last year to make improvements to the city's rental replacement compensation, and city planning has recommended that keeping this compensation to ensure displaced tenants stay housed. We commend city planning for their thorough review that they undertook in the review of the rent gap payment compensation as part of this report. But these kinds of moments show us that we can work together and we can make positive change for tenants. And so again, I urge members to find ways to support recommendations put forward in our submission as we go forward, and to support the motions put forward by Councillor Matlow. These are not radical demands. They are what equity and justice look like in practice. We cannot keep prioritizing developers while leaving tenants behind. And as hard as it is to be a tenant, with limited power and limited time to participate in policymaking, I think of the hummingbird teaching, okay? So in the face of a great fire, a little tiny hummingbird carries drops of water in its beak to put the fire out. The other animals look at the hummingbird and they say, what is the point of what you're doing? The hummingbird says, I'm doing what I can. And that's me, and that's my neighbors, and that's every tenant showing up to fight for a fair and just housing system. So today, councillors, I'm asking you, please do what you can. Niawe, miigwech, merci.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Lindsay? Nope. As always, thank you. The next deputant I have listed is Miso Choi.
Okay, good afternoon, Planning and Housing Committee. My name is Miso Choi. I'm a volunteer with No Dem Evictions and a member of my tenants association. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of my immediate family and many of our neighbors, all of whom are facing dem eviction. We live in a variety of homes. I'm in a small one-bedroom apartment, my family lives in a multiplex, and others reside in larger 3 to 4 bedroom houses. First off, I want to acknowledge that there are some really positive things in the staff report, such as increased compensation for special needs tenants, continued use of the current rent gap payment calculation methodology, and more information for tenants. And I want to thank city planning staff for taking this work on and for their willingness to hear from tenants and advocates. However, I'm here because the current recommendations, if not amended, will still do real harm to my family and neighbors renting houses. The staff report proposes that, quote, very large units can be replaced using the growing up guidelines rather than matching the size of existing units. In real terms, that means my neighbors in 3-bedroom houses could lose an average of 650 square feet. That's not a minor adjustment, that's a dramatic downgrade. And it doesn't stop at square footage. There's no requirement to replace features that are essential to our daily lives, like private outdoor space and storage. My parents' multiplex has a shared backyard that my mom and her neighbor have tended for over 40 years. Every summer, our family gathers around the barbecue. My dad, a carpenter, depends on the large basement for his tools and storage. These aren't luxuries, they're necessities for my family. Under the current proposal, tenants are expected to accept smaller homes, fewer amenities, and less storage, while still paying the same rent. That's not equitable, it's not just, and it directly contradicts the Residential Tenancies Act, which provides for rent reductions when services or facilities are cut or reduced. Even the Building Industry and Land Development Association, our friends at Build, understand this. In their submission, they suggest that tenants who move into larger units should pay more rent to reflect the upgrade. Fair enough. But let's flip that logic. If we're being forced into a downgrade, where's our rent reduction? I honestly want to thank Build for highlighting what should be common sense, but fairness works both ways. Let me be clear. My family and neighbors are not just losing space. We're losing the parts of our homes that make our lives livable, and we're being asked to pay the same for less. The city's current approach signals that tenants are expected to absorb these losses. That's unacceptable. My hope is that as the city continues to review and improve the rental replacement guidelines, eventually we will get to a place of fairness for all dem evicted tenants. Finally, on a separate note, I want to urge you to support Councillor Matlow's motions because though they don't address the concerns that were the subject of my deputation, they do address gaps in the rental replacement program. In particular, it is critical that staff report back to this committee prior to the 2026 budget process. This program is a lifeline for tenants, especially vulnerable tenants, who cannot afford further delays. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No, thank you. Next, Annette Gasher. Annette? Not online? Oh. Thought I'd seen you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, members of the Planning and Housing Committee. My name is Annette Trevorrow-Gasher, and I'm a volunteer with various housing advocacy groups. I'm here today as a member of the Tenant Association Executive and Tenant Association and a tenant of 25 St. Mary Street, where I live. I sent a follow-up email to our senior housing planner on our case, Amy Irving, and received a reply stating our Section 111 agreement has not been signed and our site plan has still not been put forth. Considering our Section 111 has not been signed, we feel we should have some room to negotiate. We also received confirmation that 10 Block has refused to use the new indexing, calculating our gap rent while we are displaced. This leaves us at a severe disadvantage considering the new TRAP states that once a development is approved, there is no deadline as to when the development will begin. The city should not grant the permit or approvals necessary until 10 Block comes to the bargaining table with more reasonable offers. Our building consists of approximately 50% seniors, special needs, marginalized and vulnerable individuals. This detrimental effect most especially on the more elderly tenants, on their cognitive decline in their mental health and well-being in the past 2 years is heartbreaking to witness. I strongly feel that the TRAP should be retrospective or retroactive at least for or since 2023 approved demos. Also, the fact that 25 St. Mary's approval was largely based on a debate on an incorrect assumption that appealing to the OLT would negatively affect the outcome of our compensation during the debate for the vote on April 12th, 2023. No working group was a severe detriment. The change in wording that states the new indexing will be used with new and developments under review, when previously the motion stated we will make all reasonable attempts to use the new formula with respect to gap rent, is also harmful. With 10 Block specifically, I believe we are the first development, then 145 St. George, whose development changed from a condo to a PBR. 48 Grenoble is another 10 Block building approved for demo. During our last discussion with one of TA members of 145 St. George on the topic of their in-train Section 111, theirs had not been signed either. However, 145 St. George had the benefit of learning from our mistakes and from a working group that they were able to negotiate the input of design as well as square footage. We feel that the city's new TRAP should remain in draft form until it is reviewed by city planning and all stakeholders, including all housing advocate organizations, if only for missing words, typos, but mostly for the gap rent indexing. It's not a hardship for billion-dollar development corporations to include in-train Section 111 buildings such as 25 St. Mary and 145 St. George. However, it is an extreme hardship for all fixed-income vulnerable tenants of those buildings. This could be an amendment to include all buildings approved in or since 2023. The TRAP does not include a timeline. There is no deadline for an approval, only biannual updates. As a member of the TAE, my fellow tenants and I have been living under the threat of eviction for 2 years. My mental health and cancer-related conditions have worsened considerably since approval. Tenants have experienced serious declines in mental, physical health, and well-being. Most especially elderly tenants have experienced a significant cognitive decline, and the difference in their mental health is just appalling. I have questions for the TRAP draft, but I won't have time to address them, I think, today. And I attended every working group in order to give input to contribute to this new TRAP, along with city planning staff, and I thank them for all their hard work on this guide. Regarding Bill's request that changes square footage from 3% to 20%, that is quite significant, which of course I don't agree with the change. Additionally, it's not fair for a tenant to be forced to pay the additional cost of an additional bedroom if seniority has left them with an extra bedroom that was not on their preferred list. Some of the questions I have are number 19 states extra assistance is provided for those with special needs.
I'm afraid you're at time.
Yes. Well, in conclusion, I'd just like to say thank you to all the staff that worked so hard on this, and thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Annette? No? Again, thanks as always. The next deputant I have listed is Belinda Morris. Hi, Belinda.
Hello. Good afternoon. Originally, I had penciled in good morning, but it's been one of those days. So good afternoon, members of the Planning and Housing Committee. My name is Belinda Morris, and I'm here as the POA for a tenant at 25 St. Mary Street. No one more familiar to me as my mother, Christina Morris. She ticks all of the boxes of a vulnerable tenant, elderly and disabled. She is facing physical and financial hardship and loss due to the pending demoviction from her apartment. Due to the chronic shortage of long-term care homes in Ontario, she must stay in an available rental housing until such time as an opening in a long-term care home can become available. Years from now, according to the provincial government's program, Ontario Health at Home. All of this has placed her under severe stress. It is placing all elderly tenants in the building under severe stress and increasing their risk of personal injury. My deputation, therefore, is to augment my email submitted in support of the no demevictions recommendations on behalf of the tenants of 25 St. Mary Street. On April 12, 2023, I made my first deputation before the Toronto and East York Community Council on her and all tenants' behalf, all vulnerable, at-risk, and special needs tenants at 25 St. Mary Street, in my capacity as a Tenants Association executive member. I'm here today in that same capacity to address the status of the redevelopment of 25 St. Mary Street and the impact of decisions made by successive levels of municipal planning up to and including the trap provisions and demolition and replacement of rental housing handbook currently before us. At that council meeting on April 12, 2023, a motion to amend the initial planning proposal was tabled by Councillor Mews. Some of you here were present and will recall that motion. The proposed amendment spoke to what has been termed the Sutton Place model, which was the Sutton Place developer's relocation of tenants into temporary housing at its own expense. Specifically, Councillor Mews advised that after speaking with numerous tenants at 25 St. Mary Street, he went back to 10 Block and city staff, and I quote, "They have said that they will actually adopt that model. They have some properties or some sister properties, and they will do their best to actually get people to use their facilities," unquote. I'm afraid that's not a very good impersonation of Councillor Mews, but that is what he's on record as having said. He continued, quote, 10 Block in the city is addressing it. And quite frankly, even this model that we are using today is even better than the Sutton Place agreement that took place more than 5 years ago. And I hope the amendment that I brought forth here is addressing the Sutton Place example, and those who moved in after June 7th, 2021, will address some of the concerns that I have heard, and I hope that the committee will accept it. In fact, the committee did accept it. Councillor Gordon Perks, in your capacity as chair, stated, quote, "Why don't we do a recorded voice on Councillor Mews' amendments and item as a package? So all those in favor, please raise your hands," unquote. The motion was unanimously carried. All of this was duly video recorded and as such should form part of the record of the meeting. In the subsequent adoption of this item by City Council on May 10th, 11th, and 12th, 2023, with amendments, provision 10G addresses, amongst other things, in the trap, quote, "The owner shall provide an acceptable tenant and relocation and assistant plan to all eligible tenants of the 259 existing rental units proposed to be demolished, addressing the right to return to occupy one of the replacement rental dwellings units at similar rents, the provision of alternative accommodation at similar rents in the form of rent gap payments and other assistance to mitigate hardship. The tenant relocation and assistant plan shall be developed in consultation with and to the satisfaction of this chief planner and executive director, city planning, and the tenant relocation assistant plan will also provide for extended notice to special needs and compile information on available apartments in the vicinity of the development for all eligible tenants, unquote. Given that the motion was adopted by the Toronto and East York Community Council, which I've referred to, members of the Planning and Housing Committee must consider and adopt the following. In the event that the owner, 10 Block, is not able or willing to provide the, quote, provision of alternative accommodation in its other properties, unquote, as specified in the adopted amendment on April 12th,
Belinda,
2023.
I'm very sorry you're at time.
Okay, thank you for your time. Thank you.
Are there any questions? No, seeing none, thank you so much for sharing that with us today. The next deputant I have is Megan Key. Megan? Hi, Megan. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Megan and I'm a volunteer organizer with No Dem Evictions. Since this will be my last deputation for a little while, I just wanted to start with some common grounds. So I find that many of us often agree on the what, but we often disagree on the how. And the what, in this case, is ensuring that the result of any housing policy or practice is that people remain housed and that no person is worse off as a result. Dem evictions naturally impact people who would be considered vulnerable. But during a dem eviction, a person is only considered vulnerable or special needs if they are over 65 years of age or have a mental or physical disability. But this definition is narrow and needs to be expanded. It doesn't include newcomers, young families, refugees, people who are low income, on EI, and other marginalized and intersectional groups who a landlord might consider unappealing to rent to. And in a housing crisis, every tenant is vulnerable, and many will struggle to find housing if they are evicted. We appreciate that city staff are recommending a new process for vulnerable tenants by 2026, but there are just some key things in addition to the expansion of this definition that we hope will be considered in that process. First and foremost, more outreach needs to be done to assess the needs of tenants. I recognize that in a building of over 100 units, this is a lot of work, but ensuring that every individual language and accessibility requirement is captured during the beginning stages of a dem eviction is a necessity, especially when notices and communications impact a person's tenancy. As an example, No Dem Evictions went door to door to 48 Grenoble Drive 2 years ago, 2 days prior to the community council meeting, and half of the tenants, many whom were newcomers or didn't speak English, had no idea that their building was being demolished. I think that we can prevent that outcome from happening again by working together. To support tenants at every stage of a dem eviction, we're advocating for the creation of a third-party nonprofit program funded by developer fees that will provide integrated housing, legal, and social and mental health support for all tenants facing a dem eviction. This support begins before the first tenant meeting and remains a resource until returning tenants are secure in their replacement units. Right now, the work of finding adequate replacement housing is done by for-profit leasing agents. Right now, the social and mental health supports and referrals are left to city councilors, planners, and staff. And right now, there is no legal support for tenants. This kind of wraparound support may seem like a step too far for some, but not only is it the most ethical thing to do, but investing in social support that people need in a preventative manner is far more cost-effective than allowing them to become homeless. All of the other things that we recommend in our submission are interconnected and work towards this goal of improving tenant outcomes, including more robust and transparent data and better enforcement. I know that not everyone supports increasing developer fees to enhance staff capacity and to hire additional support, but whether you take on our recommendations or not, what this report recommends, including additional tenant meetings, will require more staff capacity. And when demolishing affordable purpose-built rental buildings, Toronto taxpayers, including those being displaced, should not be the ones footing the bill for the improvements to practice that benefit us all. And we urge you to ensure that this is reported on before the 2026 budget so that tenants who need support now do not have to wait until 2027. And I just added this in here since it's 5 minutes and not 3 minutes. As Michel Foucault once said, justice must always question itself, just as society can exist only by means of the work it does on itself and on its institutions. So I ask that we work collaboratively together to make sure that we are always questioning the practices that govern the city. Thank you. That's it.
Is that from Discipline and Punish?
I can't say off the top of my head, but
we'll chat later.
I'm playing to my audience here. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
This is my favorite meeting ever. Thank you. Are there any questions? Nope? Okay.
Thanks.
Walid Kogali Ali.
Good afternoon and congratulations, Megan. Thank you so much for that really, really engaging deputation. So my name again is Walid Kogali Ali, and I'm speaking on behalf of Neighborhood Pods DO, a collective of grassroots organizations, tenant leaders, and advocates working to build equitable housing systems across Toronto. And we're here to express our strong support for this motion, but we also want to encourage this committee to not only to adopt the rental replacement handbook, but also incorporate some critical enhancements that reflect the lived experiences of tenants facing displacement. I want to thank our friends at No Dim Evictions for that insightful presentation that we had earlier this week. So we appreciate the city's efforts to update and clarify the rental replacement process. And we thank city planning staff for their ongoing work on this really important issue. However, our experience shows that good policies are only as strong as the mechanisms that enforce them. And in this case, there are gaps that must be addressed to ensure the guidelines serve their intended purpose. So I want to share some 4 key points. The first being we need stronger enforcement and transparency. Many tenants aren't aware of their rights under Section 111, so a campaign to make sure people are aware of their tenant rights. They're often left in the dark about when or if they'll be able to return to a new unit. So we urge our city to require regular public reporting on tenant relocation and right of return outcomes, allocate developer-funded staff resources to monitor compliance and enforce agreements, and make all Section 111 agreements available online and accessible to tenants without barriers. Second is we need meaningful and equitable support for tenants. Far too often, the voices of tenants, especially racialized and newcomer tenants, are sidelined in the redevelopment process. You all are aware of Bill 185 that now prohibits residents across Toronto or neighborhood associations from even appealing development applications. So these are real challenges that we need to work collaboratively on addressing. But we also want to make sure that you mandate third-party tenant supports, including legal, by working with our legal aid system in Ontario, housing and mental health services, and the importance of making sure that this third-party tenant support is also funded by developers, but delivered independently by nonprofit partners. And we want to require tenant consultation meetings, not just information sessions, where feedback shapes planning outcomes and is tracked. Thirdly, compensation must be fair, inclusive, and transparent. I think that's been a message that our friends at No Dim Evictions have been highlighting throughout their submissions. And current policies exclude tenants who move in after the application date, leaving many without protection, and this disproportionately impacts low-income renters and newcomers who cycle through unstable housing. So we ask you to do the following. expand protections to include post-application tenants, guarantee full rent gap coverage during relocation, especially with rising market rents, and recognize the importance of space and amenities. If tenants are relocated to smaller units or lose access to services like laundry or parking, that loss should be compensated. And we just want to finally thank No-Dem Evictions. We want to thank you folks for taking a moment to tirelessly work, organize day in and day out, and making sure that tenant voices and presenting, not just tenant voices are highlighted, but presenting thoughtful, well-researched recommendations. This collective effort is what makes democracy work, and it's what makes policy responsive to real-world impact. So in closing, let's remember why we're here. Rental replacement is not just a planning issue, it's a justice issue. The people, the City of Toronto, its residents, the people of the city most affected by redevelopment are often those with the least power, and sometimes the last say. It's your responsibility as members of this committee to ensure that city policy reflects not only technical compliance, but also compassion, fairness, and a commitment to equity. Thank you for your time and your leadership, and we urge you to adopt the guidelines and support the proposed enhancements. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Waleed? No, seeing none. As always, thank you. The next deputant I have listed is Melissa Goldstein. Melissa, I understand you're online. Can you hear me? Oh, there you are.
There we are.
Hello, Melissa.
Hello. So good afternoon. I want to begin by recognizing the positive steps that staff are proposing today. The handbook, more regular meetings with and surveys of tenants are just a few of the positive steps proposed to help tenants in the eviction, relocation, and replacement housing process and identify issues with compliance. I'm very concerned, though, that there's not adequate staff capacity to do this additional work, given that the minimal staff resources already dedicated to these projects are stretched thin already. If staff don't have the capacity to actually implement the things that are promised here, nothing's actually going to improve. I'm also concerned that these changes don't go far enough to address a lot of the issues tenants are experiencing. As the staff report notes, in many parts of the city, there's little to no comparable rental housing available when tenants are displaced. Yet a redevelopment can require hundreds of tenants to all search for interim housing in the same neighborhood at the same time. Even when rent gap payments help make market rents more affordable, finding suitable interim housing can be next to impossible in these situations. And yet, despite this reality, staff continue to rely on leasing agents as a primary support system for tenants facing eviction, which is a deeply flawed model. Leasing agents only operate within a narrow slice of the rental market. They look at real estate listings. They ignore platforms like Craigslist and Kijiji and most purpose-built rental buildings. And while they're largely unhelpful for most tenants, they're particularly unhelpful for tenants with other challenges or needs. Tenants with small children, or who don't speak English, or have disabilities, or don't use technology, or face housing discrimination because of their race, their source of income, or even how they dress. Leasing agents are not accountable to the people they're supposed to serve. They work for the developer. Their incentive is commission, and their goal is profit. Tenants have had leasing agents steer them towards condos with no rent control where commissions are higher, interfere with their own searches because the agent wouldn't generate a fee, and flat out refuse to help tenants because of their specific needs. The inadequacies of leasing agents means tenants are effectively offloaded onto existing and already overburdened publicly funded tenant supports. Instead of developers, taxpayers are left to help tenants, while developers hold on to their profits and tenants are left without the help they need, with some forced to leave the city and others ending up homeless. There's also no legal education or one-on-one tenant support built into this process. Tenants are asked to sign complex documents, meet technical requirements, and navigate a legal situation that is opaque and confusing. If a tenant makes a single mistake or misses a single deadline, they could lose their right to a replacement unit. On top of that, the current leasing agent model relies on tenants reaching out for help. But what about those who can't or who don't feel comfortable doing so? The city is planning to provide additional support to vulnerable tenants that also requires them to self-identify and reach out. When doing that in itself requires capacity. There's no mechanism in place or plan to ensure that every tenant is contacted, supported, and followed up with throughout the entire process, not just until they move out, but until they're safely back in their replacement homes. Last year, I ended up volunteering to help about 20 tenants, all trying to return to replacement units in the same building. The landlord was making this very difficult for them and was breaking all kinds of rules, and the tenants needed help. It's likely that all 100 tenants were facing similar issues, but I only managed to reach 20 of them, mainly through Reddit and Facebook posts. I still don't know if those other 80 tenants were able to move into replacement units, got the units they were promised, and have leases that reflect the affordability rules that the landlord's required to follow. And the city doesn't either, because that would require them to successfully connect with each of those tenants, and the 2 staff who do this, along with all the other work they have to do, can't realistically work with every single tenant implicated in a dem eviction. While additional tenant meetings and surveys will be helpful here, it's still likely that some tenants will fall through the cracks if there's a communication breakdown because of language, technology, or some other barrier. So what do we need? Like Megan said earlier, the city needs to create a program funded with developer fees that contracts a nonprofit agency to provide support to all tenants over the course of the eviction, relocation, and moving back in process. The agency must go door to door at the start of the process to learn about each tenant's challenges and needs and make sure they get the appropriate support throughout the process. They need to help tenants find housing that suits their needs. They need to coordinate on-site legal education and support. They need to assist with paperwork and deadlines. They need to provide referrals to social and mental health supports. And they need to monitor developer compliance and flag issues with city staff, and then track and report tenant outcomes, which is not being done by anyone. There used to be a kind of similar program run by a nonprofit agency to help dem evicted tenants, but the city did away with it. That service needs to be restructured and implemented to fill all these critical gaps that currently exist, and that will continue to exist even with the improvements staff are proposing today. If developers find the extra fees prohibitive and stop demolishing our critically important and shrinking supply of purpose-built rental housing and build somewhere else, then that would actually be a really great thing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for Melissa? No? Melissa, thank you as always. Daryl Chong, it's your turn. Yeah, just put it on facing up.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members. Good afternoon. I'm Daryl with the Greater Toronto Apartment Association. As you know, our members own and manage more than 150,000 units, all in purpose-built rental buildings across the GTA. So first, we support the development and ongoing refinement of the handbook for tenants and property owners, and the report's recommendations, and especially the future work that will hopefully find the right balance to embrace this opportunity and add much needed new rental housing. And really, we believe that rental replacement should be embraced as an opportunity to increase the size of Toronto's rental stock and as an opportunity to modernize really old, aging buildings. So both of them we feel are critically important. Not sure if you see that well, I guess not. Does it focus on its own?
Oh, yeah, put it face up.
It is face up. Put it face down then? You just, no. It was face up. Sorry. No, you were right, Councillor. I'm pretty sure that's how I did it last time. I think I'm the last person to use this thing. I should get a laptop. Anyway, you've seen that slide before, and it's in the note that I sent you. It's not that important, but if you can turn it on for later. So what most of the buildings were built 50 years ago, and we haven't been building. Oh, there it is. Perfect. Thank you very much. So you've seen this before. It's in the letter. But what you haven't seen, this is a new piece of data that I put together using the city's data. Just looking at 3- and 4-story buildings by decade of opening. As you can see, all in, we've got maybe 1,800 of these buildings, really small buildings. Almost 90% of them were built before 1970, right? These are 3 stories. Here's what they look like. You've seen them all over. So just so you know, the pictures that I have here, these are for illustrative purposes only. None of these have applied for anything. So don't get worried if you see your building up here. So this is a typical one. Long driveway between 2 small buildings, parking at the back, a cluster of 3-story buildings with large setback, lots of green space. A whole street full of them with lots of space. This is kind of my favorite one. You can see brand new high rises in the far distance. So a cluster of 3-story walk-ups and high rises in the background. So what we need to do is sort of figure out how do we embrace redeveloping these 3-story and 4-story walk-ups into something that's a lot larger, right? How do we make the average age of our stock younger? Later on in today's agenda, and this is just by chance, you have Swansea Mews as item, I think, 8 or 9. 154 units that weren't intended for rental replacement. It wasn't planned or intended to happen. In the report, it says they're going to add 550 to 700 brand new units in addition to replacing the 154. In that case, it's 154 become 854. So that's what all of these opportunities and hundreds of others, 1,550 potentially, could become. 3-story walk-ups could be 30-story, adding lots of new rental to the marketplace. So, I think the objective of rental replacement is not just to protect the lower rental buildings, but also equally important would be to add new supply. And so what we're recommending is something that's a balanced approach. You can choose not to do a balanced approach, and I'm hearing what the deputants are saying, that they don't like it, and I think the last deputant said she'd be quite happy if it didn't happen at all. That is something that you can do. You can make it so imbalanced that no one ever intensifies these sites, and we will never grow our rental stock. That's a choice. And that's what happens when a developer or an applicant looks at the pro forma, they look at what they have, they look at the potential of what could be, and they look at the options, they look at the math. And if it doesn't table, they walk away and they do something else. And for too long, I think on the purpose-built rental side, and you've seen this is from your annual report from the planning department on the pipeline, these are actually openings by year. So in most cases, the purpose-built rental community has walked away. And that's not to the benefit of Toronto. We need more rental. I thank you for your time. Will you support the recommendations in today's report?
Okay, I have some questions.
Please.
Darrell, you bring this bait every time, and I always walk into the trap. Can you put up the second chart you put, which was the small buildings one?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Can you indicate where the Condominium Act is passed?
I think it was in the very late 60s.
The very late 60s. So
early 70s in there.
Very late 60s. I think it's 67 or 8.
Something like that.
So you've made an assertion that one of the things that will be a barrier is actually protecting the tenants who are there with more full protections. Wouldn't you agree, looking at this chart and knowing when the Condominium Act was passed, that the real issue is that people who used to invest in purpose-built rental had a high-profit, quick return option created by the provincial government in the late 60s?
So we've had this discussion before.
Yes, we have. And you bring this chart, and I'm going to ask you this question.
My answer is going to be the same, which you and I don't agree, but in the first decade, maybe 2 decades of the passage of the Condominium Act, very few were built in Toronto. No one liked them. No consumers didn't like them. So they weren't being made like hotcakes. So they weren't a very attractive financial model because no one was buying them. And we can go back to that. I can show you the data.
No one's buying them now, by the way, either. But
yeah, yes. So
frankly, it's because it turned into a speculation vehicle. But anyway, please, if you bring this chart, we're going to have this every time. So just don't bring the chart.
No, this chart's brand new.
Don't bring the chart. It's the same info.
No, this is just telling you the age of
We've had our fun.
3- and 4-story buildings.
Are there any other questions for Darrell? Okay. Thank you, Darrell.
Thank you very much.
Our every 6-month entertainment.
We're both very consistent.
Okay, Natalie, you're here again? Hi, Natalie.
Hi.
Welcome back.
Thank you. So I just want to say, as a tenant advocate, we're not against development, and I think that everything that I said earlier today, right after lunch, pretty much speaks to it. We just want community-led development. We want to make sure that people are taken care of. So I live at 135 Isabella Street. It's a purpose-built rent-controlled building, structurally sound. In 2022, Kingston Capital bought our building and quickly went to work to submit an application in June of 2023 to demolish it, to build a 69-story condo. Since the submission of the application, new tenants have moved in and they were made to sign an amendment that waived their rights as post-application tenants in order to secure a lease. So I know post-application tenants are not part of what's being voted here today, but it is a subject that I want to speak on. Just very quickly, what is being brought forward today, I do encourage you to vote in favor of it. There's some great stuff in the city report. I think it can be strengthened. And I also encourage you to vote for Councillor Matlow's amendments. So for my building, we are soon closing in on 2 years since the application was submitted to the city. And since then, the number of eligible tenants, so who can have rent gap payments, who can have a right of return, has decreased, while ineligible post-application tenants has increased. And this is a loophole that developers are using to diminish the amount of compensation they give to tenants upon eviction and reduce the number of returning tenants so they can rent units out at much higher prices. And it's not just in my building, this is happening across the city. Post-application tenants are a new type of vulnerable tenant, offered barely any rights or protections, and completely omitted, unfortunately, in this review. And I hope that in a future review, we can address this because that would be really great. So on September 23rd of 2024, a mere 3 months after City Council approved the project, Stories posted an article confirming that KingSett Capital was moving on from the planned 69-story project on Isabella, and that RBC Capital Market Real Estate listed the sale. So this is a common practice, and it's about land flipping, it's about land speculation, it's about using as little effort as possible to maximize profit, and it actually has nothing to do with building housing. But yet, despite publicly stating that the project is abandoned and that the building is up for sale, the application remains open and active at city planning. So this means that even though KingSett has no plans to redevelop, new tenants continue to be forced to waive their rights as though the project was still active. And in October 18th, 2024, another article published by Stories printed the following quote by Urban Nation President Sean Hildebrand regarding the GTHA's new condo market and how it is in the midst of its toughest challenge in decades. Investors are inactive, and end user buyers currently have plenty of lower priced options to choose from in the resale market. It may take a while, but conditions will gradually improve as developers hold back supply, construction inventory continues to drop, and demand rises with declining interest rates. So we can see right here that the private sector isn't really interested in helping the public and really building housing. Their primary goal is profits, even to the point that if it's better for them to halt construction, they will. And it's kind of, as some might say, putting a chokehold on this. So if the Building Industry and Land Development Association, also known as BUILD, is serious about actually building, then I invite them to advocate with us to close all loopholes that allow the very industry they represent to inflate the value of the market and worsen this housing crisis. I urge the committee and councillors to do everything they can to close this post-application tenant loophole as part of the Municipal Chapter 667 and consider solutions brought forth by No Dem Evictions. And I will end with my own very brief Foucault quote. My job is making windows where there were once walls, and I hope that I have opened a window for us all to see of post-application tenants who are unfortunately not afforded the same rights as the rest. Thank you.
I'm going to bring a member's motion that we put his portrait up over there. Thank you. Are there any questions? No? Thank you so much. Okay, that concludes the deputations on this item. Are there any questions of staff? Yes. Councillor Matlow.
A question for Deanna, if I can have her attention. Over here. Hi. To you, Chair. I just want to confirm for my colleagues that the motion that I'm going to be presenting is one that we've been working in close collaboration with you, along with the chair and the mayor's office, to ensure that everyone is comfortable with every single letter that is going to be on the paper before us.
Yes, through the chair, we've worked together on the motion, and the motion describes some work we would already be doing, as well as work that the Housing Secretariat is prepared to do.
I appreciate all of your collaboration and support. Thank you. And then I'll speak to it if there are any other questions.
Does anyone else have any questions for staff? Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Just if you could quickly go over some of the improvements that will be made for tenants with disabilities that are facing dem evictions.
Through the chair, and we increased the compensation for special needs tenants to now reflect 4 times average market rent instead of the tenant's current rent, because we found that a lot of the time vulnerable tenants have low rent, and so they were receiving lower compensation. We've also committed to consulting and redesigning our rental replacement process for vulnerable tenants, and we'll be bringing forward that new practice in 2026.
So if a tenant with disabilities is dem evicted from an apartment that is suitable for their situation or their unique needs, are they going to be offered a similar apartment?
Thanks for that question. So we actually have updated how we do allocation of units. So seniority lists for replacement units will now take into consideration accessibility accommodation. So if somebody had a specific unit because they required it, they would receive that replacement unit of the same size with the same accommodations in the replacement building.
Thank you very much.
I just have a quick question. I think this is important for helping folks to understand some of the limits to the options we have. Some of the deputants made a suggestion that we could make the developers pay through planning fees for certain kinds of services. Can you just sort of outline what the limits are about how we can use fees from developers?
Yeah, generally speaking, fees must be designed to meet only the anticipated cost to the municipality of processing the application.
Thank you very much. Okay, to speak, Councillor Matlow has a motion. We're all dying of shock.
First of all, I'd like to thank staff, the chair and the mayor's office for your work on this with me and my team, and I want to thank my team for their incredible efforts on this. And I want to thank No Dem Evictions and all the tenants who have really been the co-authors of everything that we've been doing coming forward to this committee when it comes to dem evictions. The debate that we have about housing in our city is not as binary as some might lead you to believe with respect to YIMBYs who want to build because we're in the midst of a housing crisis and YIMBYs who don't want to see that change. Because in the midst of that debate that we hear about over and over and over again are some people who've been lost in that narrative. There are people who have more affordable units that they live in today that will be redeveloped. They learn about it, not with them, but at them. They don't know what their rights are. They don't know what their protections are. Most people have not read the City of Toronto Act, unlike Councillor Perks from back to back. It's a great read, but people don't know what they're facing. Moreover, the building that is being proposed to be redeveloped is not just a building. It's a group of homes and it's a community where many people have lived in some of these buildings for many years, if not decades. They've looked out for each other. They've been through things with each other. They've loved each other and supported each other. And the idea of losing that is incredibly scary and sad. And they want to know what their ability will be to regain that community and ensure that they can continue to afford to live in the neighborhood that they call home. And, the last time that No Dem Evictions were here, there were some strong words said and there was some anger expressed, not always fairly toward the right individuals. But I heard in that dynamic that, well, there were some people here who thought they're being unreasonable because we're not the province, we're not the ones that set all the rules. Why are they yelling at us? They also didn't know exactly where you make change and what can you do. Since then, to this day, No Dem Evictions and their allies and supporters have learned a lot. They've gone through a crash course in legislation. What's allowed, what's not allowed, what's under Section 111 of the City of Toronto Act, what's not. And I believe that more people here have recognized that even though, yes, the majority of powers rest at Queen's Park, we need to use the powers we do have, the limited few powers that the government has bestowed on us. We can use them well, we can use them better, we can be more effective, we can interpret them in ways that give tenants more protections. So we've both gone through a learning experience, and that's why the tone has changed. The people speaking today want to work not at the city, but with the city. But boy, do they want to protect not just themselves, they want to protect their neighbors too. I remember the residents of 55 Brownlow, they said it very clearly to me, yes, it's for them, but it's also for their neighbors who don't know what their rights are, what they can do. So I believe that if we continue moving forward, ensuring that everything from, oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, this is also an environment where, Doug Ford removed rent control on new buildings after 2018. So that also is scary to people to think that a place that they live in today that they might be able to even possibly afford in the neighborhood they live in today, they don't know what's going to happen to them. And that's why they need to know that the process is not going to be developer-led or just left in the hands of the city and just trust us, we'll look out for you. They want to, not just figuratively, they literally want to be at the table. We did that with Mencaves at 55 Brownlow. We literally went together to the table, and a credit to Mencaves, they worked with us, and we did resolve a lot of the problems. They want tenants in our city to be empowered with knowledge, with transparency, and with the full extent of the law to protect them. And when an agreement is written and agreed to, then there's enforcement, and that's what we're trying to get to as well. So I'm going to end with a Foucault quote. Where there is power, there is resistance. And you are seeing the resistance at the table today. Now let's work as a team to keep bringing that resistance to power. Thank you.
Question of the mover. Before you do that, I just want folks to know that according to people who study these things, Michel Foucault is the most quoted academic papers of any thinker, anytime. So the fact that you're hearing all these quotes today is showing you that City of Council is actually an academic institution. All right. There's a question.
Yeah, just one question to Councillor Matlow, and I do support your motion, but just on recommendation 2. So can you explain to me how can we enforce that, or who would be enforcing it?
We want to make sure that that the agreements are transparent. If somebody wants to see it, they shouldn't have to pay for it. Are you talking about number 2 in particular?
Yes, number 2.
Yeah. So we just want to remove the barrier of any fees associated with actually being able to look at an agreement that impacts their lives more than anybody else.
Okay, and if a tenant requests that and the landlord refuses, so who enforces that? The city?
We're going to work through that with staff. There's another item here that also speaks to reviewing the staff complement we have as well. That'll be for another day. But they're stretched. They're doing everything from education, the meetings, to enforcement, to the negotiations, and we want to make sure that they're able to not just get a good agreement, but also then back it up with enforcement, including ensuring that tenants have access free of charge to the agreement.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions of the mover? Anyone want to speak? I'll just speak quickly. I'm going to be supporting Councillor Matlow's motion. Thank you to the dozen or so activists and the dozen or so City of Toronto workers who managed to get us to that place. I had a really productive conversation with No Dem Evictions just, I think, at the beginning of the week. God, it's been a blur. And also with some other tenant advocacy organizations. And something Councillor Matlow said is right. Like, the knowledge and sophistication that has grown in the community around these issues has really been remarkable. And I think we should stop and acknowledge that, because we've achieved that through open dialogue. And that's why I love this order of government and would hate it working in any other order of government where you just don't have access. You can't come to a provincial cabinet meeting and make a deputation. So that's why I love this order of government. The downside of that is we're the only people who will actually listen to you. And many of the things that really are making you crazy are responsibilities of other governments who don't create this forum for you. So there's some venting that can happen here about problems created elsewhere. And that's what was so wonderful about the conversations I had with tenant organizations this week. Everyone is starting to come to the conclusion that we need to do a collective piece of work. And I think every member of council should be invited to participate, which is, it is time to reform the RTA, the Landlord Tenant Act. It needs reform desperately. We are bending over backwards and tying ourselves in knots, making pretzels, trying to find ways to make sure that people who live in the City of Toronto but don't happen to own have real rights to their housing. I mean, it strikes me that that should be a basic and fundamental truth. And this council has passed a housing charter which recognizes the right to housing. And we have to do work to get there. And that work, I think, has to be a collective effort between this incredible constituency that's gone out and educated itself on how tenant rights work and don't, and Toronto City Council to get that legislation changed. And while we're at it, I want to plug one other thing that we have to ask the province for. I'm old enough to remember when there was a much more robust system of tenants being able to access advocates to fight for them. And that was through the various legal aid clinics, right? I can remember when Parkdale Legal Aid and other legal aid clinics had a lot of staff and lawyers who would go fight for you at the tribunal and do advocacy work. And I just want to remind everybody that one of the first things Premier Ford did was to dramatically cut the budget and scope of legal aid clinics in the province of Ontario. There was a direct assault on access to justice. Justice now is only in the hands of people who can afford private lawyers. And so let's get to work. Let's rebuild that infrastructure and make it better than it ever was, and reform the piece of legislation that, frankly, I call the Landlord Act, because that's the only group that it serves. Oh, and final note, while the City of Toronto Act may not be Jane Austen, it is a good read. I encourage all of you to take a look so that you can understand the set of rights that the City of Toronto has, only so long as the province doesn't amend it. Councillor Myers.
Thank you. I'll just keep my comments brief. Just to say thank you to the staff for the recognition that you've given to the unique needs of people with disabilities and accessibility challenges in facing these types of dem evictions, and for making recommendations that recognize and accommodate their needs to help navigate these situations, which are stressful for everyone or anyone in the best of times, but in particular for people with disabilities who obviously are sometimes limited in the range of housing options they're able to use and types of housing that's actually available in the market. So thank you for recognizing this in this report.
Okay. Anyone else wish to speak? No? Do we just want to take it all as a package? Yeah? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay. 2 items down. The next item that was held for deputations is item 20.6, authority to enter into municipal housing project facility agreements with community housing providers. I have 2 deputants, Celia Chandler. Hi, Celia.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have no Foucault quotes, just so you know, so if you were getting your hopes up, that's not on the agenda for me. I'm pleased to be here today representing the Cooperative Housing Federation of Toronto, or CHFT as it's known. You're probably wondering, where's Tom Clement, the longtime executive director? Needless to say, it's a pretty busy time right now with the election, but also with all of the promise of new housing. So we're very excited, in fact, to have an item on the agenda related to some of our existing communities, as this one is. Just a note about myself. I'm the deputy executive. Yeah.
You've just accidentally lost quorum. I have to go chase somebody and get them to come back.
I think Councillor Matlow went to that door.
Where'd Councillor Crescent go? Sorry.
No problem.
Oh, there we go.
Sorry, just a few hugs.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Can someone contact Councillor Crescenti's office and see if he's going to be available for the rest of the afternoon? Okay. Sorry about that. Celia, go ahead.
No problem. So actually, this really does take me back. I have to say, on a personal note, I started my career 35 years ago working in the city clerk's department, and chasing people for quorum was sort of standard. So I get it. It happens, but I'm sorry I've cleared the room so radically with starting to speak. I'll try to be more engaging. So I'm here in support of recommendations 3 and 4 of the staff report related to property tax exemption for our 60 municipal co-ops under the city's authority as service manager. As each of these co-ops comes to the end of its mortgage, our sector will be working with them and city staff to enter into municipal project housing facility agreements. And being exempt from property tax under these agreements will help co-ops continue to provide the kind of decent, safe, secure, and affordable housing that's so needed in this unprecedented housing crisis. And I think it really speaks to some of the community issues that Councillor Matlow was speaking about in the last, during the last item. Because that's the kind of communities we have, and that's the kind of communities we want to keep. In addition to supporting those recommendations, I also draw your attention to recommendation 9, which is around the Ontario Trillium benefit and the fact that having this property tax exemption might affect or will affect the eligibility of folks who receive that benefit. And we're pleased to see that the recommendation is to approach the province and ask, to work something out in that regard. We're happy to participate in whatever way is necessary to ensure our members continue to receive that, those who need it. The other thing I would like the committee or staff to consider in the future is the fact that, of course, we have a number of federal co-ops as well. And these are not included in this particular report, but we understand that the city has found a way to extend a tax exemption to some federal nonprofits, and we urge the committee to consider how you might also extend that to the co-ops established under federal programs. Federal co-ops also have the same kind of aging infrastructure and need to maintain manageable monthly charges for their moderate to low-income residents, just as the municipal co-ops do. And a tax exemption would provide some necessary financial breathing space for those co-ops as well. So while we're very excited, as I said, to have so much attention on newly built co-ops right now, and that really is a moment in history to celebrate, this initiative is certainly welcome support for the occupants of the 6,700 units in Toronto's municipal co-ops. So on behalf of CHFT's board and the 50,000 people who live in our member co-ops, I thank you for the valuable partnership that CHFT has with the City of Toronto, and we appreciate all your efforts to assist our sector. Subject to any questions, that's it from me.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Celia? No? Oh, Councillor Nunziata.
Celia, so you support all the recommendations in the report?
The recommendations that I'm here to speak about are 3, 4, and 9.
9,
Yeah.
okay, but the rest, the whole report you would support?
Yeah, it doesn't really relate to us.
Oh, okay, but yeah, in general. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Celia, thank you as always. The next deputy I have listed is Kathy Wilkinson. Hey, Kathy, can you hear me?
I can.
Welcome, welcome.
Wow, what a long day you guys have had.
Oh, we love it. Okay.
I've been hanging in though.
You've got 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so I'm in support of these recommendations to pursue financial relief for these co-ops or community housing providers and to exempt them, at least some of the locations, from property taxes going forward. And as the deputant before me spoke to, we must also consider how that decision will affect tenants. Okay. In 2012, the City of Toronto entered into this agreement with Toronto Community Housing, some of you may be aware, and the lease administrators and tenants were not informed of this agreement. As such, tenants continued to apply for and receive tax credits unaware they were no longer eligible. Toronto Community Housing continued to provide annual rent receipts to tenants for this purpose. In December 2021, CRA did an audit and found that thousands and thousands of tenants had been claiming the property tax credit portion of the Ontario Trillium benefit. Letters were sent out to all of the tenants advising them they were not eligible for the property tax credit and making a demand for repayment of the previous year's tax credit. You can imagine this financial debt was devastating and overwhelming for tenants. As former CEO Jag Sharma at the table will recall, because he signed the letter, this matter was brought to senior management and the board. Senior management and the mayor's office wrote letters to the appropriate federal and provincial ministers, asking them to waive the payments and work together to ensure low-income tenants were not penalized because their building was granted a tax exemption a decade ago. So what happened to these tenants is indefensible and entirely avoidable. While everyone wrung their hands and letters were written, no resolution was ever provided, leaving some 80,000 tenants to pay off a new debt imposed on them through no fault of their own. Loss of this tax credit, as referenced earlier, also means a reduction of income these tenants rely on. My reason for sharing this with you today is to ask or beg the Planning and Housing Committee to work with the city staff and the community housing providers to ensure history does not repeat itself. As soon as the ink is dry on the new facilities agreement, please tell your tenants. Prepare tenant information materials in advance for buildings, mail letters to every household, educate your admin staff that do the leases, and advising, also creating a rent receipt with a disclaimer advising their properties are exempt from the municipal education and property tax, and their rent can no longer be claimed as a property tax credit at income tax time. This will ensure whomever is preparing their income tax is aware of this change. Now, going forward, we need to ensure any new tenants moving into these community housing properties are aware of the property tax exemption at lease signing. So if I note in your report, you're making a request for the province to reconsider. So if the city is successful and the province agrees that it would allow tenants to actually continue to claim the property tax credit, can I ask you to please ensure, if that day actually comes to fruition, that we ensure the thousands, 100,000 tenants living in Toronto community housing are also made aware, because they would certainly like for that to be reinstated. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Kathy? Nope, seeing none. Kathy, as always, thank you so much for sharing with us.
Thank you.
That concludes our list of deputants. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Nunziata.
Just question to staff. So, can you just tell me, like, what if we've had any dialogue at all, or what with the province, or where we are at as far as discussions with the province?
I'm happy to take that. I'm happy to take it, Jag, if you'd like. Yeah, to the councillor, through the chair. The issue came to light a couple years ago with TCHC, and to Catherine's point, I think she did actually a really excellent job of framing the issue. Property tax relief obviously is one of the major tools the city has to ensure long-term affordability for projects, and a mechanism we've used for affordable projects, supportive projects, and also for former federal housing providers. So this follows the similar chain. So to the point made by Catherine, part of our strategy with our community housing providers will be a toolkit and a mechanism to make sure that tenants are informed. Concurrently, we need to reinvigorate our advocacy to address this problem. There isn't a strong, at least from my perspective, policy rationale for why a credit for low-income individuals would be extended to a household based on the fact whether their landlord pays property taxes or not. So there is some opportunity to reinvigorate that. You've heard the Co-op Housing Federation of Toronto wishing to put their weight behind it. Sean is here, and Jag, as his predecessor, also pushed forward with some work with ONFA. And there's a new opportunity potentially with the city with its reemergence into the AMO field, that this is an issue that is likewise felt by other municipalities across the province. So you have our commitment, and the recommendation here from in the staff report, should it go forward from council, we'll reinvigorate those opportunities to advance the advocacy on this issue.
So have we had any discussion? Oh, go ahead.
My apologies, Councillor, and I just it threw me for just a little bit of a loop, but it's more in line with the federal government and CRA as far as the discussions that were had with respect to the exemption.
Okay, okay.
Any other questions? No? Councillor Nunziata, I know this is of great interest to you. Why don't you move the recommendations?
Be happy to move the recommendation.
There you go.
Yep.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. That takes us to item PH 20.7, Toronto's Academic Housing Strategy, Improving Housing Outcomes for Post-Secondary Students. We have one deputant, Robert Barnard from Toboggan Flats. Hi, Robert.
Councillor, just wanted to introduce Fiona as well, who's joining me, who actually prepared the document that you have in front of you from Toboggan Flats. I wanted just to add, first of all, I want to say thank you. We've been working with the city and the chair and the mayor, trying to, as you know, from the December meeting, on creating a framework for co-living to be developed in Toronto. And I just want to actually do a shout out to a staff member, Rory McNeil, who is working really hard and coordinating not only within the city, but with other cities across Canada to help create that pathway. I also wanted to give you some more context. In January of this year, Ipsos Reid did a study. 43% of young people in Canada would vote to join the United States. 43%. In international rankings for youth, Canada
for the happiness index, Canada comes 58th in the world. And when I talk to people in Toronto, we want to lead Canada, right? So when I saw this, and when we saw this, this particular proposal for housing for post-secondary students, we kind of cheered at the Toboggan Flats office. We actually need more focus on young people and housing for young people, or they're just going to leave. And we're starting to see that out-migration of young people from Toronto already. They're struggling to get jobs. Ontario has the highest youth unemployment rate in Canada right now. And one of the reasons is they're struggling to get housing, and it starts when they're students. If they don't have housing, they're just going to go somewhere else. We have a huge population who is not in education or training or housing. So we really support the recommendations of this strategy. We think Canada overall, and I don't know about the Toronto numbers specifically, but overall Canada has about 10 to 15% of housing for post-secondary students. In the United States, 45%. In the United Kingdom, 45%. We have to build more housing for students. But let's not stop there, because what we know is, given the current political atmosphere, there's not a lot of funding for post-secondary institutions anymore in Ontario and in Toronto. So we can't rely on those institutions to build that housing. We have to find ways of getting more people involved. We also can't rely on that housing to be built on campus. So we have to expand that student housing to be off campus. And then the other critical point we want to make is, if you only create housing for students, what happens when they get a job? They won't be able to afford housing in Toronto. So we have to continue to build, with lots of talk about pipelines lately. Let's build a talent pipeline in Toronto that starts with post-secondary students and graduates to young workers, so we actually have housing for young workers. One of the proposals that we're putting forward is to add to our bylaws in Toronto to open up for co-living that goes beyond students and goes beyond seniors' homes to include other people, to include young people and all kinds of other populations in Toronto. So by increasing that, we hope to bring more young people, keep young people in Toronto, bring more young people to Toronto, and that's what's actually going to drive the current economy and future economy. We have to stop. We have to finish with a quote. What I seek is a permanent opening of possibilities. And when I read that quote, which thanks to Fiona who found it for me, when I read that quote, I thought, that's actually young people, right? What they should be about is possibilities. They shouldn't be about isolation, unhappiness, and fear. They should be about trying to stay in a great city, trying to build a great city, and being housed in a great city. So hats off to the team for a great strategy, and let's extend it to young workers as well.
Are there any questions? I just want to note that in the United States of America, they are making it illegal for this kind of conversation about the great Michel Foucault to take place in public, and here we are compensating for it, and I think that's great. We're going to continue to attract young people from the United States because we're open to talking about the great Michel Foucault. Okay, thank you so much. I have a motion on this, unless anyone has any questions. No? Okay, so this is something that the mayor asked me to move. It just advances the work a little bit further and makes it explicit that we should get some stuff by the end of term in front of council and do some work with CMHC to get resources for a pilot project. Okay? All right. Any questions? Seeing none, we'll take it all as a package. All those in favor, opposed, carried.
We're almost home, folks. We have one item left, which is PH 20.8, Swansea Mews Initial Development Proposal. I see that we've managed to hold TCHC staff here through most of the day, so thanks again, Sean. We should probably just buy you like a cot somewhere in the building for council days, and there you go. Okay. We have a deputant, Mark Richardson.
Councillors, I'll be respectful of your time because we've all had a very long day here today. I just want to figure out why that screen is not showing up. So whale shark.
There we go.
Nope. No. But it is in the Home Depot aquatic tank in Georgia, the Georgia Aquarium. So I guess there's a tie-in. There we go. All right. Councillors, members of the Planning and Housing Committee, as you know, my name is Mark Richardson. I am the Volunteer Technical Lead at Housing Now TO. The information that I'm passing along to you today is essentially the same information that we provided in October last year to the TCHC board, talking about the Swansea Mews development. Our civic tech and affordable housing volunteers from across Toronto have actively watched Toronto Community Housing's challenges on this Swansea Mews land near High Park since the structural failure of the old 1970s stacked townhomes in May of 2022, and the required evacuation of those failing 50-year-old low-rise buildings that contained 154 social housing units. Since those TCHC social housing townhouse blocks at Swansea Mews were condemned in 2022, our Housing Now TO volunteers have closely watched the progress on some other TCHC rezoning and redevelopment sites like Don Somerville, Regent Park Phases 4 and 5, and Firgrove, in order to determine the market viability, including the size and scale of the new redevelopment that will be needed in order to make any future reconstruction of Swansea Mews financially viable in the coming years. We've submitted a letter on this topic to you today, which includes a copy of the letter that we provided to TCHC in the fall, and our initial analysis of how this IDP, the initial development proposal from TCHC, has a low ratio of 4.5 to 1 between the market units to the RGI replacement units. Given the current residential market here in the City of Toronto, given the failure of the ability to go out to market with your Firgrove lands, given the fact that the density required on phases 4 and 5 of Regent Park is much higher with Tridel than it was on the density of phases 1, 2, and 3 at Regent Park with Daniels, we do not believe that 700 market units plus 154 RGI units for 854 units in total will be something that you'll be able to take to market, get bids on, and actually proceed with in a timely fashion. We've already been almost 4 years now since this happened, or 3.5 years. We don't want it to be, there was an article in the Toronto Star today about TCHC units that have been empty since 2008 that are just getting occupied again this week. We can't reproduce that cycle. We have to be bolder, more aggressive, and frankly, you've got a choice between Prime Minister Poilievre and Prime Minister Carney in the next couple of weeks. We need to be more amenable to the kinds of financial models we expect that either of those two federal governments are going to be expecting from a place like the City of Toronto when we're competing for federal dollars against other municipalities. So our Housing Now TO volunteers would encourage the City of Toronto and Toronto Community Housing to take a much bolder stance on this redevelopment at Swansea Mews. Our estimate is that you need to have between 1,075 units and 1,240 units in order to replace the RGI and keep them in state of good repair for 99 years. And we'd also think that by doing that, you may have some opportunities to actually increase the amount of workforce housing, maybe even increase the amount of RGI housing in there, the way you've been able to do that on a site like Don Somerville. So we're just taking the models you're already using and applying them to the Swansea Mews site. Your challenge for our new chief planner is that due to bad planning, it's yellow belt, even though it's surrounded by apartment neighborhoods. So it needs to be aggressively upzoned in order to accommodate that, and the transition to the yellow belt neighborhood probably needs to be less of a priority versus delivering affordable housing at speed and at scale on this site. As always, our open data and civic tech volunteers are happy to answer any questions the committee or TCHC staff may have about our affordable housing development best practices.
Mark, I'm afraid
advice.
you're over time, and I'm going to have to stop you there.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any? Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Could you just walk me through the analysis of how you got to that number of what would be financially viable on the site?
I don't know whether you see all the reports that have come to the TCHC board for all the projects. So in the last year or so, there have been reports back on phases 4 and 5 of Regent Park, which have a lot more added density in them in order to hopefully increase the amount of RGI, but certainly replace the RGI that's being taken down. The phases 1, 2, and 3 with Daniels were in the mid-20s at Regent, somewhere around that, right? Mid-20s to low 30s. Most of this stuff is going up into the 40-story range now in these newer phases. And it's really just a factor of the land value, what you can extract from it, the cost of construction, the interest rate model, and frankly, the softening markets when it comes to, you used to be able to sell condos, and in a way you can't sell those condos now, or if you did sell them, maybe they're not closing. The Fir Grove site, which is up near the Finch LRT, near Jane and Finch, went out for a request for expressions of interest last summer, and there were no qualified bidders from the public or the private market who could replace the RGI units without an additional large cash contribution from the city. So this is not about philosophy. This is about finance, and the dollars that are on the table right now, given the current market conditions and the current federal programs that are available.
So are you saying this project would not qualify for the current federal programs?
It might qualify, but it's really, you'd have to really ratchet down your per unit costs. Some of your per units in some projects are north of $600,000 a door now for nonprofit housing. And it's just hard for CMHC to come to the table with that kind of support when they can get more bang for their buck in Mississauga or Oshawa or Ottawa or Calgary.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Nope. Seeing none, does anyone want to speak to this?
Yeah.
Yes. Why don't we make the TCHC staff available? There are very comfortable seats over there with the rest of the Toronto Public Service. Oh, you can sit over there? That's fine too.
Sean, I just have a question in the report. That is costing TCHC approximately $75,000 per month to secure and safety maintain the 154 homes? Well, can you just explain that? $75,000 a month?
Yeah, so through the chair, we continue to maintain the site, both from shoring of the current facilities that are there and security of the location. And so there's a regular monthly cost that goes along with maintaining that.
So it's mostly security?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yes, it is. It's security, but also there's fire and life safety requirements and testing, et cetera, that is ongoing with the building.
Okay, and you've been paying that for quite a while now, right?
That is correct.
Okay. That's...
Okay. Councillor Myers wanted to speak.
No questions, please.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you. My question is the current ratio of market to RGI, the 854, is that financially feasible in this market?
Through the chair, that's really why approving this initial development proposal is so important, so that we can move into that phase of looking at marrying the right density with the financial analysis as well. And that's really what the next phase is through the approvals framework. So looking at what is required in order to make this type of build feasible, what development model makes sense, what project budget makes sense, and marrying that with the planning piece and the density. So it's sort of a twin incentive that goes forward from here.
So we just heard from Housing Now activists that similar projects have met little uptake. Are you not worried that we'll face a similar challenge here because the density isn't right to make it financially feasible for a private developer to take this on?
It's very difficult to build affordable housing. You need everything: exemptions, waivers, grants, low-interest financing, intergovernmental cooperation, speed of approvals. You need all those things to be able to build the ratio of affordable housing that the city and city council wants to do. The next phase is really marrying this with some of the city mandates, its approach to a public developer approach. It's look at balancing the TCHC portfolio at large and coming up with some creative solutions about how to deliver this project.
So if we don't get the ratio right here, are we not looking at, one, either further delays, or two, the increase in the public subsidy from taxpayers will have to go up in order to make this attractive for a developer?
It's true. We'll have to take a look at that in financial modeling to see what type of subsidy would be required to meet the expectations of city council and the mandate.
So if we know it's not financially feasible or unlikely to be financially feasible at this stage, why are we approving this density?
I wouldn't necessarily agree with that statement. We are seeing groundbreakings happening, almost bi-weekly.
Those groundbreakings have happened based on a different market, because that's 2 years ago to get to a groundbreaking today. So I'm talking in today's market.
Well, I think we're having a lot of success with the TCHC model, including at Regent Park with their fourth phase, where we're.
But we just heard the Regent Park, that density had to be increased.
The density.
The density to get the right ratio of market to RGI.
Well,
so
we were able.
Just based on the presentation we heard, what they're saying is we have to increase the density at this stage.
It wasn't just an increase to meet that financial model. It was also an opportunity for more net new affordable as well. It wasn't just to meet that. There was an opportunity there to realize more housing.
So again, my question is, just based on the presentation, is this ratio correct in this market to get this project off the ground, or does it need a higher percentage of either market to cross-subsidize the RGIs that are going to be built?
I can't say until we do that financial modeling into this next phase.
Why haven't we done the financial modeling yet when we're being asked to approve it now, so that we have the numbers to justify the approval that we're voting on?
We've done some high-level financial modeling with our partners at TCHC, and we've done that through ours as well. And we've looked at these products. We've looked at various models and financing products that could deliver this, and we think we can. But it's very sensitive, and it's sensitive to construction costs, and it's sensitive to what kind of model we want to bring. But the city has very lofty mandates here in terms of affordable outcomes here, and we want to see what this can bring. A model that brings the 154 replacement RGI units or affordable units with RGI layered and a full market approach might work. We have to model that and look.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. So to the Deputy City Manager, you and I attended meetings with the tenants at Swansea Mews during that awful period where they were losing their homes. And we were asked repeatedly, is this going to be converted to condos? And what did we say to the people at Swansea Mews?
through yourself, the chair, the answer was no, that these would be used for replacement of the RGI units. And certainly, as far as any other plans, it would have to be approved, but it would be in line with the guiding principles that have been established in EX 9.3, where it would be potentially affordable housing and other options for city-delivered solutions.
So the public builder.
Yes.
Okay. Now, during one of the deputations, there was a suggestion made that the federal government is hesitant to put money into non-condominium projects that don't make the market test. Can someone confirm with me that the current Prime Minister approved $2.55 billion for our rental and affordable project and said that there was another $7.3 billion available if the provincial government matched it?
Through you, the chair, I can confirm that that's the truth.
Right, and that was before he called the election. And that's despite the fact that for a whole bunch of reasons, the cost per door in Toronto is higher than, say, in Regina.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, does anyone wish to speak to the item? Councillor Myers.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So I will just keep my comments brief, and I guess my questions were really related to the situation that we saw at Warden with the Housing Now, where there was a number of units that were approved that just did not make the project financially sustainable, and it just sat there for years. So that's really where my questions are coming from, in that I would hate for us to go to market with something that we know is not financially sustainable from what we're trying to do, in that we're trying to entice a private developer to build this. If there is a possibility of increasing the density and just making it more attractive so that we actually get the housing built, as we all, it said this morning, wouldn't it be great if we could get every project that was affordable housing built this quickly? So I understand the local councillor has been working on this for quite a long time, so I'm not in any way saying that, a lot of work has not been done on this. I would just hate for staff to come back a year later and say there's been no uptake in this proposal. We have to increase the density when we have the opportunity to increase the density at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? No? Okay, I'll speak to it quickly. I think that the conversation around affordable housing in Toronto continues to carry old baggage. The previous administration had a program called Housing Now. And the essential thesis there was, if we give up public lands to the private sector, we can exchange that for some amount of affordable housing. That was the thesis. And that program was slow and cumbersome and had generated quite a number of failures, like what Councillor Myers talked about. That is not what we do now. That is not what we are going to do on this site. The very first meeting with the new mayor brought forward a report talking about how we're doing things differently now. We're going to face reality and face what has been successful all over the world. There is nowhere in the world where there is a social housing system provided by the private market. There is nowhere in the world where the private market provides a housing system by itself that makes housing affordable to people in lower incomes. It never has worked anywhere. It will never work anywhere. The only successful housing systems anywhere in the world, places like Vienna or Stockholm or Berlin or even Paris, and on and on and on and on, are places where they recognize that housing is a right, and like the way we provide healthcare as a right, it requires public investment. Mr. Richardson tries to describe what we're doing on Swansea as if we were still doing Housing Now. We are not
not doing it in that model anymore. This will require public investment from the federal government. And some people say, oh, the federal government will never do what the City of Toronto is suggesting because it's more expensive to build in the City of Toronto. The price per door here is too high. The facts do not support that. Right now, my sense is, and I haven't verified it, the largest developer in Canada is the City of Toronto. We have 19 projects that we launched within the last year and a half, and all of them will be in the ground by the end of next year. We are going fast, we're succeeding, and it's because we don't fall into the failed thinking that the private market will somehow house people in the lower 2-income quintiles in the City of Toronto. They won't, they never will. The suggestion that the federal government won't come to the table and support it also falls flat when you recognize that one of the very first things that happened when we got a new prime minister was that he approved billions of dollars to support a city-led rental market housing project. The condominium industry was not a housing industry in the City of Toronto. It was a speculator's paradise until the bubble burst. All kinds of people made millions and millions and millions of dollars basically treating our housing system like a casino. Well, they've started losing their bets, and that's why development has stopped. And it won't restart just by saying private condos can go taller and taller and taller. We could we could say there is no height limit at all, and they won't be building here because the market conditions that they created through their speculative bubble have killed the condo industry in Toronto for the foreseeable future. The way out is public investment. And that's the way we're going to get Swansea rebuilt. That's the way we're going to get not just the 19 that we've launched, but we're going to build on the other 90 sites that the City of Toronto has identified. We're going to do what has worked in Canada before, what will work again, and what works in the rest of the world. Okay, and with that, I'll move the recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Go home. Go home, all ye weary workers. No?